Welcome into the era of AI. Hello and welcome into the AI Masterclass. In this course, you're going to master everything that you need to know regarding AI. And we all know what AI is. It's artificial intelligence, and we all know what AI is here for. So there is no point in reminding ourselves that AI is actually here to do, for the most part, what most people do on a day-to-day basis, except for AI has the element of automation to it. So AI can automate the way we do everything, from writing content to organizing our day at work to automating our daily tasks. And quite frankly, from experimenting with tools such as ChatGPT and so on and so forth, I can honestly tell you that it is critical at this time for professionals to learn about AI before, and I can say honestly, before it's too late. Because I believe there's going to be a time where it's going to be very difficult to cope with the amount of AI tools that are out there. There's a lot of them right now as it is. And this is your chance to learn about these tools. We've been teaching these tools to marketers worldwide. We have an audience of about 194,000+ students worldwide. We are best-selling instructors in the field of AI, and we are passionate about this topic. My name is Ron Hemza. I will be your instructor for this particular course, and I will do my best to give you the AI advantage, because AI is really an advantage at your disposal. Once you acquire that particular advantage, imagine the opportunities that you can unlock. Plus, you're learning it from someone who does this for a living, uses AI for a living to scale his business and also help other people scale their business. So it's really going to be very interesting for me to teach you this because I'm so passionate about this topic. In other words, let's get right into it. I'm so excited, and I hope that you can dive deep into the study. This is very interesting. Dive deep into it. Hello and welcome. In this lecture, we're going to get down to the definitions. So we're going to start off by defining what AI is, because for the most part, I can talk to you about AI, but I would believe that defining things and laying the foundation first is much more important before we can dive into the subject. At any point in time, you can move to advanced lectures if you want to do that, but we recommend that you take the course exactly as we planned it to be. This is not our first time creating a course. We have created a lot of courses. I could say maybe 90. At this moment, we have 80 courses that are live worldwide, close to 200,000 students. And when I say students, these are people that pay to watch. So it's not content for YouTube. It's really advanced content. And we know what is best for you according to your level and according to what will work best for you to get the best outcome. So we recommend that you follow the course exactly as we planned it. All right, so now let's dive into the definitions. All right, so what exactly is AI? AI stands for artificial intelligence, and it refers to computer systems or machines that mimic human intelligence to perform tasks and can improve themselves based on the information they collect. Clearly over there, I underlined on the keyword mimic. Mimic human intelligence. It's not human intelligence, it's mimicking. And there's one other thing. If it was just mimicking human intelligence, it wouldn't be so great. AI wouldn't have the hype that it has right now. But because AI, artificial intelligence, can improve itself. It can improve itself. Can you imagine this? Imagine. Now, of course, we as well, human intelligent people, we improve ourselves if we study, if we get knowledge. But we have free will. AI doesn't have anything such as emotions, feelings to stop it from seeking more knowledge and more information. Plus, our learning curve is limited. We don't have computer processors in our brains that enable us to learn something in seconds over time. For instance, take AI. If you give AI a book, ChatGPT, for example, which we're going to discuss in the course, if you give it a book, no matter what the number of pages that book has, give it the book. Let's say it has 400 pages worth of content. It will take that book, no matter what subject, medicine, neuroscience, whatever subject that might be, and it will take that book and read it so fast that you won't believe it. It will read it, and you can ask it to give you a summary, and after 30 seconds to 1 minute max, it will summarize the entire book for you. Can humans do this? Absolutely, we can. We can read a book, a 400-page book, but we cannot do it in the speed that AI can do. And you can never take a book, give it to a human, say, do the analysis of this book, and in 30 seconds to 1 minute, I want you right now to analyze it, to give me 10 bullets that resume what this book is all about. It's impossible from a logical standpoint. Impossible unless we don't have time. Or I want you to pay careful attention to what I said there. Unless we don't function in a world limited by time. AI is not limited by time. It's limitless. It's dimensionless. It doesn't have the time limit and constraint that we do have. And that, my friends, is the reason why a lot of people are afraid of AI. Because of its extreme ability to learn so fast and to improve based on interactions with who? With us, humans, with you, me, everyone else. For instance, I can remember when ChatGPT first came out, it was not as advanced as the version it is right now. I can tell you from experience because I'm using it. Every single day I use ChatGPT for a lot of time, a lot actually. And I've been using it ever since it came out. One of the very first people that used it and the very first people that purchased the Plus membership by OpenAI. And I really, if I just compare, when I compare ChatGPT when it was first created to this version of today, my God, there is a lot of, it evolved in a rapid way for the better, and it just is continuing to evolve. And in the course, you're really going to be surprised as to some of the things that these tools can do. Now, for the most part, this is the definition of what is AI. And now, how do AI language models function? How do they work? Because when I say large language model, I mean ChatGPT, Gemini by Google, Microsoft Copilot, Perplexity AI, Claude. All of these are what we call LLMs, LLM, large language model. How were they created in the first place? How did they come to existence? Truth be told, is that this is how large language model came to existence. So it starts off by collecting data. Data is information. For example, a lot of people, when they take their phone, when they basically activate the internet, they think, okay, I am buying the internet. I just bought 20 gigabytes or 20 gigaoctets, or not 20 gigabytes actually, not gigabytes, gigaoctets, sorry, gigaoctets of internet. Okay, so yeah, I purchased 20 gigaoctets. But did you really purchase the internet or did you purchase data? Data. You purchased data. You purchased data. How can I explain it to you? You think that when you're loading a video on YouTube, that the internet is what loads that video. It's actually not how the web functions in a way. Because, okay, when you purchase 20 gigaoctets, there is a size to every video. And we all know this. Video, websites, everything has a size. So if you want to play a video, it has size. So let's say it has full 514 megabytes. in terms of its size on the internet, on YouTube. That means you will consume 514 megabytes of data from your internet connection. And when you exceed the limit of 20 gigaoctets, you will no longer be permitted to watch videos. It's not because of a shortage of the internet, it's because of your data that you bought. If you want to watch more, you need to get more data, right? To watch more data size, more gigaoctets. And so particularly, there's a lot of data in the world. YouTube videos, Google search engine full of websites, pages, Wikipedia, everything. The web is full of websites with data, of videos with data. And so these large language models are programmed based on the web data, what exists out there. And they have been programmed by data scientists. They collected a lot of data and then they basically cleaned that data. They did what we call data cleaning, because you can't just take a YouTube video and put that video or book and put it there without cleaning the data. So they have removed irrelevant content, corrected formatting issues with that data. Then they took a model, right, an AI model, and they trained that model based on their data. It's almost like taking a human brain, taking some data, and then plugging that data onto the human brain, and now the human knows everything. So I want you to think of it like the Matrix. In the Matrix trilogy, or Matrix sequel, you can remember that, for example, when Trinity wanted to learn about how to fly a helicopter, she asked the programmer on the other side of the Matrix in the real world to give her, or to teach her quickly and to learn how to drive that, how to fly the helicopter. And so he installed a program in her brain so that she can fly the helicopter. This works pretty much the same way with large language models. At first, they don't know anything. Second, when you put data into them, now all of a sudden they know a lot of things. They know who's the first United States president. They know about Excel. They know about how to get a job. They know everything because they have been fed a lot of data. Plus, there is a distinction. There's what we call static models or static LLMs. These, they do not know anything besides the data that they were programmed to know. So they don't have current data of today. So if you programmed them with data that dated up to 2021, like ChatGPT when it first came out, it would only know answers up until that period. It would not give you answers after that because it was limited, right, in its programming to a specific date. And there are dynamic large language models. These ones actually have the ability to browse the web. So does ChatGPT now. It didn't when it first came out, but now it does. We're going to dive into that later. But like I said, these large language models get trained. Then there's model testing, the evaluation of performance, how accurate are these large language models. Then there's deployment, which usually takes a long time and a lot of effort, a lot of capital. And then continuous, or basically rolling that out to the public, and then continuous improvement happens with public interaction. So that's pretty much resumes how AI large language models function. Now that we have explained this, in the next video, we're going to explain machine learning. What exactly is machine learning? Stay tuned, for I'll see you in the next video. Hello and welcome. In this lecture, I'm going to explain machine learning. So what exactly is machine learning? Machine learning is a technology that allows computers to learn and make decisions from data without being directly programmed. And this is incredibly important to give 1 minute so that we can digest what we have just heard right here. When I say machine learning, It's the ability for computers to learn without being directed, without a human being out there telling them what to learn and commanding them what to learn. This is very necessary in the system. Otherwise, we wouldn't have tools such as ChatGPT today. If it weren't for machine learning, if ChatGPT depended upon a human so that it can learn and perform better, then in this case, it wouldn't have gotten the results that we see today. Now, of course, here is how it works with machine learning. Data collection, data processing, of course, after collection to ensure that the data is good, that there is nothing that can actually compromise us humans, nothing too dangerous, nothing risky, and training the model based on that data collected and processed. Then, of course, testing the models. And the model, after the model gets tested, of course, the model will only make predictions. A tool like ChatGPT, for example, doesn't give you a response and then says, well, this is an accurate 100% response. But it gives you the response. And of course, at the bottom of ChatGPT, it is written clearly that ChatGPT can sometimes make mistakes. So you shouldn't be going around thinking that these tools do not make mistakes at all. Because as a matter of fact, it's not that they make mistakes, but they make predictions to the best of their ability, to the best of what they have been programmed around. And that's pretty much it. So now that we've explained what machine learning is, let's explain deep learning. What exactly is deep learning? Deep learning is a subset of machine learning, involving neural networks with many layers. It enables computers to learn from data in a way that mimics brain or human brain function. What is the difference here? The first one, machine learning, enables computers to learn, but it's not mimicking human brain function. It's just learning data, processing that data, and then learning from it, and then making predictions. Deep learning, on the other hand, is a breakthrough because it helps these LLMs to mimic us human beings. That's why the responses that you're going to get from some of the AI tools that you're going to learn in this course are absolutely good, and they're pretty much similar to how a human would respond, and even better in most times. Now, this is how it works. There's a data input, then deep learning or deep neural network. The data goes into the deep neural network. Then there is a feature extraction from that data. Then the model learns some patterns from the data. And then there is predictions that happen. And in a certain way, this is also what we do humans. What we do, we have ways that we get an input. So we have our eyes, we have our nose, the senses in general. That goes and transmits signals into the brain. Then the brain extracts by sending signals to the body. And then we develop a pattern. And basically, that's how we live our life. We live our life by developing patterns, a pattern of language, going to a job, a pattern of maybe taking care of our health, a pattern of making sure that when we are driving in the streets, we have a specific pattern that we follow while driving, a specific pattern that we follow while walking, and so on and so forth, while eating, and so on and so forth. And of course, there is the output, which is the actions that we take based on that. Now, coming to the definition of neural networks. What are neural networks? Neural networks are computing systems vaguely inspired by the biological neural networks that constitute animal brains. They consist of layers of nodes or neurons that process input data, learn pattern through training, and make decisions or predictions. And you can see that the more we're moving through, the more we're getting closer and closer to how the human mind functions, except for it's a human mind on AI. All right. Now, in this case, there's the input layer, data processing, hidden layers, learning features, output layer, making decisions and predictions, and there's the output. And now we get to the LLMs part of the course. So LLMs are large language models. And large language models are AI systems trained, like I said, on vast text data to understand and generate human-like responses. And they're capable of tasks that we all pretty much know, such as translation, summarization, and content creation, and a lot of other things, of course, which we're going to explore more inside of this course. Now, one of the most important large language models is ChatGPT, but there's a lot of other language models. ChatGPT is not the only one that exists, right? So there's ChatGPT, there's Gemini, there's Microsoft Copilot, there's Perplexity, Claude. All of those are actual large language models. There is more, to be honest. These are not the only ones that exist. There's more, like, for instance, Falcon, which is not really that popular. There's also the concept of tokens when we talk about large language models. So in large language models, tokens are pieces of text, such as words or punctuation, that the model uses to understand and respond to what you write. And every single model has a limit to the tokens that it can process. So, and this, I want you to make it simple for yourself. Do not complicate and get into the technical aspect. When I say tokens, I mean how much can these models process? How much text can they process? Because when you, for example, when you're chatting with ChatGPT, when you're typing your prompts, you can't continue typing forever and type 100 or 300 billion words. You can't do that. And even if you can, and even if you can't input that, ChatGPT won't be able to respond to you because there's a limit of how much it can process. Now, over time, it really got much better because at the beginning, it was able to process not very low, but low amount of data. And then they improved it when they released new versions. So it went from GPT 3.5 to 4, now 4.0. And every time they improve, the model becomes capable of basically interpreting more data and processing more data, or should I say tokens. And so, for example, ChatGPT by OpenAI functions using the GPT large language model. There's Claude, Llama, which is the Facebook LLM, which I don't think many people use, to be honest. Gemini by Google also, which I don't think a lot of people are quite popular, or it's quite popular with a lot of people. But it is actually pretty good. Now that we have debunked all of these definitions, it's time to move to the next lecture and explain AI facts in the future and future considerations to take. Stay tuned for I will see you in the next video. Hello and welcome. In this lecture, we're going to explain or discuss some AI facts and future considerations in the future. So, what exactly is the future of the world with AI? So, AI basically holds for us a future where technology is definitely going to redefine the possible. And according to Forbes, 75% of businesses actually, they plan to implement artificial intelligence in the next 3 years. And that is true statistics from Forbes. Now, of course, AI will also transform employment. And employment the way we know it is not going to be the same. It was never the same the moment AI came out. And it's only a matter of time before we can see that AI is going to really change the world of jobs in general. Now, by 2025, according to World Economic Forum, or WEF, AI could displace 85 million jobs while creating 97 million new ones. So, in the future, most people are going to be working in AI rather than in jobs, normal jobs that we know them. Now, of course, there was a lot of fear around, well, is AI going to take a lot of jobs? It's going to take, but it's going to create. And you can see, so according to World Economic Forum, 85 million jobs lost, but it will create 97 million opportunities. So it's a win-win-win because for the most part, we're going to have to work in order to improve and lead an AI transformation. Now, AI is definitely going to be the driving force behind tomorrow's industries. And according to Accenture, AI in healthcare is projected to reach $6.6 billion by 2021, revolutionizing patient care, all facts. And that was back in 2021. So you can imagine what the statistics are for today. Then AI was not as evolved as now, and still that came out to be. Now, the future belongs to those who prepare today. That's why you were here in this course. That's why you're taking this course. Now, only 22% of employees feel confident in their AI skills according to IBM. But I believe that with this course, you will actually be able and you will become more confident in your skills after you learn what you're going to learn in this particular course. So if you invest in AI education today, it is the key to unlocking your opportunities tomorrow. As we've seen, according to stats, it's a win-win deal. Now, let's talk about freelance writing opportunities just to give you an example about the things that AI can do so that you can get inspired. For instance, look at this book here, The ChatGPT Millionaire, that was published in 2023. This book alone generated thousands and thousands of dollars for its owner that wrote the book using ChatGPT itself. And this is not me saying this. You can actually check the QR code that I found inside of his book. And he himself is claiming he has used ChatGPT and Jasper AI to write down the book. So, which he ended up selling for a lot of money. This course here has generated more than $100,000 actually. And the course was actually created for the most part with the help of artificial intelligence. You can see here, for instance, the opportunities to work as a freelancer, writing content as a freelancer. And you can see in this case, the opportunities are a freelancer that makes $250 from writing a blog post. And AI can actually do a better job of writing it. Now here, see other people as well earning money by writing sales copy for sales pages, sales funnels, landing pages, and so on and so forth. You could also learn how you can write ad content, or you can use AI to write it for you. In this case, you can see this freelancer and how much he's earning. This person is writing emails for a huge price, $720 for 8 emails. I can show you how you can write emails better than any email writer. Some people are making a career out of proofreading text and making money, such as this freelancer here, who's made a lot of money doing just this. This freelancer is also making a lot of money from translating content. And I can show you that ChatGPT does a better job than any translator would. So now, let's get into a ChatGPT crash course. And in the next lecture, we're going to define what ChatGPT is and explain a couple of important things about this tool. Stay tuned for our next videos. Hello and welcome. In this lecture, I would like to define what ChatGPT is. So without further ado, let's get right into it. So ChatGPT is an advanced AI chatbot. When I say chatbot, it's pretty much an AI that you can talk to. You can get both visual, which means images as responses from it, as well as text responses from it. It can also interpret your vocal prompt, so you can record a prompt that we're going to talk more about it when we use the phone version of ChatGPT, because you can talk to ChatGPT if you didn't know that. Now you know, and we're going to practice it. And it can basically comprehend and understand data that you provide it with, and it generates human-like text responses based on the input and the details that it receives. So, for instance, if you give it poor information, if you give it information that you consider not enough, then it will most likely disappoint you with the response. It will not give you the response you're looking for. So I would actually recommend, as a rule of thumb, when you're discussing with ChatGPT, yes, it is smart. Yes, it is powerful. But I want you to always keep in mind that it's an AI, and it's only as good as the data that you provide it with. So if you really want it to give you incredible results, make sure that you provide it with the right details and put the time into it. Don't provide details that lack details and then expect a better result. ChatGPT is only as good as how good you are to describe what you want from it. If you can describe in an accurate way exactly what you want, it will give you exactly what you want and better. And it will shock you in a way that's positive. But if you give it poor information, if you feel or you have some sort of laziness in terms of writing down everything that you need ChatGPT to know before it can provide you a response, then understand it will give you poor responses. Now, this is the definition of ChatGPT. Now, what exactly is it? Well, we already defined it. Here's another definition, actually. It's an AI, large language model, an LLM, just like Gemini, just like Microsoft Copilot, just like Perplexity AI, just like Claude. All of these are what we call LLMs. We've explained LLMs and machine learning, deep learning, neural networks. And usually these LLMs are designed to understand and generate human-like based responses based on the input that you provide them, enabling them to engage in conversations and answer questions and provide information across a wide range of topics. Of course, they're programmed and they know a lot, so it's fun to converse with them. Now, what is the parent company behind ChatGPT? Who are the founders of ChatGPT? It's OpenAI. It's a company called OpenAI. It's pretty much made ChatGPT available for the mainstream. They stuck to their mission, which is to make it available for everyone to use, which is true, with the limit, of course. Everyone in the world is capable of using ChatGPT with a Gmail account or with an Outlook account, depending on you. Except for one thing that you have to realize is that not everyone can use it the same, because there are versions of ChatGPT out there that are only restricted or limited to people that pay. For example, I have the Plus plan, which we'll talk about soon. And I have some privileges that people without the Plus plan don't have. Now, ChatGPT, like I said, can generate text responses. It can also generate images. And it can also process pretty much anything you can imagine, from files, Excel spreadsheets, Google Docs, images. You can actually capture images with your camera and give them to ChatGPT, and it will interpret them. Now, the only thing it cannot interpret up to now, is videos. And it cannot generate videos without the help of plugins or GPTs. Now, in this case, we are waiting for the version of ChatGPT or the version of OpenAI, another software that can create videos. So ChatGPT, like I said, can generate text responses, image responses. There is a tool which is called Sora, and it's going to come out in the next months. And this tool is capable of creating video. Now, there's a lot of tools out there in the world that can create videos, and if you stick around for the course, we're going to teach you some of them. But you have to realize that nothing is going to be like Sora, because Sora is going to be able to create videos up to, I think, at this point, 1 minute video, and they're real videos, which you'll not be able to make a distinction between a real video and a Sora video. Trust me. And that is what's scaring a lot of people. Now, let's move on in our definitions. So what versions are there of ChatGPT? There are a couple of versions. There is ChatGPT 4, which is the plus paid plan, which I paid $20 for. There is GPT 3.5, which is the free plan. It was the first GPT version that was released. And it is pretty much free but limited. And it can only comprehend text and give text-based text responses. And then there is GPT 4.0, which is more advanced than GPT 4. And you can use it for free as a free user, except for you're going to be limited to your ability, so you're not going to be able to generate images with it. But you're going to be able to do other things. And the great news for you is that OpenAI has just released a statement that they have made the GPT store available for everyone. And in the past 2 weeks, when they released GPT 4.0, because it's fairly new, they made it clear that people can use GPT 4.0 for free, except for they're going to be limited to its abilities, but they can more or less use it for free. And you have to realize that in the past, without a Plus membership, you could not have been able to access the GPT store, which has a lot of GPTs, which we're going to discuss earlier in the course. Now, let's talk about GPT 3.5 version capabilities in the next lecture and compare it to other GPT versions. So stay tuned because I will see you in the next videos. All right, so in this lecture, we're going to talk about the capabilities of the GPT versions. You have to know that before using ChatGPT, when it first came out, there was only the GPT 3.5 version. That was the version that was up to that particular time. And that particular version was only capable, and still today is only capable, of processing text input data. So you cannot import data to it from your computer. It's not capable of taking images. It's not capable of creating images. And it also is not capable of importing or reading or browsing the web or reading links and interpreting links. It is yet capable of generating text. When I say text, it's also code, so it's capable of coding, capable of very complex tasks. It's super fast, but it's not as good as the other versions that we're about to explore. Plus, even back then and still today, if you try to use it as a free user, you will be able to do so, but you're going to be limited because you have to know that there's a lot of people also with the free membership that are using GPT 3.5. So there is a wait list. And generally speaking, when you use it for about 1 hour and more or less by a slight bit, you will actually be you will be asked to wait until you can use it again, because you cannot use it for an unlimited bandwidth. But you can still use it for free, so that's a pretty good thing. Now, coming to the improvement, GPT-4, which when it came out was worth $20, it is much more advanced than GPT 3.5, and it has limited prompt usage. So even if you buy it with $20 a month, you get the membership, you still will not be able to use it as much as you want. You still will not be able to use it for 10 hours straight. You will need to wait. And when you use it and exceed a limit of prompts, you'll actually be asked to wait until you can use it again, which usually is just about a couple of minutes to an hour. And this version is much more advanced than GPT 3.5. The only distinction is that it is more advanced, but it is pretty much slower in terms of the response speed of it. But it's capable of a lot of things, such as advanced data analyses. It can process images. So you see that little button over there that I'm pointing to with the arrow? You can actually upload documents to it. When I say documents, it could be Excel, PDFs, Word documents. You can upload images as well, and so on and so forth. And it can process the data. All right. So, and that's something that you're not able to do with the GPT 3.5 version. Now, GPT-4 capabilities are also the ability to browse the web with Bing. So when ChatGPT first came out, it was limited to GPT 3.5. GPT 3.5 was limited to a specific data. It was programmed with data up to a specific duration in time. And it was not capable, still today, not capable of browsing the web and getting new data based on what happens and based on the web. GPT-4 is powered by the web. It's powered by Bing. Why? It's because ChatGPT by OpenAI are competing against Google's Gemini. And so therefore, Google can never let ChatGPT browse the web with Google. But they, on the other hand, went to another competitor search engine to Google, which is Bing, that allows them to get accurate responses based on the Bing search engine. Now, GPT-4 is the dynamic version. GPT 3.5 is a static version. Static means it is programmed at a certain limit or a specific limit of data, and it has to always be updated every year. So, for example, GPT 3.5 is programmed up until 2023 in March, I believe, or maybe less. You can fact check me on that. And then every year it gets uploaded or updated regarding the new data, and so on and so forth. But GPT-4 does not need this because it has the ability to browse the web and get real-time data from the web. Now, GPT-4 capabilities, GPT-4 is powered with DALL-E 3, and it can generate images. When I say it's powered with DALL-E 3, DALL-E 3 is a model that was created by OpenAI, the same company that created ChatGPT, and that has created Sora, which is still not released, which is going to be capable of creating video. But DALL-E 3, the precursor of it, of course, was DALL-E 2, which can generate images, but DALL-E 3 can actually generate images inside of ChatGPT. And when I say DALL-E 3, this is fairly new because even back then when they released the Plus plan, DALL-E 3 wasn't a thing. There was only DALL-E 2, and we were not capable of generating images inside of ChatGPT. So what I'm saying to you now is after 1.5 years of improvement and evolving. So it's not like these features were rolled out at the first from the beginning. These are, for example, DALL-E 3, I believe it's about seven months ago when that it was released. So it's fairly new. And so it can generate images. You can generate images using DALL-E 3. Now, of course, GPT-4 also gives you access to advanced data analyses. Advanced data analysis is capable of analyzing large data. Also, it is capable of drawing curves like these. For instance, this is a curve that I used ChatGPT to create. This also, I used ChatGPT to create. This is not a tool. This is ChatGPT. And then this one as well. In this case, we also use ChatGPT to draw this chart. So you can see how good it is with advanced data analyses. It's really that good. All of these were actually created using ChatGPT, or should I say GPT-4. Now, of course, the most recent version is GPT-4o, and its capabilities are the same as GPT-4, except for one thing. It is faster than GPT-4, and it is more advanced. Okay? Now, on the other hand, the good news is that this can be used for free. So if you have a free ChatGPT account, you can actually use GPT-4o for free. The only limit is that you will not be able to generate images with it yet, and with also a restricted use of advanced data analyses. Now, the pricing models of ChatGPT, or the pricing model is, there is a Plus plan, which I have, and it costs $20, and it gives early access to anything. So if, for example, let's say that Sora comes out and it's attached to ChatGPT, we will have access to it. But if it is a membership on its own, then we will not have access to it. We'll probably go and need to purchase it individually. But in case they make it a part of ChatGPT, then we will have access to it because of the Plus membership. Now, you get early access to pretty much everything: advanced data analyses, web browsing, file uploads, get access to DALL-E 3 image generation, and you can create and use GPTs. Now, these features will be limited if you have a free plan, so you'll not be able to generate images. You will have advanced data analyses and file upload and vision and web browsing features, but you'll also be limited to those. So you'll not have the perfect version. And you will be able to, I think, access GPTs, but I don't think you will be able to create and upload GPTs or share GPTs, right? So you'll always be limited. Then there is the team plan, which is $25, and it's pretty much because this is for team, so it becomes a team account. You get a higher limit to GPT-4, GPT-4o, and tools like DALL-E image generation, and so on and so forth. And you can actually even create and share GPTs with your workspace in case you want to create GPTs that automate work. Now, that's pretty much it for this particular lecture here. In the next lecture, we're going to talk about, or we're going to dive into ChatGPT by discussing how you can customize ChatGPT. Stay tuned for I'll see you in the next video. Hello there and welcome. Now, in this lecture, we're going to discuss custom ChatGPT instructions and why would you actually really need to use them. So without further ado, let's get right into it. So first and foremost, go to Google and then search for ChatGPT on Google. And then I would like you to click on the link chat.openai.com. And from there, you'll be able to access ChatGPT. Now, here inside of ChatGPT, you'll notice that the settings are usually toggling back between here and here. Now, in this case, they are here. So I'm going to click. And I would like you to click on Customize ChatGPT. And in this case, you can start writing custom instructions on ChatGPT based on who you are or what you would like ChatGPT to be. So if you would like ChatGPT to be a lawyer, give it information about a specific lawyer. If you want ChatGPT to be an expert in marketing, give it information about marketing. Now, in this case, we'll assume that you are a digital marketer working in a company and so on and so forth. So I'm going to say I am a digital marketing transformation specialist. And I could say, let's just say 29-year-old male. My name is Jonas Alex or whatever. Jonas Nicholas. Okay, Nicholas. And let's say that Jonas Nicholas. Let's say that I have one kid, married, and let's just say I love dogs. I am a huge Elon Musk and Steve Jobs fan. I have read most of the best marketing books by Seth Godin, Philip Kotler, and Russell Brunson, and so on and so forth. Let's say that also I work a 9-to-5 for a Fortune 500 company. My role is to manage and create social media content on Instagram, Facebook, and so on. Let's say I have a marketing MBA from Harvard. My goal is to create my own company. I am healthy and go to the gym, let's say 5 times a week. How would you like ChatGPT to respond? Well, as an expert and genius marketer, and you guessed it right now, if I save, now ChatGPT is going to become that. Now over here, like I said, we explained about the ChatGPT versions, and you can see all of the versions here. I'm going to switch to GPT 4.0 for a second. And let's say that right now you want it maybe to do something. You want it to do a specific task. You can start with these conversation starters, such as morning routine for productivity, Python script for daily email reports, plan a relaxing day, message to comfort a friend. Or you can type in whatever you want right here, which is what I'm going to do. So I'm going to say write, or generate a image post on Facebook about how Sora is going to be the next Hollywood movies. Now, the reason why I say this is because Sora by OpenAI creates videos, and so soon enough, when AI is going to be as good at creating videos as Hollywood directors, then we would actually see an influx in movies like never before. And that's just a weird idea that I have. So it doesn't have to be true, but I'm just showing you an example right now. So here, as you can see, it has generated the image, the post that you can post to Facebook, and you can see that Sora in the back, and it shows a representation of Sora. You can always basically customize this. Now, if you have the ChatGPT Plus membership like myself, if you click on any image that you generate, you'll be able to customize by using the selector button. You can select anything you want to customize. And then right here on this field, you can add what it is you want to customize. You can always go back in time to clear the selection. And if you download this image, you will download it as a WebP file. So it would be recommended that you copy the image and then go to a software like Canva.com, and to format it properly from Canva.com by clicking on Create a Design. I see that by the looks of that, that's a Facebook Square post. So if I look on Canva for the keyword Facebook, I can find that there is a Facebook Square post, and you need to copy this image from there to here, and now you can be able to paste it in. Otherwise, if you download it like this, if you click download, as you can see, it's going to download, but it's going to be in a WebP file, which is unreadable, right, for Canva. It's not a file like a PNG or JPEG. So be better off to set your image or put your image in a Canva file. And also that allows you as well to edit your image. So I can go to Canva and click Edit Image. I can go to the adjustment feature. I can auto adjust. And I can scroll down enough and add some sharpening and some clarity. And I can actually add a name here. So I can say Sora AI post, for example. And I can click on the share button, click on the download button. And I can download this as a PNG. I can also download it as a JPEG, right? And I can click download. And next thing you know, we have an image. Now, if we want to create content, you can create content. And back to it, the reason why we've added custom instructions is because sometimes you don't want to always define who you are every single time. Maybe you want to use ChatGPT to and program it based on your information so that it can be a helpful assistant to you. So that in this case, you can just say, for example, my boss demanded that I generate an article for our website about, let's say, for example, about, I don't know, content creation with AI. And I can just hit enter, and next thing you know, it's going to go ahead and write an article. You can see it's writing the article right now. Content creation with AI, revolutionizing the digital marketing landscape, the rise of AI in content creation, idea generation, content writing, SEO optimization, da 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 da. And my prompt was not as detailed because I could have been more detailed, but you can see clearly that this is pretty good. So as you can see, this was custom instructions. In the next lecture, we're going to introduce you to the ChatGPT settings. So stay tuned for it, because that's also a very important lecture. Passive Income Jizzy wishing you the best and signing out. Hello and welcome. In this lecture, I'm going to explain ChatGPT's settings. So without further ado, let's get right into it. So here, back to ChatGPT. If you want to access the settings, make sure that you click right here. And then you can actually click the settings. Now, there's some things you need to know here that will allow you to customize your ChatGPT interface according to your liking. So if you want it to be in dark mode, you can select the theme dark. If you select the light mode, then it would look like this. It's a little bit intense on your eyes, not healthy. But if you want it to be like this, then you can make it like that. If you want it to be system, which is also light, and in my case, I use dark because it's better for your eyes. Now, if you want to show code anytime data analysis is used, you can activate this, which is going to trigger ChatGPT to show you the code every time you use the advanced data analyses. As far as the language, I would honestly recommend that you keep it to auto detect, which basically detects the language by just interpreting your prompt. So if you talk English, it's going to detect that it is English. If you talk Arabic, it's going to detect that it is Arabic, and so on and so forth. So pretty much, you can see that it detects that as well. Now, when it comes to the language, leave it at auto detect, to be honest. Now, archive chats, here you can manage your archive chats. You can see I have some archives chats right here. Now, what do we mean by archive? For this, I'll have to exit the settings. So for example, let's say that I have this conversation here and that I want it to be archived. First of all, conversations between you and ChatGPT are only recorded for about 30 days, not more. So you will always lose access to previous conversation older than 30 days. And so the way you can prevent this, if you want to keep some chats and you want to archive them so that you can have access to them all the time, then you can click on that particular chat if you're afraid to lose it. And you can click on archive. And then when you archive it, it's going to disappear from here. But if you click on your settings, if you go to your archive, if you click manage, you'll see that it is right here. And you can at all times click on that archive chat and you can get access back to it like this. And you can unarchive it, which means it will go back right here on the left side again. And that's what archiving means. Now, you can archive all your chats, right? That's also something you can do if you don't want to lose any of your chats. And you can delete all your chats if you want to delete all your chats. For personalization, let's talk about memory. ChatGPT has a memory. Memory is it remembers. So it remembers previous conversation. And so if you don't really want it to remember previous conversation, make sure that you turn this off. And when you turn it off, it will have a fresh memory every time you start a new chat with it. But if you keep this on, what's going to happen is that ChatGPT will have a memory. If you want to disable custom instructions, you can actually disable it from here, right? By clicking on this button to disable it. And you can also always go back by clicking here, customize ChatGPT. And if you want to remove all this customization, you can remove it. You can also remove this and save. Make sure it is enabled for all chats. And right now, there is no custom instructions. Now I'm going to click on settings and go back. Now here, when it comes to personalization, we've explained that. Now let's go to speech. When it comes to speech, you have to realize that ChatGPT can talk. So for instance here, if we go to this response, notice that at the bottom of every response, you get access to this button. If I click.
Certainly. Here's a draft for your article on content creation with AI. Content creation with AI, revolutionizing the digital marketing landscape. In the ever-evolving world.
And I can pause it like that. And you can see that ChatGPT is talking to us. You can copy individual chunks of text like this, in which case they're going to be copied with the formatting of ChatGPT. So if I go to a Word file, and if I copy that chunk of text, you'll notice it's going to be copied with the dark background. There is a workaround though. Let me click first of all to access this document. Let me show you the workaround that I'm discussing. So for instance here, notice that this is the document. Now, let me first of all, just wait a second. So if I paste this like that, you can see it pastes with the formatting. But if you paste it like this, you can see that it no longer has the formatting. And there's also another way. You can copy everything. If you want to copy all the text, you can click copy from the bottom. And that will copy everything for you. You can go, and if you copy it that way by copying to clipboard, if you paste it, it will have the ChatGPT formatting. Let's close this one. All right. So you can always regenerate a different response than this. So if you don't like this response, if you click regenerate, in this case, you'll notice that ChatGPT is going to start creating another article because let's say we didn't like the first one. You can always pause ChatGPT's answer by clicking on the pause button. And you can see that now it stopped. And you can see here that it gives you this ability to like or dislike a response. And that's because here from the instructions in the settings, if you go to data controls, we have enabled improve the model for everyone. So this means that we are part of improving ChatGPT. That's why we have access to the button to like or dislike a response. If you disable this, you will no longer have the ability to like or dislike, and you will not be able to improve ChatGPT for the community, and subsequently you will not be able to improve it for yourself. But there are people that don't like to be part of this game, so they like to not have the ability to like or dislike. They're just here to get responses. And by the way, you don't have to like or dislike a response. It's not like you have to do it. But you can do it if you have a sense of responsibility and you want to improve the model for everyone. Now, if you want to change the model, you can change the model for every time. So this response was generated using the 4.0 model. If you want another response using the GPT-4 model, you can click. This will trigger ChatGPT to regenerate another response, except for this time around, it's going to be in the GPT-4 model, right? Using GPT-4, not GPT-4.0. And you can always pause a response, like I said. Now, I can also generate a different response using the GPT 3.5, but I'm not going to because in this case, we're not even able to do that because you can see that we generated an image. So any chat with an image in it, you'll not be able to generate a response with GPT 3.5. But here, let's say that you want ChatGPT to continue after you stopped it. You can click continue, in which case it's going to continue generating the responses, right? So as you can see, it's continuing to generate, and you can always pause it. And if you don't like this, if you want to start a new chat, you can always click right here, and you can particularly start a new chat, and you can ask a different question. And the first question that you ask is generally what's going to give a name to your chat. So you can see the name is being given in real time. And you can always click right here on the rename button, and you can say, well, healthy day, and you can give it a name. You can at all times delete chats by clicking the delete button. Delete. You can delete as many chats individually. And if we go back to the settings here, if I go to settings, notice that in data controls, you can manage your shared links if you have shared any links. We'll talk about that, but you can export your data. So if you want to export all your data from your chats, you can do it. If you want to delete your account, you can delete it. The builder profile is related to the GPT store. We're going to talk more about the GPT store later. But here, if you want to be part of the GPT store, if you want to start creating GPTs, you must add at least your name to your GPT store, your name here, because every GPT that you're going to create is going to be attributed to your name. And you can even add a link to your website, to your LinkedIn, GitHub, and X. And what this does is it helps you get some benefit from the GPTs that you create, because the people, if let's say your GPT goes viral by any chance, they will see that it was created by you. And if you added your website, they will see the website, and that can help you get some extra traffic to your website for free. Now, the connected apps, well, you can connect to Google Drive, you can connect to Microsoft OneDrive for personal or for business. And for security purposes, you can enable multi-factor authentication or enable the log out of all devices. What this will do is it will log you out all devices. So this was pretty much it for the ChatGPT browser version. Hello and welcome. In this lecture, we're going to explain the 6 prompt engineering strategies that you can utilize to get the best results out of your prompts. These are recommended by OpenAI, which is the same company that created ChatGPT. So they must know a thing or two about the reason why they put those instructions in the first place. And as someone who religiously uses ChatGPT, I can honestly tell you that I used it a lot to the point where these prompt engineering strategies, I started to use them by default because of how much I've used the tool. It's almost like coding. When you code a lot, you'll almost become accustomed to a lot of things in coding, as opposed to someone who's a beginner who has to always remember that they have to do this and this and that before they can proceed. So let's get right into it, shall we? So go to Google and search for 6 prompt engineering strategies. The link by OpenAI is the correct link, and you can go there and basically explore the result. All right, so here are the 6 prompt engineering strategies for getting better results. Starting with the first one, write clear instructions. And in the clear instructions, what is detailed is you have to include details. For example, if I say, write a blog post, it's going to go and write a blog post, but about what? You have to indicate the topic. What is it that you want to write a blog post about? That's a detail. How many characters does your blog post have? How many characters is a detail. Do you want your blog post to include headlines? How many headlines? That's a detail. For what purpose? What type of audience? Is it for your blog, or are you writing it for a client? And do you want to write it in an emotional style or a professional style, or what kind of style? And so on and so forth. So the more detail you feed ChatGPT, the better it is. Because based on that detail, it's going to capitalize on it, and it's going to write a better blog post or article. And you can see that in the second order, there's ask the model to adopt a persona. So asking a model to adopt a persona is basically almost like saying, I want you to become Einstein now, or now you are Einstein. Now you are Gary Vee. You are an expert in marketing. By letting ChatGPT adopt a persona, you can really benefit a lot from its creativity. Because believe me, role-playing is a big thing. Now, use delimiters. Always limit. So for example, if you're going to write a book and you ask ChatGPT to write a book outline, don't just write it to write a book outline, limit it. You can say, my book only has 7 chapters, and in each chapter we have 2 subchapters, not more, not less. All right? And that way you can limit it instead of just saying, go and write a book about keto diet. Well, yes, it can go and write a book about keto diet, except for one simple fact, is that particular book, because you haven't specified how many chapters, it's going to go and utilize its own imagination and generate chapters or number of chapters according to its own imagination. And sometimes we don't want that. Now, specify the steps required to complete a task. Let me give you an example. Let's say you're going to do a big task, like writing a book. Writing a book starts off by writing the book outline. Then, after writing the book outline, you have to generate every chapter alone by itself instead of generating everything. First and foremost, by mentioning that to ChatGPT at the beginning, by letting it know that you're going to take it easy on it, that you're going to have it right now generate the outline, and then later on, you're going to have it generate the chapters, each chapter. Then it's going to realize, okay, now it's good. As opposed to asking it, well, go and write the entire 200-page book. First of all, it's not capable of doing it. Second of all, it's going to be overwhelmed because you didn't take the time and you didn't give it the time and to take some steps. You have to make sure that you let it take some steps. Specify the required steps to complete a task. Always provide an example. So if you're going to generate a book about keto diet, if you have some books in mind about some specific infamous authors, or you can just simply go to Amazon and search for some books about keto diet, and then you can say, I want you to write a book in the same style as this author. Specify the desired length of the output. That is key. If you're writing a blog post, if you just say, well, write a blog post about dinosaurs, well, yes, it's going to go and write a blog post, but it's going to write a blog post and you can't control the number of characters because you haven't specified that in the details. So specifying it in the details is key and is very important. Provide a reference text. So if, let's say, you wanted to generate an article about dinosaurs, it would actually be useful if you provide it with a reference PDF about dinosaurs or some study or some citations from some scientists. Split complex tasks into simpler subtasks. That is very useful. So when you ask it to do everything at once, you overwhelm it, which means the output is going to be poor. But when you ask it to summarize or to do things in steps, to do it slowly but surely, then you're going to get a better output, a much better output. Let me give you an example. Let's say you're going to do write a SEO optimized article about the top 10 tools, AI tools to use in 2024. It is sensible for you to go ahead and to do the following. You can get started, first of all, by warming it up. You can let it know what you want to do. You want to write an article. You can say, well, stop, don't write an article. I just wanted to let you know that I want you to write an SEO optimized article about X topic. Okay? Now we primed ChatGPT. We got it up and running. We got it warm, or we're warming it. Almost like a Facebook pixel when you're running ads. Now, when ChatGPT knows what is expected of it, now it is getting prepared. And now you can say step number 1. Now I want you to go ahead and browse the web and do some keyword research and find out the most important keywords that are searched by the most people that are going to get me the most traffic. And then list these keywords out to me in order of, let's say, in order of the highest searched keyword to the lowest searched keyword, as well as their keyword difficulty. Then it's going to go and do that. After it does that, then you can say, well, now based on these keywords, I want you to go ahead and now write the SEO optimized article. And you can specify, I want it to include headlines, subheadlines. You can even go as far as basically quoting how many headline number ones, or actually there's only one headline number one, but you can say how many second order headlines you want, how many third order headlines and fourth order headlines, and so on and so forth. And that is something you can do. Well, of course, we've seen that you can summarize long documents and so on and so forth. You can also do image interpretation, file interpretation. But in this case, you can split complex tasks into simpler subtasks, like I said, and give the model time to think. Do not always stop the model and say, well, it's a bad response. I don't like it. You're good for nothing. Make sure that whenever it gives you a response that you don't like, that you always have this consciousness, go back and say, maybe I didn't provide the details. Maybe I wasn't so descriptive. Maybe I didn't provide this. And always reiterate. Always ask it to provide it with another response and why you didn't like the first response and what you really want it to focus on. And trust me, by reiterating and adjusting, you're going to get better results. And by testing changes systematically, especially with coding, when you're coding a specific thing, an app or a specific thing, make sure that you're always asking ChatGPT to systematically give you the new version of the response so that you can basically get a better response. Now, this is pretty much it for this video. In the next lecture, we're going to discuss the ChatGPT extensions. We're going to introduce you to 2 extensions. which are for the most part the most popular and the best extensions that you can use. Stay tuned for the next video. We're going to go and discuss these extensions. Hello and welcome. In this lecture, I'm going to introduce you to 2 extensions that you must know regarding ChatGPT and that any ChatGPT user could really benefit from. So first is APRM Chrome extension, and this allows you to access about 4,800 plus prompts. It's a library of a lot of prompts that you can use for multiple purposes. And we have another extension called ChatGPT for YouTube, which also allows you access to transcribing any video. So imagine you can transcribe an entire podcast of 4 hours. So let's go ahead and check these extensions out. Now, it's at your own responsibility and risk. Some people don't like extensions. These are Chrome extensions. I get them from the Chrome store. Some people don't like to use extensions. If you don't want to use these extensions, it's up to you. But if you want to use them and find out how they work, you can do so. Also, make sure that whenever you install extension, you trust no extension but the Chrome Web Store extensions, because they usually they respect certain regulations by the Chrome Web Store. But don't install any other extensions that might have some vulnerabilities. And if you don't trust these extensions, if you're afraid that they might represent a danger for you, you don't have to install them. Now, in this case, let's go and let's search for APRM extension. Now, don't trust any other website besides this website, which is the Chrome Web Store, and go only to that website, and then you'll find the extension. It's used by 2+ million people and has a lot of reviews. If I add this to Chrome, you'll see that it's going to add the extension. By the way, I have the Pro APRM version, which gives me access to some more features, which we're going to discuss. But the Pro APRM version is not like the free APRM version. The free APRM version only gives you access to prompts, but the Pro APRM version gives you access to changing your language inside because here normally you don't have access to change a language, right? But with the APRM extension, you can actually change your language. You can change the tones and adjust these tones, and I pay $20 for that. Now, in my case here, this is the new ChatGPT. I'll have to wait a couple of seconds, and then you can see that it has been enabled. Now, the APRM free extension gives you access to a whole host of prompts. So, for example, if you want to write human-written, 100% unique SEO-optimized article, you can click right here, and you can type the keyword that you want to write an article about. So let's say you want to write an article about the extinction of dinosaurs. You can hit enter if that's the keyword you want to write about. And you can see right now that it's going to go ahead and start writing an article for you for basically free. It's writing it. It's SEO optimized, human written. And you can see right here, it is writing the article for you. Now, it might be sensible for you to add some technical or some ethical considerations. So whenever you're writing content with ChatGPT, I use a tool which is my Grammarly. And it enables me to check for plagiarism. Now, AI content, there's nothing we can do about AI content because even LinkedIn enables you to write content with AI. Facebook, all of these social media channels, they enable you to write with AI. As a matter of fact, Quora enables you to answer with AI. So you can answer questions by people using AI. So we don't have any problem with AI content. The problem is plagiarism. The problem is when content has a high percentage of plagiarism, because what that tells Google or any search engine for that matter is that this content has been copied from another website. And they don't like that. They consider it black hat tactic, which it is in case it is a black hat tactic in a certain way, because you're copying another person's content and using it for your own advantage. And so in order to check that your content has low percentage of plagiarism, I personally use Grammarly Premium. And Grammarly Premium, if I click here on New, it enables me to start a file, and I can actually copy paste content into it and check for plagiarism for that particular content. So I can go scroll a bit to the top. And right here, if you notice that this is the content, I can actually copy that particular content and go right back into Grammarly, and I can just click close, and I can place this in. And you can see that here we have the button, which is plagiarism, and of course, a whole host of other features inside of Grammarly, such as the generative AI feature, setting up goals, and so on and so forth. But here, it tells me the plagiarism is only 4% total, which is not bad. It's very low. If you want to change this, you can actually go to the sentence which has some plagiarism in it. You can try to change it. So instead of proposed, you might add the words suggested, for example. And you can see on the right-hand side right now, it would lower the plagiarism percentage. Now, dinosaurs ruled the earth or lived on the earth. And you can see that right now, the plagiarism is getting lower and lower. Now, there is no free tool to check for plagiarism, unfortunately. So you will have to use these tools. But coming back to the APRM extension, like I said, APRM extension enables you access to a whole host of prompts. If I click on the new chat icon, you can see right here, we have a lot of prompts that you can use. So prompts such as MidJourney prompt generator, how to write a book in one click, writing YouTube video script, writing a content calendar, writing or doing keyword strategies. And you can always toggle by clicking next to move and see other prompts. If you have a prompt in mind that you want to use, let's say you want to create an Instagram post, search with the keyword Instagram and you'll find that there's 100 prompts already that you can use. So Instagram post carousel content generator, YouTube and Instagram TikTok video script generator. And you can also see how many people have seen these and how many people have used them, how many chats or how many conversations have been started and how many people liked this tool. And you can see that that's actually pretty interesting. Now, this is the APRM Premium, the free version. Now, the premium version, which I paid $20 for, gives me access to change my writing style. So I can make it persuasive if I want it to be persuasive. And I can change the tone as well. So if I want to sound confident or I want to sound sarcastic, and I can also change the output. So if I change the output to, let's say, Portuguese, if I write the prompt in English, let's say I write, hi, it's going to respond to me in Portuguese because I changed the output. And this is something you can only do if you have access to APRM Premium. You'll not be able to do it using the free extension. And you can see that right now it is writing in persuasive, sarcastic style in Portuguese language. How do I know it's sarcastic? Well, I can just simply switch to English. And if I write another hi, now it's going to generate an answer for me in English. And it's going to sound sarcastic. All right, sure, Hamza, here you go. Of course, because everyone just loves hearing about the miracles of vegan diet, right? I mean, who needs a juicy steak when you can have a bland tofu and boring leafy greens? Am I right? So it's sounding sarcastic, isn't it? And that's just after I said hi. I didn't say anything else. I just said hi. So you can imagine that this is really interesting. Now, this is APRM. Like I said, you have access to a lot of prompts, which are automated. You just have to click on a prompt and then type whatever it is you want that prompt to do. 4,883 prompts to be precise. Now going to the other extension, which is ChatGPT for YouTube. Now, if you go and search for ChatGPT for YouTube, this extension can enable you to transcribe content. Again, please do not trust any extension besides the extensions on the Chrome browser. So this ChatGPT for YouTube, I already added it to Chrome. And I need to go and pick a YouTube video. All right, so here I am on YouTube. I can actually go ahead and take a video that I want to transcribe. Now, let's actually go ahead and search for Joe Rogan podcast or something like that. So I'm going to say Joe Rogan podcast. Let's take a large podcast. Let me show you that you can actually transcribe that podcast and turn it into text. Now, if I scroll down here, we have a couple of podcasts that have been uploaded. And by the way, just so you know, Joe Rogan is now, I think, able to upload his podcasts onto YouTube, even though he has a contract with Spotify, but he's now able to upload some podcasts onto YouTube. Now, let me go ahead over here and click on one of the podcasts. So, for example, this one by Duncan Trussell. I don't know who this guy is, but let me click right here. So if you click access a video, of course, the boring ads as usual. But if I scroll down, now let me just go ahead and close this ad because I'm tired of looking at ads. You can see the podcast here. Now, if I click, notice here that we have the access to this button, which I can click on it. And if I click, you can see that we have the entire transcript of the 3-hour conversation between these two people, which can be copied by clicking copy to clipboard. You can also ask ChatGPT to summarize, and you can also click right here, in which case it's going to summarize it inside of ChatGPT, and it's going to open it up. Now, I've already copied the podcast transcript of 3 hours worth of podcasts onto clipboard. And I can go ahead and paste it onto a Google Doc just to show you that this is true. It's not fake. So let me go ahead to the Google Docs right now. And I can just go ahead and click. All right, so let's just wait a second. Okay, now I'm going to click on this blank document. So if I click on the blank document right here, I can actually go ahead and paste in the podcast transcript. It's an entire 3-hour podcast transcript. with 35,000 words. So that is very interesting. You can also do such a thing as asking ChatGPT to summarize, and ChatGPT will give you the summary of this entire podcast without you having to read a single word. And so you can see it's currently working on it right now. It's a summarized error, but normally it would work. So this is it pretty much for this video. Now let me go ahead and explain to you how you can use ChatGPT for role playing in the next video. Stay tuned for that. Hello and welcome. In this lecture, we're going to talk about ChatGPT role playing. So without further ado, let's get right into it. What exactly is role playing? Role playing is when you take ChatGPT and ask it to take a role of someone who's an expert in their field. So let's say, for example, you want it to take the role of Gary Vee. It is possible. If you wanted to take the role of Tai Lopez or Grant Cardone, someone famous like Iman Gadzhi, someone that you admire, that you like, you might do that. You can do that. Let's go and check how this works. So make sure that you go to your ChatGPT on your browser and then ask it the following question. I'm going to say role play as Gary Vee. Or you could say you are Gary Vee now. You are Gary Vee now. Okay? So when I say role play as Gary Vee, you can see it's going to go ahead and take it in. By the way, you can always deactivate the extension. If it bothers you, you can go here and click on the extension and actually remove it from Chrome if that's not something you want to use. You also might find it handy to have the Grammarly extension installed. It's for free. The extension is for free, and it will correct your mistakes here when you're typing. Now here, at the same time, I want to switch to default. Everything to default is already there, and I want to start a new chat. And here I'm going to say, well, first of all, let me just refresh the page because you can see the extension is still active and it needs to go. All right, so I think that now, all right, finally the extension is no longer there. Now I can say, you are Gary Vee, right? You are Gary Vee. All right, so from the moment you say you are Gary Vee, ChatGPT is gonna really role play as Gary Vee. So it said, hi there, I'm Gary Vee, and I'm here to help you crush it. What can I do for you today? Whether it's advice on entrepreneurship, personal branding, or leveraging social media to grow your business, let's make it happen. That sounds good to me. Now, in this case, we're going to go ahead over here and we're going to say the following. So I'm going to say, I want you to advise me on how to build a fitness coaching business on social media. And if I hit enter, let's see what Gary Vee has to say. So here it says, well, define your niche, identify your unique selling proposition, know your audience, create a strong personal brand, be authentic, share your personal fitness journey, struggles, and successes. So authenticity builds trust and relatability. That sounds like something Gary Vee would say, by the way, because he always talks about authenticity. Consistent visual identity, use consistent colors, fonts. Yeah, I agree. Consistent your visual brand is very important. For example, for my passive income Gen Z brand, the colors are basically the color green and the color, pretty much the color purple, right? Now, choose the right platforms, Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, the content strategy, and so on and so forth. So you can see it really is very good at role playing. Now, you can have it role play as a different character, but of course, this is just us role playing as Gary Vee. Now that we've explained this, in the next lecture, I'm going to explain to you how you can write emails with ChatGPT, as well as improve email writing skills. This is a very interesting feature or interesting tool in ChatGPT is that you can use it to improve your writing skills and write better emails. Stay tuned for our next video. Hello and welcome. In this lecture, I'll show you how you can write emails and actually write better emails. So without further ado, let's get right into it because this lecture is going to help you improve your email writing skills. And from today, it's going to help you really boost your productivity because you're going to write a lot of emails. All right, let's get into it. So here we are inside of ChatGPT. I'm going to actually go ahead and start a new chat. And on this chat, first of all, define yourself. So say I am an SEO. Let's say I'm an SEO. Or let's actually take another example. Let's say I'm an HR manager. And I have been tasked by the GM or general manager to hire an assistant for him. He is our CEO, and we are an SEO company, and the name is Ahrefs. Let's say that this is Ahrefs, and you are an HR manager at Ahrefs, which is a very popular SEO keyword research tool. And let's say that that's pretty much your position. You've been asked to hire an assistant, and let's say, and now I have received this, or I have received an application from a profile that I think is a good fit. Right, good fit. Generate a short professional email to invite let's just say the candidate for a primary HR interview that will take place on and let's say it's going to take place on the 5/30/2024 at, I don't know, maybe let's just say 15:30 p.m. Now, if I hit enter, right now, ChatGPT is going to go ahead and it's going to start writing the email. So you can see now it's writing an email. Dear, and here you can put the candidate name. I hope this email finds you well. Thank you for the application for the assistant to the CEO position at Ahrefs. After reviewing your profile, we believe your qualifications and experience make you a strong candidate for this role. We would like to invite you to the primary HR interview on May 30th, 2024, 3:30 p.m. This interview will take place at our local office, and you can put the office address. Please confirm your availability for the interview at your earliest convenience. If you have any questions or need any further assistance, feel free to reach out to me. We look forward to meeting you. Best regards, Hamza Rouan, HR Manager, Ahrefs. Of course, it knows my name, right? So now let's say the interview took place, and now you want to send an email to say that they have been accepted. I'm going to say the interview took place and they have been accepted. So write a congratulations email with the contract attached, also specifying when the job would start on, let's say the person is going to start the job at 6/8/2024. Now, like I said, the more detail you provide ChatGPT, the better. Obviously, in this case, we didn't really provide it that much detail, so it's going to write using only the detail that has been provided. And here is the message. Dear candidate name, I hope this message finds you well. I'm pleased to inform you that after a careful consideration, we have decided to offer you the position of assistant to the CEO at Ahrefs. Congratulations and welcome to our team. Attached to this email, you will find your employment contract. Please review the document, sign it, and return a copy to us by and specify the deadline. Here, your official start date will be at June 8, 2024. We're excited, And you can see that whenever there's something you have to fill, it always gives you the custom field so that you can go and fill it. Because obviously, I didn't indicate when the deadline would be to submit the contract. So it tells me, ChatGPT tells me that you have to specify when it should start. And also, some placeholder text here, you have to add your contact information, phone number, so on and so forth. So right now, let's say that you want to take an email and you want to improve it. Now, let's go ahead and take an email that I may have sent in the past. All right, so I'm subscribed to this new newsletter by this person called Ben Settle. And here he has some very interesting emails. Now let's go ahead and take one of the emails. And let's say that in this case, you want to take this particular email, you want to improve it. Now, it's a pretty big email, by the way, because this is not just an email. It's a huge email. But now let's go ahead and copy this particular email right here. And let's go back to ChatGPT and let's say the following. Let's say, hi, improve this email. And you can add the email which you want improved. You can place it in. And it's going to go ahead and improve the email. Now, obviously, this is not just an email. This is obviously something to sell something. He wants to take us to this link to buy some kind of a course or some kind of a thing, because this is a newsletter, and you can see here that he took us here. Obviously, this is a landing page. But now let me just close that for a second and go back to ChatGPT. You can see that right now it is creating a better version of the email itself. So it took that email and makes it better. I can also customize it. So I can say shorten the email to a maximum and keep the message clear. Now, let's say that's something you want to do. Eventually, it's going to go ahead and do it. So you can see here, it's starting to write the email. It's shortening it. and it's keeping the message relevant. So we went from this, all of this, to just this, right? Which is sometimes better, because if you can say this, all of this, if you can say it in just these couple of paragraphs, it would be better. So this is it pretty much for this video. I hope you liked it, because in the next lecture, we're going to introduce you to the GPT store. Stay tuned, because the GPT store is a very important part of the course. I'm going to introduce you to it. But at the same time, in the next lecture, we're going to create 3 GPTs. One GPT which can create advertisements or ad copy, one GPT that can write your emails, and one GPT that can actually be your sales assistant, actually 4 GPTs, and one GPT for customer care. Stay tuned, because the next video is going to be very interesting. Hello and welcome. In this lecture, I'm going to introduce you to the GPT store. Consider it like the new app store. The GPT store is where little GPTs are contained. Every GPT is specialized at a specific task. Globally, ChatGPT is capable of everything from generating images to text to content creation, everything. But you have to prompt it. You have to prompt it, prime it. You have to take some time before it knows what you want it to do, and then it becomes better at it. But when it comes to GPTs, they're programmed to do one thing and one thing only. So if you have a logo creation GPT or a logo creator, it is only programmed to create logos. If you take a writer GPT, it only is programmed to write. So these GPTs are very useful because they're programmed to do one task. They're binary, right? Now, the GPTs that we're going to create in this particular application are Facebook Ad Copywriter GPT. We're also going to create this GPT, which is an email writer that can write your emails on an automated basis. We're going to create a sales assistant GPT, which can assist you become your sales assistant, and then your customer support GPT. If you basically have questions and you want to answer them as a customer support agent. Now, these are all examples that I took. Of course, we can create more GPTs, but these are just some simple examples. Without further ado, let's get right into it. So in order to access the GPT store, first of all, let me click on a new chat here. Normally, you'll have to find the Explore GPTs here. If you don't find it, like myself in this case, you can either refresh the page, in which case you'll find it. If it persists, go to Google and search again for ChatGPT. In my case, I guess I have to do the latter. So I'm going to go to Google, search again for ChatGPT, access it again from the browser, and then we have ChatGPT here. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to explore the GPT store and quickly go over what GPTs are all about. Personally, I've created over 35 GPTs. You can see some of them here: Ad Wolf, Fit Guide Coach, Decision Navigator, and so on and so forth. And I can click to see more. So obviously, these are all the GPTs I created. And if I click on Explore GPTs, and by the way, there is a course on Allison specifically for creating GPTs that you can go and take by me. Now here, let's say that you are inside of the GPT store, and you want to use a GPT that is specialized in code. You can click on this code Copilot GPT. It has been used 1 million times in conversations. 25,000 reviews, #1 in programming, and you can start a chat with it. And you can ask it to program whatever you want it to program. Now you can say, write a Python code to create a snake game. The famous snake game. Now here it's saying, well, let's create a snake game. And here it's giving you all of the information, and it's going to start writing the code as well. So you can see the code here. Now you can stop it and go back to shop for more GPTs that you can use them for free as of now. And if we scroll down here, as you can see, we have a lot of GPTs. Some of them are specialized in creating coloring books. Some of them are specialized in analyzing data, writing. Some of them are specialized in Canva, for example. We're going to view this GPT. Some of them are specialized in creating PowerPoint presentations for you, and so on and so forth. So there's a lot of GPTs out here that you can actually find, and they're for free. Now, let's take this one, for example, the one that creates PowerPoint presentations. Let's actually go ahead and click it. Now, this has been used 300,000 times. Let's check the other one. Let's actually check this one instead. Let's see which one is better. I think that the other one is better. Now, let's click here. Let's say you want to create a presentation about AI and the dangers of AI. You can say, create a 5 slides presentation about the dangers of AI. And these are almost like apps, right? Apps on the App Store, except for they're apps specifically designed to help you do a specific task. And here, if I click allow, This is amazing because it's going to create a presentation. It's going to create an entire presentation for you without you having any skills, whether whatsoever, in creating presentations. It doesn't take more than 1 minute, and it's going to create an entire presentation that you can present at work. And you can even use it as a framework. And here it gives you the download links to download every slide. So here's slide number 1. It shows you what slide number 1 actually looks like, and it gives you the link. So if you click on that link, it will take you to slidegpt.com, which is a website specifically designed to create these types of presentations. And you can be able to download your slides, put them on a PowerPoint presentation, and then you can have a PowerPoint presentation. There's another way of doing this, of course. There's another way of creating presentations, which we're going to talk about. And you can see here, this is the slide. And you can be able to download this slide by just clicking on this button. And you can see that this is not just one slide, these are 2 slides. And if I click on download, I can download it as a PowerPoint or as a Google Slides or as a PDF. If I download it as a PowerPoint, it's going to give me the slide as a PowerPoint. And guess what? That's incredible because I didn't really do anything much of just specifying what it is that I wanted. Also, it adds images to the slides, everything. So here you can see this is the slide. I can open it up in PowerPoint, and you can do pretty much the same thing for all the other slides and then create a joint PowerPoint where you add all the slides into one PowerPoint file and save it to your computer. If I click on activate the modifications, you can see this is a PowerPoint presentation, and this is completely editable. I can edit this stuff, so I can edit the text. It's completely editable. And I don't think that there's many ways of how you can do this for free, right? So this is really amazing. Now, we can exit. Let's say that you want to, let's say, for example, maybe use a GPT that creates logos. Personally, I have some GPTs that I have personally created. This one can create logos. So if I click on it, I just have to say, well, my brand is let's just say hot dogs. We sell hot dog sandwiches. And designing a logo for hot dog sandwich, it's going to ask me a couple of questions. You can either decide to answer those questions or to just say, well, just design a logo. I don't want to answer any questions. You can just pause it and say, well, design a logo from your imagination. But normally I program the GPT to ask these questions in the first place because you can't just be generating logos without providing us with some details about your logo. For example, what are your brand colors, the tone, your target audience? All of these are really important and incredibly important in creating a logo. And you can see here that my GPT is incredibly capable of creating logos. This one is a very good logo for Dog's brand. But now let's get back into it. Let's click on Explore GPTs. There's a lot of GPTs. If you want to create a GPT, click here on the Create button. Now let's start off by creating a customer assistant GPT. And here's how you do it. Well, let me click on Create. Here, I'm going to say, I want to create a customer support agent. And I just have to hit Enter. Now, it is discussing with whatever plugin it's discussing with, and it's trying to figure out a name for my GPT. It's going to suggest a name. It's going to tell me, what do you think about this name? So here it says Support Buddy. Well, actually, it's pretty good. I'm going to say, it is good. Now, suggest a great minimalist, clear logo. And it's going to suggest a logo to you. And if you don't like the logo or the name, you can actually change it. You can ask it to change it, or you can just go to Configure and change your name directly from here. Also change the description. You can also change these conversation starters by deleting some of them, adding some, and so on and so forth. You can also disable web browsing or disable DALL-E. You can add some documents that would probably help your GPT to be better. And you can create an action by connecting to a specific API if you're a developer. Now here's the logo. If you like your GPT the way it is now, you can just say, well, okay. But let's say that you're creating this GPT for people that are calling about a specific product. So you can say, my product is iPhone, for example. Be the support agent for that. Now here, it's going to say, well, if your product is iPhone, let me go ahead and update my GPT to know everything that there needs to be known about iPhones. And now it's going to become better equipped to support people for requests regarding an iPhone. Now you can change these conversation starters, like I said, from configure. And once you're satisfied with your GPT, you can actually go ahead and upload or update. It's asking us to try it on the preview, so I can actually go ahead and ask some dummy question. And sometimes if it doesn't add your name here, you can add it manually. And when you're satisfied, you can go ahead and click on create. You can publish this to the GPT store, select a niche. I'll leave it to productivity and I'll click save. And now people can go ahead. Now I don't know anything about iPhones, but let me go to Google and let me actually search for an iPhone. So I'm going to go and search for iPhone. Let me take an iPhone, a phone, right? Such as this one, for example. And let's say I have a problem with it, right? Let's say I don't like maybe something about it. Now let me go ahead and copy this particular iPhone. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to go back to my customer agent. I'm going to click on View GPT so that it can show me the GPT. And I'm going to say my iPhone Pro Max doesn't have internet access. That's some common question, right? That is asked to customer support agents. Let's say someone is struggling to activate the internet connection on their iPhone. You can see here right now it is guiding me. This is really incredible. This is really incredible. You can see it's guiding me on what to do. Go to settings, cellular, ensure cellular data is turned on. If you're roaming, ensure data roaming is also enabled. I don't know anything about iPhones because I don't have an iPhone, but you can see here that it makes sense. It's giving me solutions such as checking cellular data, restarting your phone, check your software updates, reset network settings, check carrier setting update, remove and reinsert SIM card, contact your carrier. That's the final solution. And so you can see that our customer support agent is more than equipped to answer with iPhone related questions. Now let's go ahead and create another agent. This time is going to be a sales assistant. Now click on Explore GPTs. We're going to make it quick. If you click on the create button this time, we can go ahead and create it. So I'm going to say, I want to create a customer or a sales rep for iPhones. All right, now it's going to go ahead and proceed. So you can see it's saying, let's start by giving a GPT a name. How about iPhone Sales Pro? Well, I'm going to say just Sales Pro is enough. By the way, you can't use names such as iPhone in your GPT because it's against their policy. And you will not even be able to publish the GPT if you try to. Now, this is just an example. I'm just taking the iPhone as an example. Here, right now, is generating a profile picture, as you can see. And let's see if we like it. Actually, I do. So I'm going to say, yes, I do like it. Now, make sure that you go and learn everything about iPhones. So right now, it's going to go ahead and learn everything about iPhones. And now if I ask it, well, I have $470, what type of iPhone can I buy with that money? So right now, it's going and learning about iPhones. You can always make sure that you go to configure and see if the name is there, because if it's not there, you'll not be able to put your GPT and publish it to the GPT store. Now here, as you can see, it is learning everything about iPhones. So that's a good thing, because later on, I'm going to ask it, well, I have a budget of $470. Find me an iPhone for my budget, right? Or what type of iPhone should I buy? Now let me go ahead and first of all, click on create, publish to the GPT store. Let's just leave it in productivity there, and let's click on save. So right now, let's go ahead and do this, right? I'm going to view the GPT for 1 second. And let's do this. So I'm going to say, I have a 400. All right, let me just pause because I just wrote a mistake there. Now I'm going to pause it for a second. Pause. Let me go to the top. Let's click here. So I'm going to say, I have $470. What iPhone is the best to get? I'm going to click send. So here it says with an iPhone with a $470 budget, the best iPhone option for you is the iPhone SE 3rd generation. Here's why it's a great choice. Price, All right, so I'm going to say provide me with a link to the iPhone. So right now it's going to go ahead and browse the web, and it's going to find me a link where I can actually go. And if you're building this for someone, let's say you're building this for a client, and that client is using it as a sales assistant, then they will give you the link to their store, And then whenever people ask, well, give me the link to the store, the GPT is going to give them the link to the store where they can go and complete a purchase. Now you can see right here, it gives us the links. Let's go and see the 3rd generation iPhones. You can see buy iPhone SE Apple. Let's see if the price is good. Yeah, that's actually $429. Very interesting. So you can see clearly that the GPTs are quite smart, but it also depends on how smart you are when it comes to creating them. Remember that you can click right here at all times and click on Edit Your GPT, in which case this is going to take you back to the editor, and you can re-edit your GPT. Now, I don't know. Actually, it's loading. And if you add any updates to it, you can update it from here. You can also share the GPT with some people by getting the link and sharing it with some people on social media. But now let's move on. Now the next GPT is going to be an email writer GPT. So without further ado, let's go ahead and create that. I'm going to click on Explore GPTs, click Create. Let's say right now you want something to automate your emails. So you say, I am a digital marketing specialist. I want to create a GPT to automate my emails, right? If I click enter, right now it's going to proceed. And so as you can see, it says, great, let's start. Email automation assistant. I'm going to say email assistant or email writer is better. So right now it's going to go ahead and take email writer as the official name, and it's going to suggest a logo to me. Now, it depends on how much you want to program your GPT. You can put 10 hours in programming it, quite frankly. It's up to you. In my case, I take shorter time, but in your case, you can take longer time if you want to add more details to it, because that's what most people do. They take more time to create a GPT that would really solve a problem. Now here, as you can see, it's suggesting a logo. I like it, so I'm going to say I like it. And it's going to ask me, is there anything else you want to add? I'm going to say no, because I think I'm quite done here. So I'm going to say, well, the goal is to write emails, right? And that's it. That's the only thing I want from this GPT, is to be able to write emails about anything I want, anything I want. And from this perspective, I'm going to go to Amazon and I'm going to get a product. Let's say I want to get a product and I want to send an email to my newsletter to actually sell this product to them. Now, let's say I'm selling, I don't know, maybe I'm selling a treadmill or I'm selling these earbuds. Let me go to these earbuds. And let's actually go ahead and copy these earbuds. So if I copy the earbuds, if I go back to ChatGPT, here, you can either talk to it here. First of all, if I go to the configure, I have to write the email writer name. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to publish. So I'm going to click on create, GPT store, writing, save. That's it. So now I'm going to say, write an email that I wanted to send to my audience to promote this product. Let me go and view the GPT. So I'm going to say, write a promotional email to promote this product to my email list. And I can paste in the product, and there you go. Next thing you know, it's going to proceed. So here you can see your recipient name. We're excited to introduce you to the latest must-have in audio, and it's writing the entire email. Now to business. The last GPT. This GPT is going to be able to write ads or ad copy. Let's go ahead and go to Explore GPTs, click on Create. So right now, let's say, click Create. I want to build a GPT specialized in writing Facebook ad copy and generating Facebook ad creative design. So right now it's going to go ahead and propose a name for me, and let me see if I like it. So it says, how about naming this GPT Facebook Ad Pro? I'm going to say, yes, I like that. And right now it's going to go ahead and name it that, and it's going to suggest a logo or a brand logo for me. So let's see. So that's actually pretty good. Creative Facebook ad, very good. So I'm going to say, I like it. Now I am done, right? So if you're done, you just click on Create here. Make sure that you just wait for it to finish its response, and then you click Create, GPT Store, Save. You can change the category, but I'm not going to. And let's take another product. Let's say, for example, we want to, I don't know, maybe promote these headphones. They're Bluetooth headphones. Let's say I want to sell these headphones. I got to copy this. And I can go back to ChatGPT and I can say the following. Now it says that it couldn't go live. Okay, well, it's because it has the Facebook name in it. So I'm going to go and say add copywriter. And like I said, because when you use a name like that, it doesn't go, it will not be able to be published. Now I just added add copywriter instead of Facebook because Facebook is against their policies to write the name Facebook on the GPT. And right now, let's say now generate an entire Facebook ad campaign for this product. And right now I can add a product like that. There you go. And that's it. So you can see pretty much right now it's going to write. So it's writing the ad copy. Stay hydrated and motivated. Primary text, struggling to drink enough water, da 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 da. And all of this is from a link. I didn't really add anything else. And also it gives me, for A/B testing, another ad copy variation. So 2 ad copy variations. Another one, right? 3rd ad copy variation. That's quite incredible. Now let's see if it's going to generate an image that goes along with those designs, right? Ad copy design. Okay, so it only gives us the design description. It doesn't create the design, but I can ask it, well, create an image for design number 1. And right now it's going to go ahead and create an image for design number 1. Let's see. And as you can see, this is looking like a pretty good design. Stay hydrated and motivated. Well, I don't know what to say, but this is really getting interesting. And so hopefully you've enjoyed this video so far. Stay tuned for I'll see you in the next video, in which I'm going to show you how you can utilize the Canva GPT to create a PowerPoint presentation. Stay tuned for the next video. Is very interesting. Hello and welcome. In this lecture, I'm going to introduce you to the Canva GPT, which can help you create animated presentations effortlessly using Canva, which then can be transformed into PowerPoint presentations. Let's go ahead and check how this works, shall we? Now, first of all, go to ChatGPT, and I must say that it used to be that in the past, if you wanted to create presentations, you had to create them manually, which entails a lot of research, some hard work. Now, of course, let's not take the hard work because the hard work is very important. But we have to also understand that now AI makes a lot of the tasks that were hard a breeze. So if you're a student, but mostly a professional, who's basically asked a lot of times to create presentations regarding a specific topic or to present a project, this is it for you. This is your opportunity right now. So without further ado, let's get right into it. So here we are inside of ChatGPT. I would like you to click on Explore GPTs so that you can actually explore the GPT store GPTs. And in this case, as you can see, here we are. Now, secondly, what I want you to do is I want you to go to Canva or search for the Canva GPT, which normally you can either search for it or you'll actually find it if you scroll enough. You will see that the Canva GPT is somewhere around here. There it is. I'm going to click on the Canva GPT and I'm going to click to start the chat. It's number 1 in productivity, even though the reviews are not great, but I like it. So here I'm going to say, well, let's just brainstorm a good presentation that you can have. Let's say that in your job, you have been asked to create a presentation about the top ways to reduce spending in an industry, a large manufacturing industry. So here I'm going to say, I was asked by my boss to present a topic. And here I'm going to say 10 ways to reduce spending or energy spending in large manufacturing industries. And I can add the extra, let's just say extra closing quotation marks. And I can say, and let's say this presentation needs to have, let's just say 10 slides. So go and generate the scripts for the presentation. And because this is the Canva GPT, it can actually, either if you want, it can go ahead and create the presentation for you, or you can actually create it yourself. Now we'll try the first one because we're using the Canva GPT. But first of all, let's just let it design the script for the presentation, right? So let's first of all make sure it goes and designs the script for the presentation. Now, mind you that there are GPTs better than Canva when it comes to creating presentations. And we have explored one of them. If you watched the other lectures, you would know that we have explored one of them that can create an entire presentation for you without you having to do pretty much anything. So as you can see here, it is generating the presentation. Now you can see this is not bad, but it's not suggesting an image that I could put on the presentation. So I'm going to say every presentation or every slide must at least have an image in it. So rinse and repeat. Or I could have just said so generate or reiterate. This way it understands I was not satisfied with the first response. I want it right now to go ahead and to generate this presentation with at least telling me what image I should add. So here, as you can see, it is creating the slides. Now I'm going to add the prompt. Now I'm going to say, now generate the entire presentation on Canva and give me the link to access it for editing. And I can hit enter. So right now what this is going to do is it's going to go ahead and take everything here, now all the slides. Now it's, as you can see, it's talking to the Canva plugin. By the way, there might be some cases where the Canva plugin might fail. And for that, I have a solution. All right, so I have a simple solution if it fails. But now let's see if it didn't fail. I can see it didn't fail, to be honest. So it was able to create the presentation. Now, let me go ahead over here and click on the first presentation or on the first option. There's two options. We can also click the second option to see and compare both options together. From where I can see, the presentation only has 7 slides, which is okay. Now here, top ways to save energy, strategy, discover a key strategy, and then here we have upgrade machinery, maintenance checks, automation benefits, and here idea number 1, implementing LED lighting, idea number 2, and energy saving strategies. And you can see that it even generates the presentation with images, which leaves me with nothing to do. Now, the team of people, you can change this. So if you're one presenter, well, you could remove these people and you could just add your name here, right? Let's say that your name is like me, or I'm going to add my name, Rawan Hamza. By the way, I'm also an engineer. I'm specifically an industrial engineer. So that's a great coincidence. And I'm also an internet entrepreneur. So I stopped working in engineering, but now I'm an internet entrepreneur. And let's say you want to make the image a bit bigger, or you might want to go to the uploads and basically get another image. I have some interesting images of myself. This is in the Hollywood Hills. Well, this is not true. It's just generated with AI. I managed to use AI and swap my face with a generated character that I created from my imagination and put myself on the Hollywood Hills. But I can actually take that picture, let's say, and here instead of our team, I can say presented by, and here I can maybe put this a little bit next to this and maybe the image on the other side. And of course, I can increase the size of this image a little bit more from the top as well, like this. And then presented by, maybe I can reduce the size of it like so. And you can see that now it makes a little bit more sense. Presented by Ron Hamza. I can also select this, place it there. And I can take my image and even edit it. So I can adjust the filters, auto adjust. I can also scroll down and add a little bit of sharpness, a little bit of contrast, and go to the effects here and go to the shadows and go to the glow effect and click here. And I can add a light glow effect, increase the intensity, reduce the blur amount, reduce the size. And as you can see, that's looking good. So we went from nothing, idea, concept, to presentation. And yet we have 2 presentations. So we have 2 examples of a presentation. So it's not like it's just one. And yeah, so really, we went from nothing to this. Now, another way of how you can generate presentations, let me close these presentations, is the following. You can go and copy your own script, which is the hard way of doing it, in case the Canva plugin doesn't work. Or the Canva GPT doesn't work. You can copy all these slides. This is, like I said, this is the hard way. It's not the easy way at all to create presentations. But if I were to go and basically copy all of these, if I went back to Canva, there's an option called Docs, all right? in Canva. And Docs enables you to add, or Doc enables you to add text, which you can then format. So, and you can transform into a presentation. Now, let me go ahead and show you. Like I said, this is a hard way. Now here, all you need to do is to paste in your text. After you've pasted in your text, you can go and go to slide number 1. It's the introduction. So click here on the font, turn it into a heading, right? Now, title is a subheading. And here, these are actually, they should be the body, right? So let's make them the body content. Slide number 2 is also a heading. And there is no title, right? Now, the title is basically, the title should be the title, right? So it should be pretty much different than, right? I made it into a subheading. I think I should make it into a heading. And I will just remove this slide number 1. I'll keep that content, okay, content, Okay, this should also go. All right, I'll actually keep content here for a second, but I will be clicking here and turning it into a subheading. I can remove it later. Now, slide number 2 is a heading, and then these are the body again. And then I'll do the same thing with slide number 3. It's a heading, and then these are the body. And I can actually change all like that. And what that will do is it will change all of these into the body. But then again, I'll just have to go again and do it again. I'll have to take the title, turn it into a heading. And this makes it easy for me because I don't have to do I don't have to take all the pieces of content and turn them into a body individually. This is if you want to go a little bit faster. And now I'm going to click heading. And of course, this, like I said, this is the hard way of doing it. It takes a little bit of work, but it's a game of passion. It's not bad at all. And in slide number 10, finally. Now let's say you want to go here. You can click on share, and guess what? You can actually transform this into a presentation. Now, in this case, there seems to be a glitch at this moment, but normally, if you want to transform this into a presentation, you should be able to see a button here that enables you to click on the convert button. I don't see it here, so I suppose maybe this is a, let's just say an update. But all in all, we've already created a presentation, but we've just shown you another way of how you can do it. And by the way, those presentations that we have created using the first method, if you remember, we can go back. We can always go back to these presentations and still edit them. So let's say you like this one, you want to edit it. You want to add animations because, like I said at the beginning, you can create animated presentations. Well, here's how you can do that. Well, for instance, this is the presentation. Let's say that you want to animate this element. Maybe you want to, well, first of all, these are grouped, which means that they will be animated together. So this element and this element are grouped into one. You can ungroup them, in which case right now there will be individual elements that can be moved around and not attached together. And if I go back just to show you when they were grouped, they're moving as one. But after I ungroup them, you can move them as separate. And then here, if I click, for example, let's say I want to animate this part that says energy efficiency strategies. If I click right here, it already has an animation with it pre-built using ChatGPT. But if you want to add a different one, you can choose the animation by clicking, and that will basically choose it. Now, first of all, remove the previous animation. Then you can go and animate it in such a way that you like. You can also take the second one and animate it differently. Let's say you want to animate it with a tectonic or block animation. Let's say you want to take the image and maybe add the breathe animation to it. And maybe you want to take the shape in the back. Maybe you want to edit the color out. You want to make it greener or a little bit more greener than before. And let's say you want to instead of the fade animation, maybe you want to add the wiggle animation or something like this, the flicker animation. And then maybe let's say in the back, you want to click on the color and you want to transform this into black. And then you want to take the energy title, you want to turn it into a different color, let's say white. And then you take this one as well, you make it white. And then let's say you want to go to the background and you want to go and get some image of Earth. Let's say you want to get some image of Earth. You want to go to photos. There's plenty of images. And let's say you like this image, which is about sustainability. You can take it and you can place it right here, or you can spread it across. Now, I'd like to place it here like this. I'm not going to spread it across because there is a shape here. And I'd like to actually make it bigger from here. And now if I click on the position and click to back, I can go and make it less transparent so that the text appears better. And you can see that right now it makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? So now if I actually go full screen, you'll be able to see that this is an animated presentation. Energy efficiency, strategies, large industries, it's animated, looks good. And you can pretty much do the same thing with the other slides. Now let's say healing systems and this image doesn't match. You can just remove the image and you can go actually and look for manufacturing plants because that's the keyword here. You can go to the photos. Now you can't expect ChatGPT to get everything correct. So you have to do something. Here, let's say you want to use this image as the one that represents the healing manufacturing or the manufacturing plants. You can place it in the center like this and do the same way that they have done, or the same thing that they have done previously, which quite frankly is not bad. Or you could just leave it like that in the center, or you might want to possibly position it here instead of the center. So it's up to you. It's up to you. You can even go as far as clicking the background and then changing it. So click here. First of all, before you change it, make sure you select the text. Let's say I want to make the text white. And I also want to make this one white. And let's say you go to the elements, and again, you look for manufacturing plants, and then you go to photos. And then let's say you take a photo of some manufacturing plant, like maybe let's just take some picture, maybe like this one. You can click on the background and then turn the background black so that when you add this image to the background, it will actually make perfect sense. Now, let me go ahead and show you. So if I actually drag this image like this, and if I were to position it to back and lower the transparency, you can see it's starting to make a lot of sense right now. You can see the background, but you can also still see the text. And you can maybe take this and go to the border weight, maybe add some border, and maybe even add some corner rounding if you want, and maybe take that border color and change it to maybe green or something different, maybe white, whichever color you want to use. I'll go for green. You can even go for this green, maybe click here and go for gradient. In this case, the color is going to be gradient. You can always increase the corner rounding and increase the border weight, right? If that's something you want to do, so it's up to you. And you can see that right now it's starting to look a little bit different, right? So it's starting to look like a legit presentation. You can also add a touch of creativity. So for example, I can go to elements here. I can click on a shape. And let's say you want to take this shape, place it right here. Maybe you want to keep it green, but you want to place a shape over, and then you want to actually spread it across till the end. And maybe you want to go here to the transparency option, and you want to reduce the transparency option of that. And let's say now you want to animate everything. Now let's actually select these two, or actually select these two, but ungroup them, and then select just these, group. So now this moves along with the shape in its back. And now we can animate this. So for example, I can go to animation. I can go for a different animation than the one that has been used. Maybe let's say I want to use the stomp animation. And maybe for this one, let's say I want to use a tectonic animation. Maybe for the image, I want to use a succession animation. And for the image in the back, you can also add an animation, but I won't do it. And if we click right now, notice that there's an animation that has been added. And you have to understand something about animations, that you can control them. So if you click on an animation, if you click right here on the animation, you can control the speed. So if you make the speed lower, you can see the animation is going to take a little bit more time. All right, so you can control the speed of the animation. You can make it faster. You can make it slower. You can make it both on enter and on exit, or just on enter, right? Which means that the animation is only going to show when you enter, but when you move from slide to slide, it's not going to show. Now, of course, you can appear on click if you would like. So by appearing on click, if you'd like to create a presentation like a webinar, and you want to appear on camera while presenting, you can click right here. And in this case, it's going to activate the presentation, right? You will be able to present. And by the way, you can also present by clicking here. And you can go on camera, right? So you can actually click on presenter view or preview and record. And you can actually start presenting and recording this if that's something you're interested to do. And that's a very good thing with Canva. Now, let's say that you're satisfied with your presentation and you're not really a big fan of Canva. Maybe you want to have it in PowerPoint. You can click on the share button. And when you click on share here, if you click on download, there's only as many options, PDF, but there's also PPT. So if I click on PPT, which is PowerPoint, it's going to download this as a PowerPoint file. Now, it's not going to keep a lot of the features of it. You must realize that it's maybe going to take away some of the features. It's not going to look as good as in Canva. It's also going to take away the animations, but you're going to have a PowerPoint version of this presentation that if you just click, you can see it's opening right now. So all I need to do is to just wait for it to open. And here we have it. So if I click on activate modifications, here we have a presentation, right, from scratch, energy efficiency strategies. And we have this as well. So I can't really stress it enough, but I think, right, sorry for that noise, but I think that you got the idea right now. And I think that from now on, you'll really have an easy time creating great presentations at work. And depending if you're still a student, maybe you're also going to create presentations for your class. But generally speaking, this is a skill that can help you either way. All right, so now that you know how to create presentations, let's move to the topic. How can you manage and plan a project with ChatGPT? We're actually going to show you how you can manage and plan a project. We're going to start with a project. So I'm going to imagine that I already have received the project by a manager. And the project, we're going to discuss it later because we need something to work with. We need to start from something. We need to say, well, we have this project and we can ask ChatGPT to help us plan both micro and macro. And it can help us with a lot of things, but I'll leave that to the next lecture. Stay tuned. Hello and welcome in this lecture in which I'm going to explain to you how you can manage and plan a project with ChatGPT, which is just incredible. All right, so we're actually going to go ahead and we're going to get started. So without further ado, let's get right into it. Now, what we're going to see in this lecture is how ChatGPT can effortlessly help you to create a plan for your projects, both long and short, all right? Long-term and short-term. So because with planning as an engineer, we studied that there is the long-term plan, which you lay for a larger period. It's generally for months to come. And there is the short-term plan in which you take that long-term plan. It's still the same plan, but you take that long-term plan and you actually try to divide it to daily tasks. All right, so let's say you have a project that needs to be completed in 3 months. You need to create a 3-month plan. The 3-month plan is usually macro. Macro means that it's an overview of what should be done, what must be done, the general tasks, just having an idea about what should be done, right? Then you take that, you say, well, okay, now we know this is the goal, but we have to divide this and cut this to tasks that we can do every day so that we can get to the objective. For example, let's say your project is to have an online presence, or your company's project is to have an online presence. Let's say your company is in the manufacturing of textiles and denim industries. So it's an industry that creates jeans and products, fashion products. Let's say they don't have an online presence and they hired a digital project marketer as a project manager to get them to the digital world by creating a Facebook presence, Instagram presence, and social media presence globally on TikTok and all of the above, as well as a website and a blog. And they hired the person. They said, well, you have 3 months to do so. This is completely possible to do, right? So it's completely possible to do. But the person has to know, okay, so I have 90 days. So how much time should I put in on Instagram? How much time should I put in this? Or should I actually do everything at once? Or should I start the website first? And then when I start the website, I can take the posts and post them on Instagram. What exactly? There needs to be a strategy and a plan. Otherwise, there's not going to be a result. And generally speaking, there needs to be a follow-up for the plan and also a planning diagram. Because, for instance, if I give you a plan of 30 days of work on an Excel spreadsheet and I say, look at this, this is the plan, it's absolutely going to be boring. But there are such plans that you can see on a piece of paper, and they resume everything, right? They resume the plan. What could be said in 1,000 words, they resume it in an image. Also, Excel spreadsheets help a lot, and ChatGPT can help you create these Excel spreadsheets to follow up with the daily tasks. So, for instance, first daily task is this, second daily task is this, and you can come and tick a box. And if you completed the task, you tick a box. If you didn't complete the task, you then have to put a day when you need to complete it, and you always have to come back to tick the box, and also put the date when the task was completed. So let's go ahead right now and design this. So first thing is first, I want you to go to ChatGPT. Now here we need to imagine a project. So let's say that I have a project, or I'm a digital marketing, or I own a digital marketing agency. Recently, we have landed a client that manufactures denim wear, and they want to create a blog and go online with an online presence. Right, with an online presence. So after this, I'm going to say the deadline is 3 months, and I must create, or I must enable this company to have an online presence across all of these platforms by creating content for them for all platforms. And let's say you want ChatGPT to create a 3-month plan. Now you say, now generate an Excel spreadsheet with the macro 3-month global plan to reach the target in time, and hit enter. So right now, after this prompt, ChatGPT is understanding, okay, so you have a project, the deadline is 3 months. These people, they need to go online. You need to create content for them across social media channels and also create a blog. And all of this has to be done in 3 months. So it's using what we call the advanced data analyses, because I've just given it a lot of data, even though the prompt is short, but I gave it a lot of data to process. So here it gives me the 3-month plan, which can be downloaded as an Excel spreadsheet like this. So let me go ahead over here and open it up. Now you can see it here. It's a global plan, which means that it cannot be understood on a short term. It's just a global plan that tells you the steps to do. So in this case, you can see that 3 months from June 24 to August 24. So what I should do: blog content creation, website development, SEO optimization, social media setup, social media content creation, email marketing setup, PPC campaign setup, influencer collaboration, analysis setup. So it has actually created an entire 3-month plan. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to actually say generate a chart that represents this plan that I can show to my client. And let's say, and it better be easy to understand for the layman. Now this is the global plan. The global plan is usually difficult to understand. If you were to present this Excel spreadsheet to your client, even if you zoom into the max, they're going to say, "Well, I mean, this is we're tired of spreadsheets. We need you to just give us a rough idea about what should be done." And also, you must realize that when you're working on a project, you have to let everybody, and we call them in French les parties prenantes, which means the interfering parts with the project. You have to let every side know what is expected of it. So you have to let the digital marketing department what is going to be expected from it all across the project, what is going to be expected from the financiers, what is going to be expected from the CEO, the sales manager. And so every side, you expect something from it. And this is the chart, which I can access by going full screen. And you can see here, and it can be downloaded as well. So this is the chart. Now let me see how this is going to turn out as a PNG. And you can see that this is looking quite good, right? So, okay, so, and this is all thanks to the advanced data analyses. Now, there is one issue, though. I actually can't see some text. So I'm going to say, I'm going to go out and I'm going to say, I can't see some text clearly. Please reiterate. I missed an E there, but it's going to go ahead again. And here, this is the plan that you can present. And now you can go micro. Micro is where you ask ChatGPT to set up a plan for every month individually on a day-to-day basis of what the tasks that you should do are in order to achieve the project, as well as to create a column where you can tick a box that basically means whether or not you finished the project. You can go into a deeper detail by adding macros to your Excel spreadsheet that follow up the performance, a percentage of how much have you achieved from the project. And you can also go as far as adding another column, which is the column reserved for emergency, in which you're not going to reach the target on time. So there's a lot of things you can do, and it's up to you. So here, it created it again. Now what I'm going to say, now create the micro daily tasks plan for the first month, outlining the tasks to achieve every day, as well as the departments concerned with those tasks that must collaborate with us to achieve the results. And also I'm going to say, and add a column where I can, column with an N, a column where I can tick a box every time a task is finished or is done, and add a macro that calculates the percentage of completion of the entire monthly tasks, and it should add up to 100% when all tasks are finished. And so now after this prompt, it's going to go ahead and proceed to generate a micro daily tasks. Now this also takes a lot of time because I asked it to create a macro. I'm not sure if it's going to do it, but hopefully it does. Because the macro, anytime you tick the box of, okay, I finished this task, the macro is going to calculate, okay, so finish task 1, we have 30 days, so that's 3%, 3.33%. Then if you finish the second one, that's 6.66, and then 10%, and so on and so forth. So here, as you can see, this is the VBA code. You can download the Excel spreadsheet here. All right, let me click. So the daily task for first month, Now here it says I can manually add the VBA macro to the Excel to calculate the percentage. So it gave us the VBA Visual Basic code for the macro, which is going to calculate. So from what we can see, it's not capable of doing it by itself, but you can take a course in Excel and learn how to add macros. Now here, as you can see, this is pretty good. And as far as the macro is concerned, all you need to do right now is to add it. And these are the tasks. For example, day 1, it is asking that we should outline blog topics, initial web design, keyword research, create social media accounts on day number 5. On day number 6, develop content calendar, design email template, research keywords for PPC, identify influencers, set up Google Analytics, pre-review blog topics, draft initial blog posts, finalize web design, start website development, continue website development, on-page SEO planning, create social media content, and then so on and so forth. And here, I can go back and say, now, break down how can I achieve task 1. Task 1 in detail. So now we went from macro planning to micro planning to micro planning. So for task number 1, let's say that you don't really know exactly what to do. you can still ask it, well, show me what to do. So here, for example, for this one, outline blog posts, it's telling us what to do, right? Outline blog topics, objectives, create a comprehensive outline of blog topics that will be engaging, relevant, and aligned with the brand's topics, or brand's goals, and so on and so forth, as you can see. So that's quite incredible. So hopefully you've enjoyed this lecture so far. This is pretty much it for this lecture, because in the next video, I'm actually going to show you how you can start using ChatGPT to help you plan your day for a more fruitful day, and also how to use it to help you follow up your tasks. Stay tuned for the next video is exciting. Hello and welcome. In this lecture, I'm going to show you how you can use ChatGPT to help you plan your day. When I say plan your day, I'm not talking about project management, because that, we basically viewed it in the previous video. This one is about planning your day for a healthier life. So without further ado, let's get right into it. Now here, going back to ChatGPT, I'm going to actually do the following. I'm going to say, and you can still see, well, it says, can you outline tasks too? So it's giving me suggestions, which is something I didn't see before. ChatGPT is doing this right now, so this is quite amazing. But let's go and complete. So now let's say I want to plan my day. So I'm going to say, I want to plan my daily routine for a better health. And I am, let's just say I am a male, married, with one kid, and age 29. So if I hit enter, right now it's going to take into consideration all the information I provided it with. That's of course just hypothetical information, because that's not about me. I just took an example. And you can see here that right here it says, morning 6 a.m. wake up and hydrate, 6:15 a.m. stretching and meditation, 6:30 exercise, 7 healthy breakfast, 7:30 family time, mid-morning 8 a.m. start work and until have a snack, healthy snack, afternoon lunch break, short walk, resume work, healthy snack, end work day, quality time with family, dinner, relaxation time, light physical activity, prepare for bed, bedtime. All right, tips: aim for 7 to 8 hours of sleep each night for optimal health. Tips for success: stay hydrated, drink plenty of water throughout the day, balanced diet, focus on whole foods. All right, and so on and so forth. So you can see here that it is quite interesting in this regard. Now, if you wanted to generate an Excel spreadsheet, so I'm going to say generate an Excel spreadsheet, right, with a box to tick regarding each task, and I'm gonna give it the basically send the prompt. So right now it's analyzing, it's using the advanced data analysis feature. It's trying to figure out exactly what it is that I want. And as you can see, this is the Excel spreadsheet. Also gives me the link to download, and it gives me the macro so that I can actually add it in order to add that little box that I can actually tick. So you see that you would always need to add a macro. But let's go ahead here. Let's click on here, click on the daily routine, and there you go. So this is the Excel spreadsheet. And if you want to add macro, go to the end option. If you click on macro, you can actually click here so that you can add a macro. Now let's just say, I'm not sure if this is going to work. You can add a button for it. Now you can add it in a specific file. So it's pretty much in this one. And here you can pretty much describe it. I can click on OK. And you can go over here. You can show the macros that you have. And we only have one macro. And we can go ahead and modify this macro. And in this case, we can pretty much go ahead and add the code. Right, so let me just place it here. And let's say that this is the code. The code has been inserted, and I can actually close this. Now, the macro is not working properly as far as I can see. Like I said, you can take a lecture about that, about Excel. Be better off if you take an entire course regarding Excel and learn everything about it. Now, this is it pretty much for this particular video. In the next video, I'm going to show you how you can utilize ChatGPT to improve your CV as well as a cover letter. Without further ado, Passive Income Gen Z wishing you the best and signing out. Hello there and welcome. Now, in this lecture, I'm going to introduce you to how you can use ChatGPT to improve your CV and cover letter. Know that ChatGPT can be utilized and is used to optimize your CV and also write a great cover letter. Imagine that you have 100 jobs In the past, you had to go and make sure you read these jobs, make sure you read them carefully, and then you take your CV, you adjust it to every single one of those job opportunities, because if you didn't do that, then you will not stand out and you will have a, let's just say you'll not have the first, your first impression is going to be not going to be good. So, in order to create a first impression, we always learn this from people in HR themselves that taught us about communication and about how to get a job. And when they taught us this, they taught us very clearly that in order to make sure you stand out, you have to at least read the job description. Because if you, let's say you're an industrial engineer, there's a job opening for logistics manager. Now, you might qualify for logistics manager because you're an industrial engineer, and let's say you have some experience, and you probably qualify. Let's say you qualify for the job of logistics manager. If you send the CV with the title industrial engineer instead of applying for a logistics manager job, you'll not stand out because the person is going to say, well, this is industrial engineer. We're not really looking for an industrial engineer. We're looking for a logistics manager. But if you make sure you state exactly the job opportunity in your CV, and that brings us to customizing your CV to fit the job description, not making one CV fit for all. It doesn't exist. Such a thing doesn't exist. There is no CV that you make and that you use it to send it to all the job opportunities out there. Because I know a lot of people that do the same strategy, but I yet have to live to see that any one of them has found any success with their strategy. But what worked for me, and this, what I'm sharing with you here, worked for me actually at the beginning and landed me a job in my first month after finishing school, was the fact that for every job I had created a different CV. I just went to the CV and I just edited it to fit the job description I sent it. And I stood out, right? I stood out and I got hired. And so many of my friends didn't get hired until after 6, 7, 8 months. Some of them never actually got hired, which is sad. But you have to be flexible and adjust. And now with the advent of ChatGPT and technology, you can actually apply to more jobs and basically fine tune your CV for every single job. Now, of course, you can also write cover letters to fit these CVs or to fit these job descriptions. And you can also apply to as many LinkedIn job opportunities as possible now with the advent of ChatGPT, because it can really help you out to write your cover letter super fast, as well as adjust your CV to these job opportunities. Now, without further ado, let me go and show you what I'm talking about. All right, so this is my profile on LinkedIn. And here on my LinkedIn, I can actually always click right here. And I could download my own CV. So if I click here, I can download my CV by saving it to PDF. It's only the LinkedIn CV that usually, with the experiences that I have here. Now, let's say I downloaded that particular CV. I can close. Let's go back to ChatGPT to another conversation, and let's get started. Now, we need a job, so I'm not really looking for a job right now, but let's go and take some jobs or some job opportunities as examples. So here's the job market, and currently there is a look out for AI specialist jobs. So let's go ahead and click here and look for some AI specialist job opportunities. These people are looking for a generative AI consultant. So let me go ahead and click on generative AI consultant, which sounds pretty good because I am a generative AI expert. So if we go, this is a job. It's the contract mid-senior level and so on and so forth. And let's say you want to apply to this job. Now I have my CV there, but I'm going to actually take the description of the job, right, like this. And I'm going to go into ChatGPT, and now we're going to make use of the feature, which is uploading. I'm going to upload the PDF, which is the CV, my CV, and I'm going to have it design another CV and tailor make it and fit it to the job description. So I'm going to say, make another Word document CV and fit it to this job description. And the CV must only have one page. And I can paste the job description and hit enter. Now, what's going to happen is magic. I didn't do anything here. I just took my CV, or not my CV, my LinkedIn profile. I downloaded it. And I basically copied the job description. And I went to ChatGPT and I asked it to create another CV and to actually give me the link to download it. Now, obviously here it didn't give me the link to download it. So I'm going to say, give me the link to download the CV. Okay, so here I'm going to click to download the CV right here. And let's go ahead and check this out. Now, I asked it to make this CV in just one page, but it went ahead and did put it in 2 pages. By the way, this doesn't have to be your CV. You can still edit this in Canva. There's plenty of Canva CVs that you can edit. I'm sure someone is going to create a GPT that can create CVs if there is not one already. And you can see here that this is the professional summary, key skills. Here, professional experience and other experiences of mine, and so on and so forth, as well as my degrees, which are all true. I basically took every certification from Google that you can imagine, from Google Analytics to Google Search Ads, campaigns, and probably taken more courses than you've ever taken in all your life. So, and a lot of certifications. But here, as you can see, this is good. So it creates the CV. Now, let's say, generate a cover letter to apply to the job opportunity. And by the way, here, you can speak to the person directly. So the person that's doing the hiring is Matthew Harris. He's a cloud principal consultant. I can actually go ahead and copy the information about him, go back here and pause it before creating this stuff. I can actually go back and say, generate a cover letter, and here is the hiring person. I can place his information, and I can also go and get some relevant information about the company so that they can understand, ChatGPT can understand what I'm applying to. Okay, so here, 50, the company is Energesia Group. It's in the United States, right? I'm going to copy this. I'm going to go back. And here is the company info or information. And place the information. I'm going to go back here as well, get some information as well from here. And let's go back. And the good thing is that with LinkedIn, there's this easy apply button. Now let me click send first of all. There's this easy apply button, which if you click, you'll be able to. So the good thing about LinkedIn is that there's this easy to apply button, which if you click, you can apply easily to the job opportunity. All right, so that's also something you might want to keep in mind. And here's the cover letter, and you can also say, put the cover letter in a Word document and give me the link to download it. And I can do that as well. So right now it's going to go ahead and proceed to give me a link to download. And as you can see right now, this is the cover letter. We can actually go ahead and read it. So it starts off by saying, Dear Matthew Harris, I'm writing to express my interest in the contract AI ML engineer position to Energize Group. As advertised, with a proven track record in developing and deploying generative AI and machine learning applications in a secure cloud environment, I'm excited about the opportunity to contribute to your team. My extensive experience in AI and ML engineering aligns well with the responsibilities outlined for this role. As the founder of Passive Income Gen Z and WP So Simple, I have successfully led AI-driven projects, optimizing content creation and distribution processes for over 190,000 students worldwide. These roles have honed my skills in developing scalable AI solutions, ensuring data security and compliance, and collaborating effectively with diverse stakeholders. That's pretty good. You can see that we've achieved the goal. And so now that you know how to apply for LinkedIn jobs, optimize your cover letter, optimize your CV, it is time to introduce you to Gemini AI, which is the competitor of ChatGPT, and also how you can utilize it to write great emails. Stay tuned for the next video. Hello and welcome. In this lecture, I'm going to introduce you to Gemini AI by Google. Now, let's get into it. But first of all, what is it? What is Gemini AI? Gemini is the competitor of ChatGPT. It's only the version that Google created. And when it first started, it was Google Bard, right? So that was the name of the tool. It was at that time was Google Bard. Now it is Gemini AI. So that's pretty much it. And Gemini is really great. It's pretty much capable of most of the things that ChatGPT is capable of. In a certain way, it is better in coding than ChatGPT. I think that's the only advantage it has over ChatGPT is that it is better in coding. It can also generate images, but it's not as complex. I don't think it's powered by DALL-E 3, so it doesn't generate incredible images, but it generates images nonetheless. It's a little bit politically correct, so if you ask it to generate images of faces, it will tell you we can't generate images with a face in it. But pretty much it's not complex to use. It's very user-friendly. They also have a Pro Plus plan, and it's a dynamic model, which means it has access at all times to the web. Not like the first version of ChatGPT, before it was able to browse the web. Gemini, before when it was Google Bard, was always capable of browsing the web, which is a great feature. But see, with these things, when Bard came out, ChatGPT really quickly went and created and added the feature to browse the web immediately. So the competition between Gemini and ChatGPT is for the good of all of us, is for all our sakes. And the good news is that Gemini, there's a free version that you can use that I believe for quite some time before you have to wait. And let's get into it. So here we are in Gemini. All you need to do is to click gemini.google.com, or you can go to Google and search for Gemini by Google. And then here you can see that we are in the main Gemini website. Here we are in a new chat. These are some conversation starters. It says hello. We have two versions. So there's Gemini and Gemini Advanced. Here you can upload files if you want to analyze an image or analyze some files. You can also add files from Drive. And you can also record your own prompt. So I can go ahead and have a go right now. Let me click. Hi, Gemini. How are you doing? I hope that you're doing great today. And click submit before saying anything else. And you can see here that everything I said was actually mentioned. And this is something that ChatGPT in the browser version don't have. They don't have this feature of recording, but they do have it on the phone. And you can see here it says, hello there. As an AI, I don't have feelings, but I'm functioning well and ready to help you in whatever you need. What can I do for you today? So here I can, again, click here. I'm a professional and I struggle to write a lot of emails, so I want to optimize the time I'm putting in writing emails. Can you actually help me and help me with writing emails? And I can hit the submit button, in which case it's going to submit. Notice that we have started a chat, it named it, and you can always click here and rename the chat. Similarly to what you do with ChatGPT, you can also pin the chat. You also have the settings here, so if you want to access your theme and make it light or dark, you can see your public links. You can manage your subscription. Currently, I'm running on the Gemini Advanced version, and there's these extensions. If you click on them, all of these are extensions that are Google extensions that give you access to data commons, Google Flights, Google Hotels, YouTube, Google Workspace, Google Maps, and you can activate YouTube Music as well if you want to. And you can always go back to your chat. So here it's saying that, yes, I can do it. Now, the advantage that ChatGPT has over Gemini, or the advantages that it has, one of them is the fact that there's the GPT store. And with Gemini, you can't really do such a thing as creating a presentation with a prompt. You can't create a video with a prompt. So Gemini is really so far behind in this war. I think that they have to really come out with something really incredible if they really want to stand out. But they also have a lot of features. This feature, which enables you to listen to an answer.
Absolutely. I can definitely help you with that. Here are a few tips to optimize your email writing process. 1.
And you can pause it. You can also scroll down here. If you don't like a response, you can say regenerate the response. And you can also click here. If you click on any part of the response, you can modify the selected text by saying regenerate, in which case it's only going to go and regenerate just that specific text that you selected. You can also select another part and say shorten or shorter, longer, remove. These are really some amazing features, I have to tell you. And you can see that it has shortened this. I can select a lot of text at a time, and I can click to shorten or shorter, and it will shorten. You can also click regenerate, or you can modify. And you can see that right now it has shortened all of this, right? So it is very useful. I would say in terms of the code, it is much better than ChatGPT. It's faster in writing code as well as better. But when it comes to content creation, I think ChatGPT is really the master. Here, you can also double check the response, which means you can ask it, where did you get this response? I want to know, where did you get this response? I don't trust this response. So here it says, well, I don't know this, no results. Let's double check again. If it says no results, then it's okay, not a problem. But there's this feature which is good, that you can double check responses. You can also share and export. You can like or dislike. If you like, you say good response. If you didn't like, you say you don't say anything. And here they give you other links. If you click them, will take you to Google, because this is a Google tool, so it is connected to Google, highly connected to Google. Now I'm going to click on the X button here, and here you can click to collapse menu. You can click to adjust the menu. You can see that the chats have disappeared for some reason. And that's pretty much because of a bug. So if you just refresh the page, Normally the chats are going to come back. And that's pretty much it when it comes to Gemini. Now let me show you a great feature inside of Gemini, which enables you to access your Gmail account. You can also access Google Docs, Google Drive, your Google Flights, Google Hotels. You can book hotels through Google. You can access Google Maps. You can book flights. You can access your Google Drive. Let's say you have a book there. You can take it, summarize it. You can do a whole host of things. But it can really help you write great emails. So right now we are back. Let's say you want to access your email account. You can just click on the, not the slash, you can click on the @ and then here you select whatever it is you want to select. Let's say you want to select Gmail, and you can go and say, well, summarize the emails that I received from, let's say, Ben Settle today. Let's say you have a person that this Ben Settle is a newsletter that I'm subscribed to. It's not like we're friends. It's just a newsletter. If he wants to be a friend and he's hearing this, I want to be his friend. It's okay. Yeah, let's be friends. But here, as you can see here, it found the emails, and it is pretty much it is writing what the email is about. It's summarizing it, and I can also say write an email back to them. All right, and so right now it's going to go ahead and write an email to respond to that person. You can also ask questions such as summarize the entire emails I have received today. Well, it says I do not have enough information, Well, you can say, well, reply to this particular email that he sent about Stefania. And like I said, you can also summarize your entire emails. So now that you've been introduced to Gemini, it's time to introduce you to Microsoft Copilot, which is another competitor of ChatGPT, except for, let's say, it's the free version of ChatGPT, because it allows you to generate images using DALL-E 3, which is the property of OpenAI, the company that created ChatGPT. So Microsoft Copilot is really such a discovery that not many people are aware of. And it's really great because you just need to have an Outlook account. Hello there and welcome. In this lecture, I'm going to introduce you to Microsoft Copilot, which is almost the free version of ChatGPT Plus membership. And it almost makes me think about whether I should keep my membership. But then again, you have to understand it, even though it gives you a ChatGPT Plus experience, but it's still limited. You're not going to be able to use it as much as you want. It gives you the same features, but it is quite limited. But it's quite good. It's amazing, right? And many people consider it as the free ChatGPT Plus version. It's capable of a lot of things, such as creating music using a plugin called Suno, which is famous all across the world. And there's another software, Perplexity AI, which I'm going to introduce you to in the next lecture. But now, let's get into it. Now, first things first, I wanted to remind you that Gemini is capable of generating images. So if I click, for example, create a stunning playful image here, they have added this particular image for us, which we can customize. Instead of saying elephant, I'd like to say lion, and I can hit enter. And right now you can see it's going to generate a vibrant and lively image depicting a lion party. I should have added a lion, not an lion, but it's okay. It will understand it. And you can see here it's generating the image. If you ask it for an image of a person, it will not generate it because it will say, I can't do that. And here you can see the images. So it's quite good at generating images. But now let's jump to Microsoft Copilot. So you can go to Google, search for Microsoft Copilot. The link is copilot.microsoft.com unless they change it in the future. And even if they change it, you will always have access to it if the company stays alive for a long time. Now here, as you can see, this is Copilot. This is the interface. You only need a free Outlook account to log into Microsoft Copilot. And once you're logged in, you're able to record your prompts. You're able to upload an image, not as much a file. You're not able to upload files. You're able to access a notebook feature here, which enables you to chat with Microsoft Copilot as a notebook. So you can say, write an email to congratulate, let's just say, an employee for a 2% raise. He is a digital marketing manager, and his name is, let's say, his name is John. Okay. John seems good. His name is John, and he has been with us for 5 years. Our company is passive income Gen Z. Let's say that that's the case. Now, I could have also recorded it, and if you hit enter, it's going to right now get started writing the email for you on the other side. And the good thing is that with this, you can actually download this, export it as a document, which is quite good. Now, ChatGPT is also capable of doing this, but you have to ask it to generate the document for you. And if you download this, you can download this PDF as a text, as a Word. Let's download it as a PDF just to give you an example. So if I click Save to PDF, it would save it. And you can also print this. If you have a printer connected, so if you have a printer connected to this, you can actually even print it on your printer at your work. If I go to downloads, I can click save, and that's pretty much it. The file was exported, and that's it. Now let's go back here to Copilot, the main Copilot. Here, you can see the history of your chats on the right-hand side. You can see that you have access to a couple of GPTs for free. And there is the GPT Suno, which I don't see. I think it's a plugin, right? The Suno, hopefully it's still there. Yep. And there are some plugins such as Instacart that enables you to find recipes and order recipes for a meal. Kayak, which can help you for car rentals, flights, hotels, and so on and so forth. Klarna, Open Table, which can help you book restaurant tables. And you can also connect this phone and shop and Suno. Now, if you want to get started, you can get started with the prompt. We've already done that, but let's say you want to generate an image. Yes, Microsoft Copilot is capable of generating images. You can say, generate a landscape image of the Matrix with the main characters at the front. And we can hit enter. In this case, you can see Microsoft Copilot is going to go ahead. It says I'll create that. It's powered with DALL-E 3, which pretty much is the same the same model that powers ChatGPT, because ChatGPT is created by OpenAI, and OpenAI created DALL-E 2, and then DALL-E 3, and then they integrated DALL-E 3 with ChatGPT. And these are the images. One thing I really like about Microsoft Copilot is that you can actually click these images and still you can add some filters. So let's say you want to turn this image into a pixel art for your NFT or make it an NFT. You can do that easily by clicking here on the pixel art feature. And all of a sudden, this image of the Matrix is going to get transformed into pixel art. Now, it's not as good as the DALL-E 3 of ChatGPT, but it's still great. I have to tell you, it is still absolutely great. Okay, so you can see it right there. It's working on it. And there it is. Now it's a pixel art, right? I can try a different image. So I can say generate an image of a cute tiger. And I can hit enter. It's going to go and generate an image of a cute tiger. And I can also turn that into pixel art or anything else. You can see that my credits are running low. I don't have a lot of credits here. We just have 14 credits left, which I don't know how much images that means. Maybe 2 credits per image or 1 credit per image. But it's not like you can still generate images for an eternity. Now you can take one of these images of the tiger. Let's say you like maybe this one. You can click that, and then you can turn it back into pixel art, or you can turn it into something else. Maybe you can turn it into a painting or a low poly or whatever it is that you might be interested to create. And yes, we consume 1 credit every time we generate an image. So let's say I want to turn this into, I don't know, maybe low poly. I can click on low poly, and this will transform my image into low poly. This is such a great feature inside of Microsoft Copilot. And the good news is that Microsoft Copilot can help you out with your daily tasks. All right, so that's quite amazing. And you can see that right now I turned it low poly instead of what it was. If it looks good, click look good, and you can click here and download or edit in Designer. Designer is a competitor tool to Canva. Canva is a designer tool. You can use it to design. It's pretty much the new Photoshop and the new Adobe. And I believe it's going to take over in the future because it's so easy to use and it's getting better and better year after year. But here you can see that we have access to this image, which we can open. And yeah, so this is pretty good. Right? So as you can see, it doesn't look that bad. It is low poly, and these can be used by gamers to create games. Now into the interesting part, to business. Let's activate the Suno plugin. So click on plugins and click on Suno. And here, let's say you want to create a piece of music about something. Now, I think you can only activate as many plugins at a time. Now, let me make sure I click. All right, so I have to start a new topic for that. So I'm going to click here, new topic, and then I'll activate Suno. And I'll say the following. I'll say generate a piece of music about pirates or about Blackbeard the pirate. And I can hit enter. And so next thing you know, it's going to start creating a piece of music about Blackbeard the pirate. While it's doing so, I'd like to remind you of a feature in Docs. If you go to doc.google.com, if you start a project, here it is assisted with the AI because this is attached to your Google account. If you have a Google account, you'll be able to write with AI. You can see here this button, help me write, and you'll also find these same elements on your email. When you're trying to write an email, you'll find these elements. Usually they're hidden and they're at the bottom, and they can help you write your email. They can also help you write a book if you want to write it here on Google Docs. And so right now we have the music. It's turning it into a video, and it's working on it right now. And we can actually go ahead and listen to this. I'm quite sure it's going to look amazing, right? Trust me, because music by Suno does look amazing. You can also download it. So I'm going to download it so that we can listen to it with ease. And let's open it up right now and listen to this piece of music that I have just created right now. 1, 2, 3, let's go.
Like seas and treasure, wind house no measure, ghosts of old, stories retold. Jolly Roger flying, cannonballs crying, feared by all, heed the call. Jolly Roger flying, cannonballs crying, feared by all, heed the call. Heed the call.
All right, so that was pretty good. Now that we have introduced you to Microsoft Copilot, it's time to introduce you to Perplexity AI in the next video. Stay tuned for that video. Hello there and welcome. In this lecture, I'm going to introduce you to Perplexity AI, which is a tool that is pretty much also a competitor for ChatGPT, for Gemini AI, for Microsoft Copilot. Now, without further ado, let's get right into it. So here we are inside of Perplexity. Now, usually how Perplexity functions is it functions in threads. So you create a thread by clicking here on New Thread, which you give by just asking a question. So you can ask, well, top influencers or top boxers of all time. And you can hit enter, in which case it's going to go ahead and start a conversation. Now, the reason why this is different, first of all, see that it provides you with the sources at the top. Secondly, it provides with the response right here. So it's quite friendly. And here it provides you with some images, even some videos. If you click on view more, you can see some more images, some more resources. And if you scroll down here, you can search by videos. You can find videos on the matter on YouTube, as well as some other searches on the web. You can also generate an image with the Pro version, right, which also costs $20. And now we cannot generate images because we don't have that. So you can't do it. But if you want to generate images, you have to go Pro. And here you can see the answer. If you don't like the answer, you can click rewrite. You can also edit the query, which means you can edit your prompt. And you can basically copy this, and you can also go view the sources. These are the sources, and you can go and click on these links and go to each source that it has provided you with. So to be honest with you, I think that when it comes to Perplexity, you should use it as a research tool, right? So if you're researching on the web, create threads for what you're researching about, because it provides you with all of these related information to what you're searching for. And it's quite good, right? You can also click on the plus icon to upload a certain PDF, image, whatever it is that you might want to upload. And you can also click discover here, in which it's going to take you to see most of the topics that are trending. So for instance, here, these are some trending topics, like the world's largest botnet dismantled, Mistral releases Codistral model. You can see all of these, and also when the information was released and how many views did this information get. So for instance, you can see OpenAI trading next model has got 23,000. So if you click here, it might be useful for you to go ahead and create an article about this. So you can say, well, generate an article about this. about this. And it will go ahead and generate an article for you for your blog, for example. And you can see here it's writing it for you based on those. So I think that this tool is really great for SEO, people in SEO or SEOs. We also call them SEOs, specialists in SEO. It's also good for bloggers, people that have websites. It's also good for people that are looking for opportunities online. And here you can basically create collections to organize your threads. So you can create a collection. You can say, well, this collection, let's say it's for my news blog. Let's say you have a blog and you want to create a collection for that. You can add a description to it. And you can see here the collection will be created on the left-hand side. And if you click on a new thread here, now the collection that is active is my news blog. You can see it here. You can click it from there. And when you click on the collections, they show you all the collections that you have. And you can start a new thread in your collection. And for example, you can say, well, what are the top trending topics to get the most topics about AI today to get the most traffic with viral content? And you can hit enter, in which case it's going to proceed right now and it's going to start writing content for your viral blog. So you can see that these are the topics. And you can actually ask it, well, go ahead and write a blog post about it. You can use it to write emails. Quite frankly, you can do a lot of things with it. When you click on your settings, you can see that this model actually uses Llama. It uses DALL-E. It uses ChatGPT. But that is, of course, the Pro versions are only accessible using the Pro plan. So Perplexity, in a way, what it did, it created a congregation of, it's like ChatGPT and Llama and all of these famous LLMs or chatbots. They had a child, and this child is Perplexity AI, and also add to it Google. So it's almost like Google, Google, ChatGPT, and Llama and other models had a child, and it is Perplexity. So it is a great tool. You can use it as, let's just say, I would say, a replacement for other tools. It's good to know all of them because all of them are equally good, with the exception of ChatGPT, which is at the top at the moment. But generally speaking, most of them can do the job. Most of them can really help you a lot. And hopefully you've liked this video so far. Stay tuned, for I'll see you in the next video. Hello and welcome. In this lecture, we are going to introduce you to text-to-audio AI technology. Yes, you've heard it right. You can actually convert text into audio. And let's go ahead and check how this works. So without further ado, let's get right into it. Now, the tool that we're going to discover is basically capable of voice cloning. When I say voice cloning, you can actually clone your own voice, or you can clone another voice. Here, you have to be careful regarding copyright issues. And I would recommend you to only clone your own voice to avoid any issues. And you can also use it for voice creation. So if you want to create an entire voice from scratch, you can absolutely do that, and you're welcome to do it. And then there is the text to speech. You can take text, convert it into speech, right? Into audio. And then you can convert audio to audio using the speech-to-speech option. And then you can access a wide range of voices in the voice library of this software, as well as access the feature that is capable of video dubbing. Now, here we have an example of a dubbed video that we have dubbed personally, and we can actually repeat the exercise. This originally was in English, but I dubbed the video to Spanish, and I want you to go ahead and hear this.
En este video voy a mostrarte un trabajo secundario que no podrás resistir, pero antes que nada, asegúrate de pulsar el botón de suscripción. La imagen que estás viendo justo aquí, y de hecho, no solo esta, sino esta y esta fueron todas generadas usando Leonardo AI y también podrían ser generadas utilizando el viaje. Esta en particular fue generada utilizando el diario. Había un sitio web llamado Adobe Stock o stock.adobe.com y en este sitio web la gente vende arte de stock. Llegas al sitio web, por ejemplo, y buscas león, obtendrás muchos resultados de leones y muchos de estos resultados son en realidad leones generados mediante inteligencia artificial. Pero por ejemplo, este fue generado mediante inteligencia artificial y está clasificado bastante alto. Puedes usar un gran software como Leonardo AI para generar imágenes como estas para venderlas en Adobe Stock. Este fue el trabajo secundario de hoy. Para saber más, el video está en nuestro canal. Suscríbete y nos vemos en nuestro próximo trabajo secundario.
All right, so as you can see, that was completely translated into Spanish from English. Now, the software in question in this case is 11 Labs, and so we need to go and explore the software. So here we are inside of 11 Labs. I basically have already added some text over there, but right now let me walk you through every single thing you can do right here. So in order to create voices, click here on the voices, and then you will actually have access to a lot of tools. Now, for the most part here, if you want to create a voice, I have 30 voices, which means I gotta have to go and remove a couple of voices. Because if we're going to create a voice, then we have to have some empty spaces. So I'm just going to remove some voices that I'm not really using. You can see that I went and I cloned some voices of some famous people just for fun, and I don't recommend you doing so. Now here, let me click plus. Now, if you want to create a design from scratch, click on the voice design here, and then you can select the voice, right? So if it's female, then you can select female, the age. If it's if she's, let's just say, middle age, then you select that. If she's old, you select that. The accent here, you can control it, make it African, Indian, Australian, British, and American. I'm going to go make it African. I'm going to add a little bit more intensity to the accent. And if you want to actually get a feel of how this is going to be, here we have this particular quote that they have added for us. This is a dummy quote. And let's generate, and let's check this out. Right, 1, 2, 3, we'll be able to listen to it.
First, we thought the PC was a calculator. Then we found out how to turn numbers into letters, and we thought it was a typewriter.
I think that they didn't take the African voice into perspective. Let's actually try Indian here and generate this time.
First, we thought the PC was a calculator. Then we found out how to turn numbers into letters, and we thought it was a typewriter.
Still, it doesn't feel like an Indian voice, but as you can see, you're capable of creating a voice. Now here, and you just have to click here on this use voice when you're done with your edits. Now, in our case, if you want to clone your own voice, you can click on instant voice cloning. You can either record an audio, or you can basically select some audio that you have from your computer and give this a name. So if it's your name, let's say Hamza Ruwan, you can add up to 25 audios. And they must be not more than 10 megabytes each. If they're more than 10 megabytes each, then that should be a problem. So each audio should be about 10 megabytes each. And it's recommended for about 25 audio samples. And you can scroll down here and you can describe, which is not necessary. And once you confirm, you just click I hereby confirm and add a voice. Now, if you want to clone another voice, you can also, or if you want to clone in a professional way, you can use the professional voice cloning feature here, which asks you for this particular contract to sign. And then you can add, now let me just close this. If I click start, you can add up to 100 voices or 100 voice samples. They should be no more than 1,500 megabytes, and 10 minutes of audio is minimum. It's basically recommended for it to be 30 minutes to 3 hours of audio, and they give you access to upload as much as 100 hours or 100 samples of yourself talking in as much as 3 hours. This way you can get the best voice, right? You just give it a name here, you select the language that you're talking, you upload the audios, and you click create professional voice. Like I said, what this does is it basically gets your voice really, really correctly. It gets it really correctly, and that's really good. So, for instance, if you're doing YouTube videos, if you're doing courses, what you can do, you can actually clone your voice, all right, using this method by uploading as many samples of yourself talking. This way, it's going to create a very, very optimal voice. It's really going to sound like you. It's going to be shocking, all right? So now that we have basically viewed these options, let me go and show you the voices in the voice lab. So if I click on voices right here, now that we've viewed voice cloning and voice creation, if you click on the voice library right here, you will notice that we have a lot of voices, and all of these voices are actual voices by real people. Now you can also see how many people have used these voices, right? So added by 339 users, which means that 339 people have used this voice. Here, 2,100 people have used this voice. And this is a perfect way to monetize your voice. So if you want, you can actually create a voice. You can create your own voice and then add it here, because you can actually sell your voices. If I click on audio native right here, I believe you can craft your voice and add it here in case you want to give access to people to commercialize your voice, right? Now, in my case, I'm not really interested to commercialize my own voice, but just in case you're interested in that, you can absolutely do it. And in the voice library, like I said, there is plenty of voices, right? So there's a lot of voices. And anytime you want to listen to a voice, you want to get an understanding of how it feels like, you just click on the particular voice.
In a world where AI voices sound like robots, one man makes it sound epic.
And as you can see, that's a voice of someone called David, who have added his voice and basically created a voice. Must be a voiceover artist. And here you can see that there's plenty of people that have done the same thing. So instead of just these AI voiceovers, and this was an expected move, this company has enabled for everybody to create their own voice and add it here. And they can actually commercialize it, make money with it in case a lot of people use their voices. And if you want to use a voice, let's say you like it. For example, let's say you like David's voice. You can click on Add to Voice library, and then you can click Add Voice, in which case this right now is going to be in your voice lab. If I click Finish, if I go to the voice lab right here, you can see that David is going to be here with these voices. It's generally here at this stage. And if you want to take these voices and create a voiceover, you can go to speech. You just have to have something here. So you can write something or a script maybe. All right, so there's some script. And here you can see that there is these conversation starters. All right, let's click play dramatic movie dialogue. It just adds random text here and we can generate. And you can actually select the voice from here. So the voice is set to Michael's voice. Let's say if I wanted to be set at David's voice, I can just go and search for David. And there is David. I can just click his voice. I can also click on the settings here. I can increase or decrease. To be honest, I don't recommend you doing that. And then you can click generate, in which case you will see the voice right here.
You said you'd always be there for me. But when the chips were down, when I looked over my shoulder, where were you? This city chewed me up, and you watched, sipping on your half-calf latte.
And if you like this voice, you can click right here, in which case it's going to download it for you. You can always see your quotas, your remaining quotas of characters. In my case, at this moment, I have 91,285 characters, which means I still have a lot of content to create. And if you're interested, you can actually check their pricing plans by clicking on their pricing plans and checking their pricing plans if you're interested. Because these people, they no longer give access for free to create video or to create voiceovers for free. Now coming to the dubbing part. If I click on dubbing here, it enables you to dub any video. And you just have to upload a video from your computer. So you can go and upload a random video. Now I took a video. This is a shorts video that I have created. And if I scroll down, you can actually create a dub. You can dub this video by selecting the language. Now you can set this to detect, which is because it's going to know it's English using AI. You can also select the target language. So let's say that you want to translate this into, let's just say, Portuguese. And you can come over here and you can say video dubbed Portuguese. And I can go ahead and hit the generate button, create. And it's going to take some time, but it's going to create this video for us. All right, so the video was dubbed. I can actually either view it or download it. I'm going to prefer to download because when we download it, we're going to be capable of watching it much faster. And in a second right now, you'll see that the video was dubbed and we can actually watch it. So, all right, so this is the video. Let's go ahead and watch.
Gostaria de conhecer uma forma séria de ganhar dinheiro online em 2024? Então, este vídeo é para você. Mas antes de começarmos, certifique-se de avançar e clicar no botão de inscrição, bem como o toque o sino para receber notificações, notícias. Vamos conferir a primeira plataforma. Então, a primeira plataforma é a Have.com. Você pode vir aqui e você pode fazer trabalhos de transcrição, legendagem para trabalhos de legendas e você pode se inscrever aqui e ganhar dinheiro. Este é um site com mais de 750 mil usuários. Então, há muitos clientes aqui e a maioria deles são profissionais. pagar dinheiro. Então, há o Scribd, que é uma alternativa. Então, estou sempre oferecendo a você a alternativa. Essa é uma alternativa para a Rev, e então há outra alternativa aqui, que é o crowdsurf.com e depois Transcribe Me. E, finalmente, temos o código da Amber. Crypt, não perca o nosso novo. Vídeos, certifique-se de se inscrever para receber nossas notícias.
All right, so that's pretty much it when it comes to dubbing. So these are all the features of this magnificent software called 11 Labs. We have basically explored all the features of this software. Now it is time for us to move to another text-to-video software. This time it's going to be a text-to-video software that can create videos based on text. Stay tuned for I'll see you in the next video. Hello there and welcome. In this lecture, we're going to introduce you to text-to-video AI. This software is called Pictory AI. So without further ado, let's get right into it. So one of the first things that this software can do is script to video. What do I mean by script to video? You provide it with a video script, and then it gives you a video. Or you can take an article from a blog, and you can copy paste the URL of that particular article. It can also turn that into video. You can also take a YouTube video, for instance, and edit the video using text by adding subtitles to it directly. And then you can do visuals to video, which I never tried, and I don't really think that's quite interesting. So, like I said, there's script to video, article to video. Then there is the edit video using text, which means you take a YouTube video. Let's say it doesn't have subtitles. You can add subtitles to it with the AI captions of Pictory AI. And then there's visuals to video. So without further ado, let's get right into it. So this particular software is capable of creating videos based on script. But first of all, we need a script, all right? So let's ask ChatGPT to do that. So we're going to go ahead, for instance, and I'll say, I want to create a video about the impact social media has over the masses. So go ahead and generate a script, only text for this short video, and we can say, and make sure that you separate every sentence in one line. Now, the reason why we want to do this is because it's better to separate sentences in one line before you copy paste this to Pictory. And secondly, one thing you have to realize is that in Pictory, each sentence will have a specific scene. So each sentence that ends with a dot will have a scene that matches it. So, for example, what they do, they will take this sentence, they will go, because they have a library of scenes, right, from Storyblock and from other stock video websites that they have made a deal with, and they will find the scene. The AI will find the scene that best represents this. And you can also use voiceover to spell the scene. You can even add music and captions as well. Now, once you're satisfied with the script, you can copy it. Now, this is just the script, which means I'm not going to paste this closing scene there. Now, when you go to Pictory, if you want to get Pictory Pro or Pictory Pro versions, because you're going to need it, there is the free trial, but it runs out, I think, in after 14 days. If it runs out and you want to renew it, then you can always use our code, which is RUANE89, ROUANE 89, to get something like a 20% discount. This is how it is written, Ruan with an N, 89. This is it, right? Ruan 89. You get a discount of 20%, I think, and that's better than zero discount. Plus, if you search the web, these discounts are not given to anyone. They're only given to influencers in the field. Now, I'm going to click on Proceed, Script to Video. Let's start with that. First of all, name your video. Let's just say Impact of Social Media on the World. And then I can come right here and I can paste this text. I can always go back because there is some text that I didn't paste, because there was that closing scene with a call to action there that was blocking. So I'll copy this here. I'll come back and I'll just paste it in. After I pasted this in the scene settings, keep them like they are. So for every single sentence, they're going to create a scene. And also they're going to do it at line breaks. We have named the video, and now you can click Proceed. You can highlight specific elements so that the AI knows that those are what you want to really highlight. What that means is, go find a video. For example, if you take one word out of a sentence, if you highlight it, that highlighted word is generally what the AI is going to go and look for a scene that represents. But I think highlighting is not really great. Leave the AI to do the job. It does the job. That's why I pay for it, to create awesome videos on a budget. And you can see right here that it is working on it right now. And we're just going to have to wait. All right, so this is the video. And here in the video, if you click on the visuals, you will see the visuals that have been used for this particular video. If you want to change any visual, well, you just have to go to the story and you have to select a scene. Let's say that for scene number 2, you can click the scene and it's going to show you the visual that was used. And when you click on the scene, you can see here how much is the duration of that scene. It's 8 seconds. Let's say that maybe you didn't like the scene that was used here and you want to change it. Make sure you keep clicking here, or you select the scene number 2 and then click on visuals. And in visuals, you need to go ahead and find out or upload. If you go to upload, my uploads, you can upload the scene that matches this into that story, which I'm not going to be doing. But there's plenty of software or plenty of websites where you can get free stock video, but that's not really why we're coming to this website, because we don't really want to spend time getting videos. But in case you didn't like it, you can go, maybe let's say you want to go and look for a video about social media platforms. You can go and look for social media platforms, and you can add next to it video, right? Pixabay, and you can hit enter. And you can see here we have a lot of stock-free, copyright-free videos that you can use in your designs or in your videos. And you can see, you can select one of them and you can use it. So for example, if you like this one, you need to click it, you need to download it. And you also have to realize that this scene is only 8 seconds. So you're going to have to go and trim this. You can trim it in Canva, you can trim it in CapCut, but trim it to only 8 seconds. To be honest, I don't recommend you doing that because we want Pictory to do all the job. Now, as far as the voiceovers, click on the audio here to see what type of voiceover artist they have used. So here in the audio, they have added a background music, which is all you can eat. If you want to listen to this music and see if this is something you might be interested in keeping, then you just click and it will give you a feel of how it. If you like the music, you can keep it. If you don't like it, well, you can go ahead over here and search. You can search for, let's just say, let's just say sad. You can search for sad music or serious music. Let's go and search for serious instead. I don't want any sadness here. Serious. If I search for serious, there is a lot of music, copyright free, of course, that you can use. So if you, for example, like one of them, as you can see, this music is better than the other one, and you can click on apply, in which case the music will be applied to your video. And when it comes to the voiceover artists, you can click on the voiceovers here. You can also upload your own voiceover, but I would recommend not to, because these guys, they have made a contract with 11 Labs, which gives you access to the best voices in the business that you can use for free. For example, Adam is one of the best voices you can ever find. Let's go and actually listen to him.
Allow the world to live as it chooses, and allow yourself to live as you choose.
I can pause, and you can apply this voiceover, and it will apply this particular voiceover right here to the entire video, which means that this is not just going to be a video, it's going to be a video with voiceover applied to it. You can see my credits over here. I have 115 minutes and 14 seconds left to generate. And all of this is with a $39 plan with my discount, of course. Normally, this is at $49, but with my 20% discount, it's at about $39. With that $39, if you create 5-minute videos every day, then you can actually, with this, in a month, you can create 30 videos and only consume 50 minutes. And you can actually create double that. You can create 60 minutes if you want to, right? Or 60 videos, right? So of 5 minutes. So that's pretty good because you can actually create an entire YouTube channel. And there's a lot of YouTube channels that are created the same way and they've been monetized and all of that. Now, when it comes to the captions here, if you don't like this style of caption, you can actually go ahead here and click on the text. And now the text is basically not the captions. This text, you can add it here. If you want to add a call out, I'm not going to be interested in that. You can also change the format of your video to make it a YouTube short format or a TikTok short. Obviously, this video is 2 minutes here according to the video duration at the side. So this cannot be made as a YouTube short or TikTok because for YouTube shorts, the size is 60 seconds maximum. But you can always convert this to a portrait size, 9:16, which is phone size, or square, 1:1. And that's pretty much it. Now the quality is set to 1080p, which is HD. You can click on the branding here, and you can basically add branding element. You can click elements here if you want to add some elements while your video is playing. And like I said, if you want to change the captions, just click on styles right here, and you'll be able to change the captions for your video. So for instance, let's say maybe you liked, I don't know, maybe you liked this type of caption, the green caption. You can click on that green caption, in which case this is going to apply. And to ensure that this is applied to everything, make sure that you click right here. For the background music, make sure that you click apply to all by clicking on this button here, this little box. And then tick the box to make sure the voiceover is applied to everything. Also, when it comes to the captions, you can see the CC button here. First of all, let me just make sure of one thing. Let me click. All right, so the voiceover and the background music are applied to everything. If I click on the CC option here, you can activate it or deactivate it anytime you want. So if you click here on the CC, if you deactivated it, that will deactivate it. You can also apply this to all, which means the CC is not going to be is going to be non-existent for all. And you can see here, these are really some incredible settings. Now, once you want to download, you can click on the download button here. But first of all, you can preview it if you want. You can download it immediately. Now let's go ahead and download this so that we can watch. And then we need to go and check as well how you can add captions to an entire video by using Pictory. So let's wait for this video to load first. All right, so as you can see, the video is now ready. So I can just go ahead and click on download, in which case this is going to be downloaded as an MP4 video, which can then be utilized quickly. So let's wait a second for the video to render so that we can go ahead and start watching this. All right, so here we go. Okay, so right now, let me go ahead and open up this video. Let's actually go ahead and check this out. All right, so let's watch this video.
Social media has transformed the way we connect with the world. Every day, billions of people log on to platforms like Facebook, Instagram.
Now, unfortunately, I didn't apply the captions to all, which I can actually always correct by going here to the CC. And when I select the CC, I need to apply it to all. So when you say here in the CC, you can see this little button that says apply to all scenes. And in this case, it's going to apply it to all the scenes, all right? And then you can download it again. But now let's go back to our video.
Social media has transformed the way we connect with the world. Every day, billions of people log on to platforms like Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok. These platforms have become an integral part of our lives, shaping our opinions, behaviors, and even our identities. The power of social media lies in its ability to reach and influence the masses instantly. It has revolutionized the way we communicate, breaking down geographical barriers and creating a global community. However, with great power comes great responsibility. Social media can spread information quickly, but not all of it is accurate or beneficial. Misinformation and fake news can go viral, leading to widespread confusion and harm. Social media algorithms often prioritize sensational and engaging content, regardless of its truthfulness. This can create echo chambers where people are only exposed to information that reinforces their existing beliefs. Moreover, social media can impact mental health, contributing to feelings of anxiety, depression, and loneliness. The constant comparison to others' seemingly perfect lives can erode self-esteem and well-being. Despite these challenges, social media also has the power to inspire and mobilize positive change. It has been instrumental in raising awareness for social issues and organizing movements for justice and equality. Businesses and individuals can reach large audiences, creating opportunities for growth and innovation. To navigate the complexities of social media, it's essential to be critical consumers of information. We must verify sources, question narratives, and engage in constructive dialogues. By doing so, we can harness the positive aspects of social media while mitigating its negative effects. In conclusion, social media is a powerful tool that can influence the masses in profound ways. It's up to us to use it wisely and responsibly for the betterment of society. Let's strive to be informed, empathetic, and proactive in our social media interactions. Together, we can create a more connected and thoughtful world.
All right, so as you can see, that was a pretty good video. Now, let me go back to the Pictory home, because what I want to show you right now is very interesting. So I'm going to show you how you can use the edit video using text. Now you can use the other ones, article to video, by grabbing a link of a particular blog, turning that into a video. But there's also one which is great, which you can take a video and add captions to it. So I'm going to click on the proceed button right here. Go and take a YouTube video link. So I'm going to go to YouTube and grab a video.
Announce that we have officially opened the lifetime deal, a one-time payment of $59 for Aminos AI. So if you go direct to our...
I think probably.
All right, so here I have this particular video that I found of Joe Rogan. This is an extract from his podcast. So let me go ahead and copy this video. I'm going to paste the link of the video right here. You can also upload a video if you have a video on your computer. And I'm going to click on proceed. But I just wanted to show you that you can take a random video from YouTube, add captions to it, and then download it. And this way, if you want to freelance, there's a lot of freelance opportunities this way. So for instance, there's a lot of people that have videos and they would want someone like you to go ahead and help them with the transcript and adding captions to their videos, because they may want to add subtitles to make it easy for people that don't understand English, for example, to be able to read the captions below. And so adding captions is always great. And now more than ever with AI, you can add captions easily. You can see even here, it transcribes the entire video. So everything that was said in the video, you'll find it right here, which you can fact check and double check. You can also see the size of the video, and you can also see here that you can control this. So if you want to control these captions, if you want to change them, you can select any caption from here that you like, and it will be added here. So let's say that, for example, I like this one instead of the other one. You will see that the caption is going to be added. And yeah, so it's applied. And here, you can also remove filler words. What do I mean by filler word? Is when I say, okay, so when you say these and those are what we consider in communication filler words, because they just don't make any sense and they just add more to the conversation and they slow it, right? So you can remove them by clicking remove filler words. Here, you can also remove silences. So anytime there is a silence for about 2 seconds or 3 seconds, you can remove that silence, right? So for example, let me put it at 3, and then I can click on OK. And here you can also even edit the size of your video. And you can go and say, well, Joe Rogan video caption. And then right here, you can actually play this video so that you can watch. You can even go as far as customizing the entire video.
I think probably whatever the Egyptians were doing.
Right, I'm going to pause it there. When I say customize video, you can actually take it to the video editor of Pictory, and you can start adding things to it. You can add shapes to it. You can add GIFs to it. You can add things to it. And if you're satisfied, you can just click on download. You can download it in any format or any quality you want. And you see here the video is being downloaded. And really, it's actually amazing because there's a lot of people that would be interested in this particular skill right here. All right, so this is pretty much it for this particular video. In the next lecture, I'm going to introduce you to how you can add captions to a video using the AI caption generator for free using a free software called CapCut. So without further ado, let's go and check this out. Hello and welcome. In this lecture, I'm going to actually explain to you how you can add captions using AI using CapCut. So this is a CapCut pre-built feature. So without further ado, let's get right into it. So if you want to find CapCut, you need to go to Google, search for CapCut. Generally speaking, CapCut.com is what you should trust. If you find any other link, please don't trust it. Only trust CapCut.com because people have installed CapCut from other websites, such as these ones that you'll find down below, and they basically had or found some ransomware in these versions. So go to CapCut.com, the official website. CapCut is a video editor, pretty much like Camtasia and Adobe Premiere Pro. And it was created by ByteDance, the very parent company of TikTok. So they created this mainly to help TikTok influencers to edit their videos and to add great videos on TikTok. Now, if you want to download CapCut for computer, it's on CapCut.com. And here there's this link, download CapCut for desktop. Personally, I've already downloaded CapCut, so I don't need to do so. I just need to go ahead and open it up, and this is how it looks like. Now, when you open CapCut, just go and click on Create Project, in which case it's going to start a project for you. And if you want to add captions, you just need the video that you want to add captions for, and then you will be able to add captions using this strategy that I'm about to teach you right now. So here inside of CapCut, you can actually go ahead and click on the Import button. And when you click Import, you can go to your computer. And when you click Import, you can go to your computer, and you can actually take a video that is not dubbed. All right, so I have this video. It's a trailer for one of my courses. Let me go ahead and basically drag this video right here. And after I drag that particular video over there, if I want to add captions to this, I just need to go and click on Captions right here. So after I click on Captions, you can select the language to be any language you want. So personally, it's English. And then you hit Generate. After you hit Generate, the AI tool inside of CapCut is going to get started creating captions for your video based on the language. And you can actually, the good thing about CapCut is that you can select templates for your captions. There's plenty of templates, free and pro. Personally, I'm using a lot of pro templates. You can use free templates. They're good. They're also great in some cases. And there are templates that can be applied for YouTube short videos or TikTok short formats, as much as there's also templates that can be applied for regular videos, which are landscape size. So every video has templates that go with it and match it perfectly. So right now, the templates are here, or the captions are here. One thing you can always do with your captions is always to check whether there are some grammatical mistakes with your captions. The last thing you want is to get captions with a lot of grammatical mistakes. And you can see, for instance, here, these are the captions. They're below, and they're in white. And quite frankly, I don't like the way they are. So I'm going to select all the captions like this. And you can click on captions from this side, and you can see the text. Everything that is being said is listed here, right? So welcome to the future of social media marketing. Unleash your creativity with cutting-edge AI tools. Transform your brand with AI-driven strategies. Join our community and forward-thinking marketers. Gain free access to our exclusive free ebook. And here, instead of ChatGPT, it's chat with a T. So that's a mistake there, which I can correct, just like I'm correcting something in Microsoft Word. And you can keep going and find more mistakes and correcting them accordingly. And let me tell you that this tool only makes mistakes for software names because it doesn't know software names. Generally, when it comes to anything else, such as just a word that exists in the English dictionary, it usually will not make a mistake. And then once you go through all your captions and make sure that everything is correct, for instance, I spotted another time where I said ChatGPT the wrong way, which I can go and edit, add a T here instead of a D. And I can go right here. Now, if you click on text, if you go to templates, you get access to a whole host of templates which you can use. Some of them are free and some of them are paid. The free templates are actually also good. But the pro templates, they are, let's just say, pretty much a top notch. So pro are the ones that have the pro tag on them. The free are the ones that have the free tag on them, which means you don't have any tag. So for instance, this is a free template. If I click it, it's free. You can also click it. It's going to apply the caption template to the video. It's taking a bit of time, but it's going to apply that to the entire video. And soon we will be able to see it just right here, right? So you can see it's still loading because obviously this is a large video. It's only 1 minute 39 seconds, but it's quite large from a perspective. And you can see the caption has been applied there, right? So that's the caption, right? If I scroll, there's more captions. So it depends on what you like. what your taste is. So let's say if you liked maybe this caption, you can use it. You can use any caption you like as long as it is for free. If you upgrade for the Pro plan, you'll be able to get access to more captions like myself. And like I said, there are captions that are suitable for a YouTube short format. For example, this one is suitable for YouTube short. These ones also that have only one word shown at a time, they're suitable for YouTube short. This one as well. Generally the ones with the quick in them, they generally are suitable for YouTube shorts because they should just show one word at a time. But in case you're interested to show more than just one word at a time, you might be interested to try some of these very interesting captions. This one in particular is very interesting. You can find the free version of it. Now, if I scroll a little bit up, this is the one I'm talking about. And there is a free version of it, just somewhere around here. Right? You can just keep scrolling until you find it. And what this does is for every sentence that is being said, it applies a particular background to it. So for instance, we can go and watch the video from the beginning. So let's go ahead and watch a bit.
Welcome to the future of social media marketing. Unleash your creativity with cutting-edge AI tools. Transform your brand with AI. Transform your brand with...
So as you can see, that's pretty cool, right? And then once you're done with your video, you can click on the export button right here, and you can actually export this project in your computer with the captions right now. Now you can change the frame rate to 60 FPS, which is 60 frames per second. You can also go to the export button and choose where you want to export this video so that you can go ahead and find it there. So if you're interested to put this in, let's say, the downloads, click on the downloads, make sure you select that folder. Give your video a name. Let's just say, well, video trailer social media marketing, for example. And as soon as you're done, click on export. And this is going to show you here how much is left in terms of percentage. And you can always cancel your job work at any time by clicking on the cancel button. And that's it. So this is pretty much it for this tutorial. Now let's move to another great software, which is DID. DID can help you make images talk as well as create AI agents. Let's go ahead and explore more about this software in the next video. Hello and welcome. In this lecture, I'm going to introduce you to DID, which is a software that can make images talk, but also can create AI agents. Without further ado, let's get right into it. So here, this is the software that I'm talking about. I have some samples to show you. First one is this.
Stay ahead. Audit your content and enhance your site's user experience.
Obviously, that's a picture of myself. It's just my head. And the costume, I'm not even wearing it. That's an AI-generated costume. And here, you can see this person as well.
Discover the secret to never losing a trade again.
We're using the same voice over there. And here we have this RoboCop.
In a world rapidly evolving, the future is closer than you think. The dawn of artificial intelligence is upon us.
And that's quite cool. Now, here, we also have some samples of what you can do with this. So these are all characters that we made speak. These images, this one and this one, were generated using Leonardo AI. This one was generated using MidJourney, and we made them talk. You can also create AI agents. What exactly are AI agents? Well, AI agents are agents that you can talk with. The good news is that you can actually share this agent with people. You can even put it on your website, and people can have a chat with your agent instead of having a chat with a chatbot. So the future really holds a lot of mysteries for us. So in order to access DID, go to d-id.com, unless they change the name of the software, which I assume they wouldn't, but maybe they could change it. But they would always redirect you to the link if they change it. Normally, this is the link that has been over there for over 1 year and some months. And when you can start your free trial, actually. And when you log in, you should be able to see something like this. Personally, I have the Pro plan, so I have 33 credits left. And here are some videos that I have created. So I've created a lot of videos, and you can go ahead and do the same thing. These images I generated them mainly using Leonardo AI, which is a software that we're going to discuss that can generate images. Once you want to make an image talk, click on create here, go to video, that's the first part, and then you can go ahead and get started. Now, first of all, you get started by uploading an image. If you have an image in your computer, you can upload it. You can also check the avatars that you have here if you have uploaded any one of them in the past. You can also check these are premium avatars which you cannot use, but you can use standard avatars and you can make them talk. So for instance, we can take an example here. So I'll take this particular person. And let's say that I want to make this person talk and I want to make him lively. So I'm going to click on lively. Also, let's say I want to make him happy. Now you can, when you go to the script here, you can either type what it is that you want the person to say, or you can click on the audio side and record what you want the person to say, or upload an audio of what you want the person to say. I choose the latter, upload the audio, because remember, we have this software called 11 Labs, which I have introduced you to not too long ago. And we can go ahead and get some text, right? So I'm going to actually just generate a speech with this random text. And then we can go ahead.
You said you'd always be there for me. But when the chips...
You can always pause the audio. I would recommend you that you listen to the audio until the end just to make sure there is no mistake. Because sometimes the robot that is basically uttering the audio can make some mistakes. Sometimes the audio can sound horrible. It doesn't happen most of the time, but sometimes there are some glitches. So you want to watch out for those by just watching your audio, listening to your audio.
When I looked over my shoulder, where were you? This city chewed me up, and you watched, sipping on your half-calf latte.
All right, so once you're done, you can download that audio. You can go back here, and you can actually go ahead and click on upload the audio, in which case, this is going to upload the audio, right? So I'm going to take this 11 Labs voiceover right here, place it over there, and that's it. Now, when it comes to the project, you can give it a name by clicking here on rename. Let's just say I want to give it maybe the name of Man Talking. And I can just go ahead here and click on generate video, in which case this is going to generate a video. It's going to consume 2 credits because this is quite a large audio. And if I click on let's generate, it's going to generate. Remember that I have chosen some facial gestures such as lively. I've also chosen happy. So he would be more expressive in the video. So you can see on the left side here, the video is being rendered. I just have to wait for it. All right, so this is the video. I can actually go ahead and play the video, and we can also download this, right? So if I download, that would be better so that we can watch it in a better way without being bothered. And the video is here. All I need to do right now is to go ahead and click on the video so that we can watch it. So 17 seconds, because that's the size of the voiceover.
You said you'd always...
All right, so let's play it from the start. You can see this little DID watermark right there. If you want to remove this, you need to upgrade your plan. But as of now, let's go ahead and watch.
You said you'd always be there for me. But when the chips were down, when I looked over my shoulder, where were you? This city chewed me up, and you watched, sipping on your half-calf latte.
All right, that's pretty fun. So now that we have basically created this video, let's go ahead and create an AI agent. Now, if I click on the create button here, there is the agent option, which I can select. And there's plenty of videos that we have. So now, or plenty of images that we have. You can also generate your own image, or like I said, use from their images that they have here. And these serve really well if you're seeking maybe to create a customer support agent. Let me give you an example. Let's say that we take this lady here. Now, if you click, you can see the lady over there. And what you can then go ahead and do is provide agent details. So you can actually provide details. Now, to be honest here, the appearance, I maybe wrote this. Let me go back to select. And I'm going to go to ChatGPT here. I'm going to say, I created an AI agent for customer support. Give her, or customer support regarding iPhones. Give her a name and a description so that we can get some dummy name and description. So let's say the name is Sophie. So that's quite a good name. Let's copy the name Sophie, come back over here, place it in. Well, let's remove my agent. You can also select the language that she will speak. The agent voice here, there's plenty of voices. You can go ahead and select a female voice befitting to her. So if I scroll down enough, there are the female voices. Obviously, we cannot use all of them. I'm going to choose Anna. And let's go back for the description of the agent. I'm just going to copy it blindly and paste it here. Obviously, I cannot add more than 300 characters, but I think I'm just going to add this and let's see what this does. Okay, so coming back here, Control V to paste, and you can see maximum limit reached. Let's click. Now, the knowledge source, you can upload files, and or you can select an option of how knowledgeable she or this person is. So if you select hybrid, then you need to upload. Grounded, then you also need to upload, but ungrounded will not use any sources, meaning that you'll not program it yourself, just leave it like that. I'm going to click next. And then here, any starter questions. Well, starter questions is well, what would you like help with today? And then that's it. Now, that's a question. And then I'm going to click on done. And there you have it. We have an agent. Now, I already created Agent Joker just for fun. Also, Rose. This is an AI generated image, by the way, so that's not a real image. There was a time when I was trying to create AI influencers. By the way, you can also do it pretty much here in Allison. If you go, there is a course that we have created, which is about MidJourney. You can take that course. We teach you how to do this if you're interested. And you see here that the agent is ready. We can chat with him right now, or with her right now. So if I click start the chat, watch this, because we can talk to this agent right now. We can talk to her. All right. So it's she says, "What would you like help with today?" I can go ahead and start recording. So I'm going to record. Hi, Sophie. I hope you're doing well. I would like your help regarding iPhone problem or iPhone technical problem. You can see my message went, and now she's thinking.
Of course. I'd be happy to help with any iPhone technical issues you may be experiencing.
You can see
Please
that.
let me know what specific problem you're encountering, and I'll do my best to assist you.
You can see I've selected the wrong voice there. I didn't know that the Anna voice was for a child, but that's pretty much it. You can always edit, right? You can always edit your agent by going here, going to the chat settings and the knowledge sources and the agent details. You can switch from this voice to something else, right? You can also clone your own voice by clicking on clone your voice if you're interested to do that as well. Now, personally, here in this case, I'm going to probably go for Elizabeth. You can always listen to these voices to see how they feel. There are pro voices, obviously, that we cannot use. Now, let me listen to Amber.
Hey, nice to meet you. What do you think of my voice?
Amber seems fine. Now let's save changes. And let's go and chat with this agent again. Now it's going to make a lot more sense. There's this starter question. It says, "What would you like help with today?" And let me go and record a prompt. So I'm going to click. Hello, Sophie. How are you doing? I would like your help regarding an iPhone technical issue. I am not capable of adding the internet to my iPhone. I've tried. I've watched all videos. Could you please help me with that? And you can see that as soon as I stop talking, it immediately sends the request.
I can definitely help you with that. To add the internet to your iPhone, you'll need to check a few things. First, make sure that your Wi-Fi or cellular data is turned on in the settings. Then, try restarting your iPhone and your router. If the issue persists, you may need to reset your network settings.
All right, so you can see that that is much better than before. And that pretty much sums up this particular lecture right here. Now that we've introduced you to DID, there's also a very interesting software which I want to introduce you to. This one is very interesting because it can actually take someone like me and it can transform me into cartoon. Without further ado, let's go ahead and check this out. Hello there and welcome. In this lecture, I'm going to introduce you to Kaiber AI. Now, Kaiber AI is one of the best softwares that I know personally. Now, it's capable of generating motion, flipbook motion, or animation frame by frame, which we're not going to use in this case. I'm more interested in the transform. Now, these motion ones are really good because they can help you create a piece of music. Let's say you have music, lyrics. You can create a motion video. There is a very famous band, music band, that I think maybe music band or artist, I can't remember, but they have created their music video using Kaiber, right? And they keep promoting it. I'm more interested to show you the transform feature, which can transform you. In this case, for example, it transformed me into the Terminator. Let's go ahead and...
Welcome to the future of AI with our comprehensive ChatGPT masterclass.
And you can see right there, I'm the Terminator. And in this case as well, I'm transformed into this mafia boss. So without further ado, let me introduce you to Kaiber. Now here's Kaiber, it's Kaiber.ai. And here, like I said, you can create a flipbook animation, frame by frame, motion, and transform. Now for the flipbook animation, you just have to click. You have to add an image. So you can go ahead, for example, add an image that you want to add. This is an image of a hacker. You can also add an audio with that image if you want to create a music video. And you can edit. Now here you can say hacker contemplating the moon. And you can click here in the style of. You can select a style from these particular styles by clicking here. There's a lot of styles. Let's say you want it to be maybe like a steampunk or oil painting. You can do it. And you can add a song here, right? Now I'm going to go to video settings. I'm not going to add any song whatsoever. You can generate previews, in which case it's going to start generating some previews. And after you click on any one of those previews, it's going to proceed on to generate a video for you. Now in this case, it's only an 8-second video, right? Which you can make more than 8 seconds if you want to. In this case, I just chose 8 seconds, and you can just click on the frame that you like, and you can hit generate, in which case it's going to proceed right now and start generating this motion animation for us, right? It's only 8 seconds, but like I said, you can control it. Now, personally here, I have about 9,453 credits. I think when I purchased it, I had maybe over 12,000 credits. I can't be sure. And I purchased it for $120. It's a yearly membership. And I use it from time to time to create impressive trailers, kind of like the ones that we saw earlier. You can see that now this is at 12%. So we'll leave it there. We'll go and open another Kaiber AI tab, in which I can show you how you can, if you want, you can create an animation. So I have a lot of animations here. If I go to my videos, there's plenty of animations that I have created in the past. And there's animations of me as the Joker. There's animation of this particular lady here. Animation of me as a hacker. This is an animation of me as the Terminator. And it's actually a video. And if you want to really know what this looks like, I just have to download that video to show you. Now, the better the video quality, the better the animation would be. And you can also see that I have animated a lot of other videos, right? So if I click here, for instance, let me show you an example of what Kaiber AI is capable of doing. And this has the surprise factor element, because you just surprise people with these things. When they see you transforming into an AI robot, they think, well, this is interesting. It gets the attention. So let's click this one, for instance.
Here is how you can transform yourself. And I can transform myself back. And if you want to...
And you can see that is me as the Terminator. This is me as the Joker. Now, if I want to create such a video, you just have to click on Create Video here. You go to Transform. You need a video. So you can go over to Google. You can search for a dummy video. So let's say you want to search for woman on laptop video Pixabay. Let's say that you want to animate this video. You can quite frankly animate anything you want. I just took this particular example. You can go find a boxer footage. You can animate a boxer, make him look like an animation, which is great. And so you can see here we have a bunch of videos. So let's say you like this one, you just click it, and we can animate this. We can turn it into cartoons. So if I go ahead over here, I can click download. This is a stock free video, which means I can use it for free, copyright free. And this is the video. You go back to Kaiber, you click right here on the video, upload it. It should be maximum about 4 minutes, not more. Once your video is added, click on edit prompt. Here you can describe, you can say woman reading a book. I don't know really what she's reading. Maybe she's reading a book or just on her computer or writing something. And then you can click in the style of. You can actually choose a style. So if you want this to be, let's just say, graffiti style, you can click on graffiti style and you can scroll down and you can actually go ahead and click on video settings. Now here, there is multiple versions. There's version 1 and version 3.0. I'll stick to version 1 and I'll also evolve this by a slight bit and I'll click generate. In which case, it's going to generate a particular preview for us so that we can go ahead and check how this is going to look. You can see right here that they're generating the preview frame, and we can watch this right now. All right, so you can take either one of them. That let's say you take maybe this one. Let's say like this one, you can select it. you can generate video, and you'll just have to wait a couple of seconds because it takes some time to render. You can see here, they'll show you the percentage. And here you can come back to see your motion, the motion that we have created. Remember that we have taken a photo, and from that photo, notice that we've created a motion. And you can see it right here that this turned out really good, right? Like I said, this can be really used, can be used to create a motion. And that is incredible stuff for music videos. If you would like to download this, you just have to click on the download button, in which case you'll be able to download that. And you can come back to your video to check the percentage of advancement and just wait until this video renders so that we can go ahead and watch it. All right, so the video has been completed. We can go ahead and watch it, or you can download it and watch it. And you can see that this is completely animated and it looks great. I actually like it. And you can pretty much use this in your video. So you can click here, download, and that's it. So that is pretty much it for this particular software. Let's move on to another software. This one is called Synthesia, and it's capable of generating video based on text. Without further ado, let's get right into it. Still in the text-to-video tutorials, we will basically introduce you to Synthesia, which is a tool that can create presentations, video presentations, that is. So here we have some examples. Now this is the website. Now a good thing for you is that they have just introduced expressive AI avatars, which are a top-notch based on the videos that I'm about to show you right now. So they went and they perfected their AI avatars, making them better, making them look more natural, more human-like. Now if I click here, there is an example. We can watch this.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to today's session where we dive deep into the essence of creativity and innovation. I'm here to share how Canva, a tool that revolutionized our design process, became our ally in the relentless pursuit of excellence. Imagine a platform where the barrier to professional design is completely dismantled. That's Canva for you, an ecosystem where creativity blooms without the need for complex skills. It's where we, as a startup, began to redefine our visual communication, making our ideas vibrant and accessible. But what really sets Canva apart? It's the simplicity of dragging and dropping elements to create something extraordinary. Coupled with an extensive library of templates, it empowered us to launch campaigns that were not just seen but felt, elevating our brand to new heights. Collaboration is the lifeblood of any startup. Canva's real-time collaboration feature changed the game for us. It allowed our team, spread across different geographies, to work together seamlessly, ensuring our vision was perfectly translated into our designs. And when we stepped up to Canva Pro, it was like unlocking a new level of branding power. Advanced features gave us the ability to maintain consistency across all our designs, reinforcing our brand identity. Canva hasn't just been a tool, it's been a journey of transformation, pushing us to unleash our full creative potential.
All right, so I'm going to click. Now there's another example video. I think I skipped it. This is an example. We're just going to play some extracts of it.
As we stand on the brink of a new era, it's crucial for every industry to recognize the transformative power of generative technology. It's not just about automation or making existing processes faster. It's about unlocking a world of innovation that we've only just begun to explore.
In my 2 decades of leading businesses to the forefront of their sectors, I've learned that the key to revolutionizing an industry is not just hard work. It's smart work. Generative technology is the epitome of this, especially in product development. Imagine creating products optimized for efficiency, cost, and performance without manual limitations.
The realm of content creation has been completely redefined. Through generative AI, businesses can now craft personalized marketing campaigns and stories that resonate on a deeper level with audiences. This isn't the future, it's happening right now, enhancing creativity and engaging customers in ways previously unimaginable.
All right, so I'm going to actually pause this and move on to the next video. This is also another video that I have created. Let me go ahead and watch this.
Hello everyone, I'm here to introduce you to Quillbot, a state-of-the-art AI-powered writing assistant that is transforming the way we write. Quillbot is not just any tool, it's your partner in writing. Whether you're drafting an email, an article, or academic paper, it enhances your writing fluency, style, and vocabulary. Let's dive into one of its standout features, the paraphrasing tool. It allows you to rewrite sentences or entire articles, adjusting the style from fluency to
All right.
creative.
We can actually pause that. So now let's get into it. So this is Synthesia. You can access it by going to synthesia.io or just search for it on Google. It's really the top platform out there. And if you scroll, you can see how many companies are actually using Synthesia at this moment that we're talking. So companies that you didn't think would possibly use it, including PowerPoint, LinkedIn. This is, I believe, SEMrush, and so on and so forth. Aura. There's a lot of companies, and Fortune 500 companies are using it. So in this case, you can see this is the global manager and of Heineken. And he's basically, this is what he has to say about Synthesia. If you're considering to try Synthesia, don't get ready, get started. Yeah. And I'll tell you that that's actually true, right? So you can see Zoom, Heineken, Xerox, Bestseller, Reuters, and so on and so forth. All of these are companies that trusted Synthesia simply because their video quality is just incredible, right? And you can take an example of some videos that they have added here, which cannot really be separated from real life. For example, this is a LinkedIn created video by LinkedIn, the company. Let's go ahead and click this so that you can watch.
It's Olivia, and here's what you need to know from the October 2022 LinkedIn Workforce Report. This month, we saw hiring losses reverse August's hiring gains.
All right, so we can actually pause this for a second. And you can see that this can be used in companies. You can understand why. It's for spreading messages. Basically, communication resumed. And really, large companies are using it. So now let's go back to Synthesia. If you want to create a video, click here on New Video. And with the expressive AI avatars, this is absolutely good. Now, one downfall of Synthesia is the fact that it's a little bit slow when it comes to rendering your video. But other than that, it's great. Now, when you click on Create a New Video, I'm going to go with AI Video Assistant instead, because I just want to use the AI Video Assistant. And here you get to choose the template. All right, so after you selected the option AI Video Assistant, make sure that you click on the template that you like. So let's say that this is the template. Let's say you like it. You can click, you can actually use this template. And then, because we have selected the AI Video Assistant, we can upload a file that contains the presentation, right? So let's go to ChatGPT here. I'm just going to start a new chat with it. And I'm going to say, well, let's just say you want to create a presentation to a team about a software or about ChatGPT itself. So I'm going to say, I want to create a short presentation to my team of sales people about ChatGPT, and I want you to write the content for that presentation and to give me the link to download it. So now, not only is it going to create a presentation content, but it's going to also give us a link to download it. So let's just wait a second here, because this is the presentation. And here's the link, which I can actually click. There it is. And once I click, I'll be able to open it up. And it's a Word document, so I can just click it, open it up. All right, so let's just wait a second. Okay, so it's just opening. You don't really have to read it, because AI is here and meant to do all of these tasks for us. But this is what AI would do for sales. And I'm just going to close. Go to Synthesia, and you can add PowerPoint, PDF, Word, or text, any kind of document. You can even add a link by clicking Web Link. For me, this document is enough. How many scenes do you want is your choice. If you want this to be in 8 scenes, I'm going to just stick to 5 scenes. And the objective here, you can click and make sure to say, educate my team of sales people about ChatGPT, right? ChatGPT. Now, salespeople should be separated, I think. And now the audience here, you select the audience, and you can say sales people or Salesforce. Now the language, select the language. It's English, so it's already pre-selected for me. You can also select the speaker. So the speaker, you can say it's the Chief Operations Officer, or in this case, I'm going to say Sales Director. The tone, let's just say, for instance, friendly, and let's generate the video. So now the AI of Synthesia is going to generate the entire video based on the avatar that we have chosen, which is this lovely lady. And it's going to take into consideration our file that we have uploaded, which contains the information necessary. And if you click continue to the editor, it's going to take you to the editor to give you a glimpse of how this looks like. Now, we're not going to dive into the editor itself. And to be honest with you, they didn't create the AI generator for nothing. For me, the only thing you need to edit is the logo of your company. So for instance, here, we've got this logo. Now let me just click on close. And these markers are added. Markers are basically signs that we do usually when you laugh or smile. You can either add them manually. You can select a word and add a marker on that word manually, or because we have used AI generator, we don't need to do that because it will just do it for us. You can see it already did it, for example, for welcome. And it also added animations to the text. The only things that you might change is the logo. So you might be interested to remove this logo, add your own, by going over here and clicking on media. You can also add shapes, text, and so on and so forth, but you can go to media, click on images. You can find images here, but if you want to upload your own image, you can upload it. I'm going to go ahead and upload an image. And you can see right here that now I've uploaded the logo. And you can even change, right now, let me just click here. You can take your logo and move it aside. You can remove this logo, for instance. Let's say that this, now let me go back by clicking here. Let's say that this new logo is the logo you want to keep. You want to remove the other one. Just click on the other one, right click, delete, right like this. And then you have your new logo. Well, I'm sorry because I kept selecting my logo. I have to select this one and do it again. And now we have this particular logo right here, which I can place, let's just say here, increase the size of it. And then when you're done, when you're satisfied with your presentation, all you need to do is to click on generate, and that's it, right? You can include captions, which I'm not going to be doing. And you can click on generate, in which case it's going to proceed to generate this particular presentation for us. It takes quite some time. So in this case, it's going to take 8 minutes. But we've already shown you what presentations by Synthesia look like. Now we've shown you how you can create these presentations. Without further ado, let's move on to the next video in which we're actually going to discuss the text-to-image AI softwares. Stay tuned for the next lecture. Hello and welcome. In this lecture, I'm going to introduce you to the text-to-image AI tools. Now, we're going to start first of all with one, which is called Leonardo AI. This software is capable of amazing things such as this. Now, look at this picture and make sure that you keep looking, because notice what happened here. I have swapped my face with that person. Not only that, swap my face with a lot of people in different locations around the world, make myself look like I'm traveling the world without having to spend a dime from my pocket. Here is another example of what this could look like. We're going to talk about the swap face feature later on. And this is also what this tool is capable of. It is also capable of this, which is generating motion based on an image. So you take an image, you can animate the image and turn it into motion, all right, like this, which I have used for an AI movie. This is also an example of a motion, which I use for an AI movie. Now, let's go and introduce you to Leonardo AI. So Leonardo is a great software as the competitor of MidJourney as well as DALL-E 3. If you want to know more about it, go to leonardo.ai or just search on the internet for Leonardo AI. Click launch the app. The good news is that you get access to a couple of credits for free. And when you want to start creating an image, you can click on image generation. If you want to visit your personal feed to see your images that you have generated in the past, you can click here. You can also check the home feed, which contains a lot of images and videos that people might have generated in the past that you might be interested with. So if you click on home, you can also see some other creators and what they are actually doing. In this case, if I just were to scroll down, this is the home feed. So this is what creatives are doing at this moment. I like this one here, showcasing a person fighting a dragon, and you can see what these people are up to. You can get some inspiration. This one, for example, is a great sticker for a t-shirt design, which looks amazing. Now, let me, for instance, go to the image generation feature to show you how you can create images based on Leonardo. Now, here, I'm going to click on legacy mode to switch to legacy mode because I like it better. It's more user-friendly. This is the new mode. But if you switch to legacy mode, you should be able to go back to the legacy mode. Now, we can get started by a couple of prompts. But first of all, I'd like to tell you that Leonardo AI functions based on models. Now I'm going to go ahead and deactivate the photoreal model because that's what I'm using right now, and it's a pro model. With the free Leonardo membership, you shall be able to generate a couple of images for free. I think not more than 6 or 7, but that should get you started. Here, you can select any model you like. You can see that every model is trained at a specific size, which means that these models can only generate the most optimal images at these sizes which they are trained on. So 1024 by 768 is the optimal size to generate images with this model called Leonardo Lightning. Now, if you have Alchemy, and these models, they function using Alchemy. If you have Alchemy, this model no longer has to generate images in this size. You can override the creator's limit or the creator's image limit. You can now, if you activate Alchemy from here, of course, you need to have a pro membership. But if you have access to Alchemy, you'll be able to generate images in any size you want. You can see here we have the image dimensions. These are the regular ones in pixels. And you can also switch to inches, right? So if you want this to be 9 by 16 inches, you can click here, 16 by 9, which is landscape, and so on and so forth. So you can control the size of your images. You can also control it manually from here by changing the width and the height, or you can type it in by clicking here. The guidance scale, I don't usually touch it. The tiling, you can activate it in case you want to generate some patterns from print on demand or for something like that. Now I'm going to get it back to 16 by 9 inches because we want to go ahead and generate a dummy image. I'm going to go to 16 by 9 inches. Now the models that are here, you can use them all. And you can also switch to modes. These modes are great. So if you want this to be an anime, you can switch to anime. If you want it to be cinematic, you can switch to cinematic. Now I'll leave this at anime. Let's say you want to create an anime picture. Click on anime. In this case, you just need to go ahead and write a prompt. Now when you write a prompt, understand that you can add a negative prompt for all models except for photoreal. Now if I activate photoreal, notice that I will not be able to add a negative prompt. But as soon as I deactivate photoreal, I'll be able to add negative prompt. Now what negative prompt means, now let me first of all deactivate this. What negative prompt means is that, let's say you want to generate a picture of a man, like in this case, but you don't want that man to have black hair. You can exclude black hair by clicking on negative prompt. Adding black hair here means that this person that you will generate will have all types of hair except for black because it's excluded. It's a negative prompt. Now I'm going to select this to be an anime, and we're going to get started with our first prompt. So if I hit the generate button, it will generate 4 images, not by accident. It's because here I have put this to 4. I set this to 4 images at a time. If you set it to less or more, it will generate less or more. You can go up to 8 at this stage. The good news is you can generate motion with these images that you create. You can also upscale them. I highly recommend that you go ahead and explore all the features of Leonardo. There's plenty of them, which we will not really have the time to cover. Now here I said anime, but still it has generated an image of a man. It doesn't look like an anime to me. But it's okay. In this case, we can just still use it. It has some anime aspect to it, but it's not completely an anime. Now let's take one of the pictures. You can see it's not completely black hair, so the hair is actually a bit brown. And if you want to turn this image into a video, let me show you how you can do it. If you hover over the video, first of all, you can download your video by clicking download, in which case it's going to download the video for you. And if you want to do other things such as edit this in Canvas, editing this in Canvas will take you to the canvas, and you can edit the image there. You can add more creative touch to it. And here you can use the Alchemy upscaler to add more quality to this image. It will basically keep it the same image, but it will make it of a higher quality. Or you can create an animation. Now for animation, I would create an animation for this one because it sounds better. So I'm going to click on Generate Motion Video. Here, when you generate motion, you'll notice that you can control the motion strength right here. Now, the more you add motion strength, the more it's going to morph your video and alter it. The lesser it is, or the closer it is to 0, the less it's going to add changes. You can go up to the minimum, which is 1. Maximum is 10. I would go for 4 in this case. I'll just leave the visibility to public and I'll click generate. Right now, it's going to generate a video based on this particular image of that guy. So based on an image that we started, we will create an animation. We will create a video. These can be used to create a movie.
In the year
Like, for instance, this movie here, I created it using AI and CapCut, mainly Leonardo AI, Pika Labs, Runway ML. And watch this.
In the year 2150, humanity thrived, controlled by the marvel of artificial intelligence. Machines and mankind side by side. A new dawn of technology. Precision beyond human capability. A life of ease and comfort. Building the future.
All right. And we can watch that movie up until the end, but I prefer not to. And notice here that we have created an animation. Now, generally, because we didn't add so much motion, it only is showing, or it's showing the background in motion. Now, it doesn't usually generate great motion with images such as these, but I'll tell you, it generates amazing motions with abstract. So if you go, maybe let's just say generate the Earth and planets and ships next to them, and the wide cosmos. Now you can just let your imagination run wild here. If I hit generate, right now it's going to go and generate 4 images of the Earth and planets and ships next to them and the wide cosmos. And when I say ships, I'm talking about spaceships, because there's such a saying as spaceships. So it's going to generate this image. Like I said, for images with people, it doesn't really do well when it comes to the animation. It's good, but it's not perfect, or as it should be. Of course, there is a software that's going to come in the future called Sora by ChatGPT or by OpenAI. Here we have these images of the planets. Let's say that you want to animate one of these. You want to add an animation to it. You can take the video or the image, go to Generate Motion Video, and that will be the last thing we're going to do before moving to the next video. Once you click on Generate, this is going to go ahead and generate an animation of this. And notice that right here, that for these types of videos, it really does a pretty good animation. You can see the Earth rotating over there. These other planets are still staying still, but it's rotating the Earth at least. And so this is it for this particular tool. In the next video, I'm going to introduce you to Immersity AI, which can actually take an image and transform it to 3D. So you can animate an image. Stay tuned for I'll see you in the next video. Hello there and welcome. In this lecture, I'm going to introduce you to Immersity AI, or rather known before as Leopix. Now this tool can actually transform an image, a still image, lifeless image, to a lively image and add motion to it. So from 2D to 3D, this is what this tool is capable of. Now we have an example. This image that you're looking at here was generated using Leonardo AI. This motion that you're looking at right here is Immersity AI's motion. You can see that because I'm using the free plan, that I have the Immersity AI watermark, but that's absolutely okay. Now we can play the video again just to show you. So this is pretty much an animation. They kind of like to add life to an image. So let's go right now and check how this works. So here is Immersity AI. You go to it by going to Google, searching for Immersity AI or just Leapix. And generally speaking, you will find a link. Once you log into Immersity AI, you'll be able to upload a picture or a video. I will drag a picture. All right, so we have a man wearing a tuxedo, an image of a man wearing a tuxedo, and it's going to definitely animate him. Now, as you can see, it's processing the image, which means it's going to take a couple of seconds or minutes. There it is, and you can see that right now it looks like an animation. The good thing is, this is not it, because you can change the way the animation works. So if you want it to be a vertical animation up and down, or a horizontal animation left and right, or a circular animation, which is the preferred one by many people, you can see that the circular animation kind of leaves some bad effects over there. It looks horrible. Now, the perspective one is the one that doesn't really leave that much bad effects. And there is the zoom effect, which zooms in and zooms out. There's also the DALL-E, zoom left, and there is the zoom center, and there is the zoom right. And there's custom as well. Now, I'd like to leave it at perspective. Now it's already looped. You can reverse, which means it's going to reverse the way it is rotating it. And here there are some manual settings, the amount of motion that you can add. So the more motion you add, the more it's going to be, motion is going to increase. The less motion you add, the less motion is going to have. The animation length, you can also control it. The maximum is 10 seconds, I'm sorry. And the focus point here, you can set a focus point, or you can change the focus point by modifying this and altering the focus point. I'd like to keep the focus point as the center. And then there's the edge dilation, which you can manipulate as well. And the depth map, which I don't really like to touch a lot. But here, the depth map is just, it selects the character, and you can actually, I think, select more depth if you want to, which I'm not going to do. Now, in any case, this is pretty much it for this particular tutorial. If you'd like to export your project, click right here to export, and you will be able to export this by clicking next. Obviously, I have the free plan, so I can be able to go ahead and export it. They give you 1,050 credits, but that's not too much, because every time you want to export, you will lose 50 credits to download this to an MP4, and you just have to click on export, in which case the file is going to be processed and you will have a video. These videos are pretty cool because you can use them later on. You can definitely use them in videos. You can definitely use them in other uses. Now, I know a lot of people that have created YouTube channels, shorts YouTube channels, about history, Spartans, about the Persians, about the Roman Empire, and they create an image and they animate it using Immersity AI because of the fact that it doesn't botch the image. The animations of other tools such as Leonardo, sometimes when it comes to characters, they kind of morph the character, they botch him a little bit. And so what happens is they have a botched video, which sometimes they don't like to have. So they get Immersity. And with Immersity, you still get the watermark, which can be quite annoying, but you can get rid of that watermark right here by getting the Pro plan of Immersity AI. Now, this is pretty much it for this particular tool. Next, I'm going to introduce you to MidJourney, which is one of the best tools in the world that generates images. It's an incredible tool. It is paid. You need to, basically it's $10 per month if you want to get started. But in case you don't have it, you can still watch just for general knowledge, just in case in the future, maybe you get the membership, you could probably use the knowledge that you're going to learn. So stay tuned for the next video. Hello and welcome. In this lecture, I'm going to introduce you to MidJourney. MidJourney is an image generation software that is capable of magic. That's where I'll leave it, and we need to go ahead and walk through more. Now, personally, I have the Pro MidJourney membership, which cost me about $96 because I have the annual subscription. And that reduced the cost for me for $24 because I know that I'm going to be using it all year round. But there is other plans, much better plans, bigger plans, such as the standard plan for $30, the Pro plan for $60, and there's also the Mega plan, which basically is for $120. Now, for all MidJourney versions, you get a different amount of hours that you can use. Now, 3.3 hours is the basic plan. If you generate a lot more AI art, if you require more hours of GPU time, which means, so let me give you a clue. If you want to generate 4 images with MidJourney, it takes about 0.3 minutes. So 30 seconds to be precise. or 0.5 minute. So it's 30 seconds, half a minute. It takes around 30 seconds. So you have 3.3 hours, multiply that by 60. That gives you the amount of minutes. And then you can know how many images you can generate. So it's practically, I did the math. It's about around 250, close to 300 images per month that you can generate maximum with the basic plan, which are more than enough if you're not, using MidJourney to do a lot of projects or work on a lot of projects. In any case, if you're working on a lot of projects, such as maybe you have 10 YouTube channels at a time and you're using this AI art to fuel these YouTube channels, then it would mean that you'd need to go for a higher plan. Now, personally, like I said, I have the $10 plan, which is only $8 plan if you get it for a year. And inside of MidJourney, you have to realize that we use prompts pretty much similar to how we use ChatGPT. The only difference is that it is inside of Discord. There is the MidJourney app, which we're not going to use in this course. We're only going to use MidJourney on the Discord. I also like to recommend, if you want more detail about MidJourney, we have a course out here on Allison that we have made available for you. You can go ahead and join that course. It's a full MidJourney course where we dive deep into the deepest elements of MidJourney. Now, like I said, inside of MidJourney, we use prompts, and generally speaking, the syntax is /imagine, and then you type in whatever it is that you want to imagine, and then you can hit enter. But one thing you have to realize about prompts is that there is a perfect prompt syntax. The perfect prompt syntax is, at the start, make sure that you place the subject matter and the camera angle. So if it is, for example, you want to generate an image of a character, of a person, make sure that you describe the person in detail at the beginning. Say, for example, blonde person, let's just say African man or African elder. So whatever it is you want to generate, make sure it's at the beginning, right? Quote it at the very beginning. And then the camera angle is also very important, because if you don't specify it, then it's going to generate an image for you in a camera angle that it likes. So specify the camera angle. If it's a front shot, if it's a above, or what we call a drone view, viewing from above, from the sky, or it's a sideways angle. So you have to make sure you specify the angle. Also the style, whether you want that image to be a portrait, realistic, whether you want it to be hyper-realistic, whether you want it to be a painting, whether you want it to be a drawing. Specify that. Also specify the lighting next. All of these are in a particular order. So start with subject matter, then you add a comma, camera angle, comma, style, which is, like I said, the style of the image. Victorian image style, Roman style, any kind of style you want, Greek style, and so on and so forth. And there's a lot of styles, actually. You can also get some inspiration from artists. So if you want it to be in the style of Van Gogh, if you specify the name Theo Van Gogh in there, MidJourney is going to realize, okay, so you want this to be in the style of Theo Van Gogh. So it's going to ultimately go and generate an image, which is going to be a painting in the style of Theo Van Gogh. Now, as far as the lighting is concerned, it's very important. There's a lot of different types of lighting. So there's sunlight, there is the perfect hour, there's morning light, there is evening light, there is sundown light, there's a lot of lighting, or studio lighting. Just by specifying the type of lighting, when you say studio lighting, it's still not enough. You can say blue and green studio lighting, which is going to apply blue and green lighting. You can say red and yellow studio lighting, or red and black studio lighting, whatever it is that you might want the image to have as lighting. The genre, if you want it to be scary, if you want it to be comical, if you want it to be normal, if you want it to be cinematic. There are different genres. And then, of course, the color grading. So the color grading is very important. You can say black and white picture. You can say monochrome. You can say cyberpunk. There's a lot of color gradings out there. You can also say natural, anything you want. Camera specs are very important. Sometimes, or for the most part, mentioning the type of camera. So go to Google, do a search about the most infamous cameras that get the best quality shots. And then you can actually just take the reference of the camera. Let's say it's Canon EOS 205S. I don't know if this is a true reference. This is just a dummy reference I got, right? When you put that reference of the camera in the prompt, you will notice that MidJourney is going to generate a picture, but it's going to make sure it's generating that picture almost like using that camera, right? So it's going to get you really high quality images that way. The size usually we mention it at the end in the form of -AR, and then you put the size. If it's 16 by 9 inches, you put 16, 2.9 inches, and so on and so forth. Now, there are basically, when it comes to MidJourney, there are settings that you have to make sure you put in mind. These settings are basically different versions. Also, with settings, if you want to access them in MidJourney, just click on /settings and hit enter, and then you will have this. And when you have this, you can actually control the stylize option. Now, the more you go to stylize very high, the more the image is going to be, let's just say, closer and closer to your prompt. When you say stylize medium or stylize low, it's going to be very close to your prompt, but not as close as stylize very high. Also, the more you go high into stylize, the more realistic images get. And you'll notice that if you try. Now, here we are on public mode because we cannot switch to any other mode because we have the normal membership, so I cannot switch to incognito mode. Remix mode allows you to add a remix whenever you want to generate a variation. You can basically remix that variation by editing the very prompt that you use at the beginning. High variation mode means that the images that you get are all going to be very different from one another. Let me give you a clue. When you generate an image with MidJourney, they give you a quadrant of images. Quadrant means 4 images. They give you 4 images at a time. You get to choose which one of them you like. When I say high variation mode, that means that these images are actually going to be very different from one another, the 4 images, right? When you use low variation image or low variation mode, your images, the quadrant of the images that are going to be generated via your prompt, are going to look pretty much the same. Not exactly the same, but they're going to be close to each other's. I highly recommend that you leave it at high variation mode so that you can actually get a lot of results. Sticky style, I never used it. Turbo style, pay careful attention. If you use that, it's going to be fast. Yes, that's true, but it's going to consume a lot of your time or screen time. You only get 3.3 hours anyways with the $10 membership, or for me it's $8 because I got the full annual membership plan. So for you, it's going to be consuming a lot. So imagine if the fast mode generates 300 images per month, the turbo mode is only going to be able to generate you 100 images because it consumes a lot because it's faster in rendering to render an image. But if you have a lot of money and if you want to go faster, you can go with turbo mode. It's just that you're going to need to pay more to get more credits. Relax mode, we can't use it with this plan that I have, the normal plan, because I have the normal plan. I can only use fast mode or turbo mode. And you can reset settings anytime. And settings, usually, they will reset to be the default model V6, which is MidJourney V6. Now, what is it about these MidJourney versions or models? How are they different? Now, here, we are going to give you an example of MidJourney version 6. So this is MidJourney version 6 results. These are some images. Now, this is the prompt I used. Design a serene landscape featuring an ancient tree at the center with a river flowing gently by and mountains in the distance under twilight sky. Highlight intricate details on the tree bark and leaves and make the water reflect changing colors on the sky. So if I actually move, these are the results that you're going to get with MidJourney version 6, which is the most recent version of MidJourney, the most realistic. You can see that the images are quite realistic, and I have chosen this particular type of prompt because landscapes take a lot of the model. If you really want to test how good a model is, create a landscape of nature. And if it is really good, it's going to generate really good images. Now, MidJourney version 6, now these are the results upscaled, right? So as you can see them, these are the upscaled images, right? So you can see that each one of them is really looking realistic, and they can actually even be mistaken for real pictures, especially this one here. One might think that this is a real picture. It was taken by a professional photographer, but it's not. It's AI generated. And then there is MidJourney version 5.2. Version 5.2 is a part of the MidJourney version 5 family, but it's 5.2. And these are the results with the same prompt that we have used earlier. These are the results that we got with MidJourney version 5.2. So you can see that MidJourney 5.2 is a little bit close to the animation. It's close to anime style. It is realistic as well, but with this particular prompt, it was not that realistic. Then there's MidJourney version 5.1, right? So which is older than MidJourney 5.2, and you can see the results. You can clearly see the difference in MidJourney version 5.1 and 6. There's a huge difference. This is MidJourney version 5.1 images upscaled. All right, so you can see that that's pretty much it. And then this is MidJourney version 5.0, And you can see that there is a difference even between 5.0, 5.1, and 5.2. And of course, 6 is the most realistic of all of them. And not that these images are not good. These images are great, don't get me wrong, but they're not that realistic. Now, if we keep moving, this is MidJourney version 4. With MidJourney version 4, it was actually not bad, but not really good, all right, compared to MidJourney version 6. This is MidJourney version 3, which I don't recommend you to touch with a 10-foot pole. It's really it's not that bad. I mean, you can use it to create wall art maybe for people that are interested in such images that they want to put as wall art printables on their house as decoration, but they're not realistic at all. This is MidJourney version 2, and you can see that the more we go down in the version, the models, the less realistic it becomes and the more horrible, I would say, in a way it is. So they're not realistic at all because these are old models, right? So this is not as best as it could be. And then in MidJourney, there are versions that we call the Niji versions. There's MidJourney Niji version 6. These Niji versions, they can generate anime-like images, like this one, for example. This is MidJourney version 5. You can see that it's anime style. And this is Niji version 4 with the same prompt pretty much. You can see over there that these are really animated versions. I also would like to go here. At the end, even if your model, if you set it from the settings to Niji version 5, if you set it to Niji 4, if inside of your prompt you add at the end --Niji 5, what that will do is it will force the model to generate as Niji 5, even though you set it in the settings as Niji 4. So what you write in your prompt overrides the settings. So if you add at the end V6, even if the settings point to Niji version 4, when you add in your prompt --V6, it's going to generate it in version 6. You have to always separate V space 6. Now, like I said, this is Niji version 4. And here I'd like to point out that the word order matters. Now here we have, this is an image generated by MidJourney. This was a project I was working on, and you'll find it in the course here on Allison, the MidJourney course. And I was creating some AI influencers, and this is one of them. And I could tell you that the word order matters. If you focus, for example, you say model with green eyes and brown hair or blonde hair, that if you put it at the beginning of the prompt, word order matters, which means that MidJourney is going to give more importance to what you say at the beginning of the prompt rather than what you say at the end. So make sure that you get every single important word in your prompt at the very beginning, earlier on. And you can see here some incredible images over there. Now, coming to the MidJourney image dimensions, there are a lot of dimensions, as you might know. There's the landscape dimension, which is 16 by 9 inches. There's 9 by 16 inches, which is the TikTok format. There is 4 by 7, 2 by 3, 4 by 5, 5 by 4, 1 by 1, 3 by 2, 4 by 4, 3 by 3, all kinds of sizes. And usually, if you notice here, we have put it at the end. This is the syntax in your prompt. It has to be --AR. And let's say you want to generate an image at this size, 4 by 7. You have to put 4 by 7 in this particular syntax at the end using this syntax. I'm just making you ready so that you can be ready when we go and do this. Now, MidJourney is capable of a lot of things. One of them is the blend feature. For example, this is a perfect blend between a spider as well as a butterfly and a bug. Spider, butterfly, and bug gave birth to this particular image right here, which we will try when we are generating images. You can also use MidJourney to do face swapping. So for instance, have a look at this. This is me. That's my face. Of course, the character is not me, but I just swapped my face with some character. And you can see that the faces are swapped, making it seem like I'm in Peru or in other places. So this pretty much sums up this introductory lecture to MidJourney. Now let's get into practice, and let's practice some of what we have talked about over here. Stay tuned for I will see you in the next videos. Hello and welcome. In this lecture, I'm going to introduce you to MidJourney. We're going to have a lot of good fun. Let's get right into it. So you need to go to midjourney.com or just go to Google and search for MidJourney. You'll come to this website that looks like it's the Matrix, except for in blue and white instead of green and I think black. Now here, there are two ways of how you can go about this. You can click on join the beta. They're different because one takes you to the Discord, the other takes you to the app. We're going to walk you through both of them. First, let's get started with Discord. When you click here, you can join the Discord, accept the invite. Now, Discord opens up in my computer because I have installed Discord, and you can do the same thing. Or you can just continue Discord on the browser, which is what I'm going to do right now. Now, if you continue Discord on the browser, it's going to take you to the browser. But I highly recommend it. You go ahead to Google and just search for Discord. And generally speaking, you'll find the Discord app right there on discord.com. And you can actually download it. And you will have Discord on your own computer instead of having Discord or having to use it on a browser, which is it consumes a lot. So that's just something I wanted to put out there. Now, let's say, assuming you've downloaded Discord or you're still using it in the browser, it's pretty much the same thing. When you go to the browser here, you'll notice that it will take you right here. You can see that this is getting started, all of that stuff. They give you some lessons about MidJourney, which quite frankly, you won't really need in this case. You can see here that there are these newcomer rooms. If you click any one of these newcomer rooms, whether that be 26 or 56 or 86, they have been the same ever since the creation of MidJourney. 3 newcomer rooms to be precise. And in these newcomer rooms, you'll notice other people creating images. From the first thing I would like to say to you, if you're using these newcomer rooms, you're going to have to wait a lot before your image can be generated. At this moment, there's 50 plus new messages since 10:24 a.m. So there's a lot of people out here that are also waiting for their images to be generated, which, to be honest with you, I would not really wait to get my image generated. It would be better off if you communicate directly to the MidJourney bot, which you can find just here. If you click, there's the MidJourney bot, it's right there. And you can actually talk to it. If it's not added here on your direct messages, you can try to add it as an app, or you can go to direct messages, click right here on MidJourney bot, and then make sure that you can talk to MidJourney bot directly. Now, this is the Discord. Let's go ahead to midjourney.com again, because I want to introduce you to the app, the MidJourney app. Now, when you click on sign in instead of join the beta, it's going to open up the app on your computer. You can create art from here directly. You can also go to your archive and check your art that you have created in the past. I have created a lot of art, to be honest. I have used MidJourney really a lot, and I have generated a lot of art. If I keep scrolling down, you'll see that there is a plethora of art that I have generated, ads. I've used MidJourney for practically everything you can imagine, to be honest with you. I really made the most out of this tool. I'm very grateful that I ever learned to use it. Now here, this is my art. You can explore, which is going to take you to see the art of other people, which you can also like, dislike, you can explore. You can even copy these prompts by clicking on any one of them. And actually here, if I click right here, I can be able to copy the prompt. And I can also even copy the job, right? The job ID, I can copy the image URL. You can even go as far as saving it to your computer. And if you want to create, you can click on create. Here, there's the imagine. You can place in whatever it is that you want to generate, and you can hit the enter button. And it's going to get started generating images for you, pretty much in a similar way as you would do on Discord, except for I like Discord better. Now, here, this is set to imagine. You can also add images that you can use. We'll talk more about that in Discord. And you can actually go for the mode, switch it to dark mode. And you can see here that my images are being rendered. It's 50%, I think 90% complete, close to that. You can see some peacocks right here, and it's going to be rendered in a couple of seconds. So these are this is the finished product. These are the images. And you can actually click on these images to view them in full detail. And you can actually even download them. There's the vary option. You can vary your images, upscale your images, remix your images, pan your images, zoom in and zoom out. And there's a lot of features here. Pretty much they exist also in Discord, but they have just created an app for it. I don't really use the app, so I'm going to go to Discord. So here's Discord. I'm going to click on direct messages so that I can communicate with privacy with MidJourney directly. The MidJourney bot, that is. And here, we're going to get started with a warm-up. So we have these images. This is a butterfly, this is a bug, and this is a spider. What say you if I tell you that you can actually create a blend of these images? You can do so by just clicking / here. Now there's many prompts, and one of them is the blend prompt, which you can scroll if you want to find. If you know it, you can just click blend, type it in, and then click on the prompt. Make sure you click. Then you need to go ahead and add images. So I'm going to add image number 1. Now you can drag and drop them, which is what I'm going to do. So I'm going to actually take image by image and drag them. So I'm going to drag this image right here. I'm going to go back and drag the other image. These are images I found in Pixabay. You can click on plus to add another image, a third image. You can even add 4 images if you'd like. And I'm going to drag the 4th image. And all I need to do is to hit enter. When I do hit enter, you see that the job is now being processed. Sometimes it's not going to be processed out of an error, so you might close your Discord, maybe restart your computer, reinstall Discord if you have a lot of errors. But in case everything is working properly, you should be able to see that the job is being processed as well as a percentage. I'm running on fast mode, so it's fast enough, it's decent. If I was running on turbo mode, the image would be generated by now, but like I said, it consumes close to, I'm not sure about the amount, but it consumes a lot more credit than you would consume using the fast mode. Okay, so these images have been generated. Notice that I didn't put any reference to the size. So these are the images. They look quite small, do they? So if you really want to get a closer look on these images, first of all, choose the image you want to get a closer look about, and then you can upscale it. So they're classified in order. There's upscale 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 1, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4. If you'd like to see each one of them in detail, go ahead and upscale every one of them. Now I'm going to upscale all of them just so I can show you this in detail. And the good news is that if you've upscaled an image once, you'll be able to see that the job has already been processed. So let me click right here. So this is the image, right? Bigger image. And this is the image. So you can see that we mixed all the insects in one, right? This is the power of the blend feature. You can try and do a pretty good exercise. It's saying slow down because obviously I can only do 3 jobs at a time, but it's okay. Now let me go ahead to Google. We want to do something strange. Let's go and get a lion. Or you know what? We're going to get an alligator. Alligator Pixabay picture. And we're going to get a dragon picture. And we're going to mix the both of them into one creature. So obviously here in Pixabay, there are free and pro images. This is obviously a pro image. I'm going to go with a free image that I could find somewhere. Right, so this is a perfect image of an alligator somewhere. These are called alligator farms, by the way. And if I click on download, I can download this like this. And that's pretty much it. And thanks to these photographers that risk their lives to get us these pictures. Now I want to look for a dragon, right? Dragon, and I want to go and create a combination of a dragon as well as an alligator. Now there's a bunch of dragons here, obviously because this is we're using free images, so we're not really going to be able to find an incredible dragon image. But I have an interesting idea in mind. There's this statue of a dragon. I can actually download this one. And let's go ahead over here, back to MidJourney / blend. And I would like to drag both these 2 images. So I'm going to start with one of them and then the second. So there's the crocodile image. There goes the dragon image as well. There it is. And I can hit the send button, in which case right now it's going to work on creating a combination of both creatures, dragon and alligator. Remember, the dragon is only a statue. Now that we have explored this, first off, let's just wait until we get the picture. But next, after this picture, we're going to introduce you to the describe feature. The describe feature has got to be one of the best things about MidJourney. And we're going to discover why that is. All right, so how about this? Here, we have these lovely alligators. Notice that they look pretty interesting. Now, I happen to love this one. So I'm going to go ahead and upscale number 2. And you can see that this is an incredible alligator. It's a combination of the statue and the alligator himself. And it looks amazing. Now, like I said, the settings, you can access them by clicking / settings. You can hit enter. And at all times, you can control your settings. You can change the style by clicking on a style that you choose. And I'm going to switch back to version 6 alpha, actually. And you can actually change this to stylize very high, stylize medium. You can remove the remix mode or add the remix mode. Now let's go to the describe feature before moving to the remix mode. Now if I click on / describe, let's say that you want to describe a picture, right? Now I'm going to click on here and upload a picture that I want to describe. So I'm going to go for the picture of the croc. And here I'm going to hit enter. So notice what's going to happen here. It's going to describe the picture of the croc in a prompt, which then can be used to generate another picture of a croc. So here it gave us 4 descriptions. The first one is close-up of an alligator head laying on stone steps, its teeth showing, and it has yellowish skin with green patterns. The setting is outdoors in daylight, and there's some rocks around him. Second one is a crocodile with its head, and even keeps the size of the image, the original image. And if you want to have some fun, you can go and imagine each one of them alone, or you can imagine them all. And if you didn't like these descriptions, you can go ahead and click here, so as to MidJourney can go and regenerate another description. Now, because I have the normal membership, the basic one, I can only do 3 prompts at a time or 3 jobs at a time. So I have to wait for one to finish so that one can start. The jobs are starting right now, so let's wait a second. All right, so the images have been generated. We have a bunch of crocodiles here. So you can see that these crocodiles really do look realistic. And they actually look like the real deal. They really look like a real picture of a croc. And all of that was based on the description. So sometimes it's best off to take an image and describe it and get some really decent results. You can see these crocs, they look angry. We have these ones as well that we didn't see yet. You can see that each one of them looks different than the other one because we have activated the high variation mode. If I kept it to low variation mode, they would almost look the same. And here we have the final image. Obviously, I think this one is also amazing. Right now, this doesn't actually look like a real croc would, but they definitely look realistic and very interesting. And by the way, you also need to understand that you can actually start selling these or publishing these images as stock photos on these websites. Now, let me show you an interesting thing. Now, if I click, for example, on one of the images, let's say that I maybe liked this image, the second image, or I'm going to take the fourth. Let's say I like the fourth. Well, I can upscale it, but I can also click on variation. If I click on V4, it's going to start or generate this remix prompt because I have activated it from the settings. And right here, you can change this. So you can say a green crocodile, a green scaly crocodile's head, and so on and so forth. And you can remove this part where it says yellowish, you can say in green scales. Notice what's going to happen right now. It's going to take this croc, the fourth one, and it's going to apply a modification to the croc. Now, I could go deeper with you with MidJourney. Now, let's actually go deeper. Why not? Now, here, as the images are generated, let me show you one thing. First, we need to upscale an image. So I'm going to go and take one of the images from above. I'm actually going to upscale the first one. And if I scroll down, you can see the jobs are being generated. This is the upscaled image. Now, let's say that you want to take this image, you want to zoom out a little bit. You want to get a full view of the alligator. Now, what you can do is you can click on these zoom out buttons. You can zoom out a little bit more, in which case it's going to start a job and it's going to start zooming out. And you can zoom out by 2, 1.5, or custom. And you can even make the image square if you're interested in making it square. You can also vary region. What does that mean? When you click on vary region, they're going to actually take you to this editor, right? So it's the MidJourney editor. And once here, you can select elements that you want to edit. So for example, let's say you want to select the element, the eye element. You can click here and you can go ahead and start selecting. So you can select the eye by selecting the eye like this. So you can see I'm trying to select the eye. And you can come over here, you can say, well, and find where the eye is described. And you can say his green eyes, his green eyes. I can also take the other eye as well. select that one as well. Make sure I select it correctly. And then I can go and hit enter. Because I added his green eyes, right now, the job is going to be submitted. The eyes are going to change. Also here, notice that when I zoomed out, here we have some variations of this image, particularly zoomed out twice. So we can see more detail around the alligator. Now, let me show you. Now, this is the one where the eyes are going to turn green. But let's go to this one. So this image, you can see that they're zoomed out. We can see the crocodile. It almost looks small, you know. So, and here he looks like it's zoomed in. All right. Now, if I scroll down, I think that there is a job that was being processed, the one where we added a variation when we said his green eyes. This is the one where I said his green eyes. Notice that the eyes changed, right? So you can see that the eyes changed. They're not pretty much the same as this one right here. This one was absolutely, they were pretty, I would say, solid. The color was solid. Now it's a little bit lighter. Are they green? I don't think so. But the color of the eyes changed. And this one is the one where we have added a remix. So instead of the yellowy scales, now it's a little more greenish, all right? Because we added that, right? Now, one thing here, you can create really great images with the describe feature. If you click /describe, take an image. If you go take that dragon image, let me show you for one thing. I can go take that particular dragon image over here. And if I hit enter, it's going to give me some prompts. I'm just going to select one of them for the just to make sure that we don't use a lot of time. And what I can do, I can either click here on generate, or I can just simply copy the prompt as it is and copy the AR included. And if I don't like this size, I can switch to another size. I can click /imagine and click on that and make sure you add your prompt. And at the end here, notice that you can change your size. I can change this to 16:9, which is a landscape size. And if I hit enter, it's going to go ahead and generate an image in 16:9. Now I'm going to also start a job. It's going to be 9:16, reversed. And I'm going to place the prompt. And at the end, I'm going to say 9:16. Notice what's going to happen right now. There's 2 jobs being processed. Remember that for the basic plan, the maximum jobs you can process at a time is 3. Now there's 2, so this is good. So it's going to generate a picture based on this description of this dragon. It's going to look absolutely nothing like it. It's going to look much better than this. Trust me. Now the images are being rendered, and you can see the images. So these are landscape size images, and they look pretty fantastic. And these are the 9:16 size, which are suitable for phone. I hope that you've enjoyed this video so far. For the next video, I will introduce you to how you can swap your face, just like I'm swapping my face over here. Stay tuned for the next video is interesting. Passive Income Gen Z wishing you the best and signing out. Hello and welcome. In this lecture, I'm going to introduce you to how you can swap your face on MidJourney. Without further ado, let's get right into it. So you can travel the world practically with a couple of prompts. Let's go and check how that works. So here we are inside of MidJourney. First thing is first is what I want you to do is I want you to go ahead and make sure you freeze your screen right now and write down this link on a notepad. Now, this is the link, discord.com/OAUTH2/authorize !client -ID equals da. Make sure that you type this exactly as it is. This is a link that you're going to need. So go ahead and pause. I'll give you 3 seconds. All right. So assuming that you've got the link right now, I want you to go ahead and make sure you copy this link onto your clipboard. Next thing is click here on the plus icon to add a server. Click on create my own for club or community. Give it a name. I'm going to say the MDG face swap. That's what I decided to name it. And I'm going to click on create. You can add a photo if you want to add a photo of yourself. Now, in any case, this is the Discord group. First of all, I would like you to paste the link, hit enter, then click on that particular link, and then make sure you add to server. The server is MDJ face swap. Click continue, authorize. And once you authorize, you have to pass this test that you're a human. So just wait a second and then click I am a human. Hopefully there is no CAPTCHA or anything. And that's it. So here we are already in the server, so just click close. Now the only thing that's required is to invite the MidJourney bot because if I click /, there is no imagine here, right? I cannot imagine anything. I can only swap. Now, what I want you to do, I want you to go to not the direct messages. I want you to click on MidJourney from here. And once you've done so, click on the MidJourney bot, and then click Add App, and then Add to Server, and then select your server, MDJ Face Swap, click Continue, Authorize, and that's it. Now they're going to ask you if you want to go to the server. We're going to say yes because we want to go there. I'm going to click I am human, and then I'm going to click Go to MDJ Face Swap. Now we have to imagine an image, so I'm going to click slash, not swap ID, slash imagine, and I'm going to imagine some kind of image. I'm going to say Indian man wearing a tuxedo in, I'm going to add comma, golden hour, near the Eiffel Tower in Paris. Hyper realistic. I'm also going to go ahead to Google. I'm going to search for the best camera out there that you can find in the world. So I'm going to say Canon, look for Canon camera. If I look for some Canon cameras, there's plenty of Canon cameras. I'm going to take one reference of a camera that's quite expensive. So this one is worth $3,000. This should do the job. So I'm going to actually copy this. All right. Just the reference, just this. Because this is going to take this in consideration. It's going to take this reference into consideration. So let me copy it for a second. And go back over here. Place the camera type. I'm going to add here at the end, comma, hyphen, hyphen, AR. And this should be about 16 by 9 inches. And I'm going to hit the send button, in which case it's going to proceed on right now to generate a 16 by 9 landscape image of an Indian man wearing a tuxedo at golden hour and so on and so forth. Now you'll need an image of yourself. You'll need to go ahead and take a picture of yourself. So stand in front of the camera and take a picture of yourself smiling or not. Just you can be poker face. You cannot, if you want, you don't need to smile. But just take a picture where you just shoot a picture of yourself, just a picture of yourself looking at the camera directly, your eyes opened, everything opened in a good way, in a good lighting. All right, so I'm going to use this picture of myself, which I use MidJourney to face swap me. So I'm going to say M71. I'm going to click right over here on the download button, and I'm going to download this particular picture on my computer. Now that I downloaded this picture, this is the perfect picture. You're looking at the camera, smiling a little bit. Make sure your eyes, your hair is combed pretty well. And you can see here that this is exactly what I've described, golden hour. It even went ahead and used a great camera type. And you can see that we have the person right here. Now, one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to actually create another prompt. So I'm going to copy this particular prompt here. And instead of saying Indian man wearing a tuxedo, I'm going to click slash imagine, but I'm going to add here, I'm going to add close-up picture of Indian man wearing a tuxedo, and now I'm going to hit enter. So now it's going to generate a completely different image than these. These are good, but they're not close. So there's not much detail shown. Now, once I basically have the image being generated, I want you to go ahead and click here on slash. I want you to click Save ID. Click over here to add the image. I'm going to add my own image. And here, give yourself an ID name that you must not forget. In this case, I'm going to say Hamza, and I'm going to hit enter. So this is an ID name that I'm not going to forget. Also, the images are being generated. I'm going to grab one of them, and I'm going to use it to face swap. Now I'm going to click over here. We have a bunch of images. All right, so you can see here we have a bunch of images. Now pick one of them. Now, to be completely honest with you, I think this one is better. So I'm going to go for upscaling number 1. This is the image. So now what I want you to do, I want you to click right here on this image, save the image to your computer, and then you'll find it in your downloads or whatever you want to put it. Now once the image has been saved, click here on slash. Click on Swap ID. Click to add the image which you want to swap your face with. And then put it there. And then come over here and then paste your ID, which is the one that you gave to your image. In my case, it's Hamza. And now if I hit enter, in a matter of seconds, you will have the image. Now you have 50 credits a day. Every time you create an image, it consumes about 3 credits. And here, as you can see, this is the image of myself. And I successfully swapped my face with that particular person. Now, let me show you the magic of AI tools when you learn them in unison. If we combine, I'm only going to copy this part of the prompt. I'm not going to copy the size because I'm going to use Leonardo AI to generate another image. So let's go to Leonardo AI. Leonardo AI is known to generate hyper-realistic images, not just realistic images. Not to say, not to knock this image off. These images are actually pretty good, but we can do better. Now they look really legit realistic, to be honest, but we can do better. Now for the most part, let's go back here. And let me go ahead to the image generation feature. And when I go there, I can be able to click to go back to legacy mode. And I'll just paste in the exact same prompt that I've used in MidJourney, except for this time around, I'm going to use the photoreal model, which really can generate images that you will not be able to make a distinction between these images and real images. Going back to legacy mode, this mode is good, but it's the new one. I got used to the previous one. They changed the interface, but I'm not really interested in that. I switch to photoreal. The size should be about 16 by 9 inches, not 9 by 16. So let me go over here, switch it to 16 by 9 inches, and I could basically place in the image or the prompt. And you can see that right now it's going to go ahead and generate an image. And this should also tell you that you can also use the combination of Leonardo as well as MidJourney if you really want to swap and get professional, really legit professional pictures. For example, these pictures can be used for your LinkedIn. They can be used for stories on Instagram. They can be used for practically anything you want, if you're interested in such a thing, of course. Now you can see that there's a huge difference in terms of the images. Personally, I like this image a lot, so I'm going to go ahead and download it. I'd like to go back here and click on / swap ID, click here to basically add my own image or the image of the Indian person. And I'm going to add my name here, which is the name I gave as a tag to my image. And guess what? Next thing you know, we're going to have an image. Now, I was just wondering how this one turned out. No, this one didn't turn out fine, but this one really did turn out perfect. And these are the new ones. Now, these will look absolutely more realistic. Have a look. Doesn't that look like I'm in Eiffel Tower? Right? It does. And we can have some more fun. We can go and grab another picture. Now you can see that they take the mustache and they take the beard as well, because I'm not bearded like this person. We can take another picture here, for example, this one. We can go back and then click / swap ID and click here. And every time I'm using this, I'm using 3 credits, just so you know. Click Hamza. These credits, they generally, every day, they get renewed after 24 hours. They get renewed to 50. If you want access to more credits, you can go and click here on this Pixie link and you go and you can join them on Patreon. I think you could pay a membership, a monthly membership. And guess what? This is me at the Eiffel Tower, right? So it's really amazing, isn't it? Hopefully you liked it. Passive Income Gen Z wishing you the best and signing out. Hello there, and welcome in this lecture in which I'm going to introduce you to how you can utilize DALL-E 3, which is pretty much inside of ChatGPT to generate AI art. Now let's get into it. But first, I got to give you a taste of what DALL-E 3 is capable of. So this is a product for Etsy, and I've basically created this product myself. It's a product that I created, and you can see that these are coloring pages. The coloring pages that you're looking at right now were created via AI, mainly DALL-E 3. You can see how great they are. They look incredible. And to be honest with you, I think this is amazing. Now, let's keep going because there's more products. So for instance, these are some other products for Etsy as well. These are called stickers or clip art collections. And you can see that this is also something you might be interested to use AI to do. And you can sell them. You can also create backgrounds, right? Images as backgrounds. There's a lot of things you can do. And these also can sell on Etsy. They can also sell on platforms such as Adobe Stock. You can use it to create logos such as these. These are some logos. For instance, this is what it would look like, the lion logo here. This is what it would look like on a person. And these are some logos as well. The previous ones were t-shirt designs, and this is a logo. These are logos for companies. And I created those as well using DALL-E 3. So without further ado, let's get right into it. Now, in order for you to be able to use DALL-E 3, you need the ChatGPT Plus membership. Otherwise, you will not be able to use DALL-E 3. But just in case, I'm going to show you how it is used in any case so that you can basically be introduced to it. Now, before we go there, I would like to introduce you to DALL-E 2, which is the precursor to DALL-E 3. If you go to the internet and search for DALL-E 2, This is the previous version. It exists separately. When you log into it, you will get about 50 free credits to generate free images. After that, when your credits run out, you're going to have to buy, I think it's $10 for every 115 credits, which means you can generate 115 images for $10. To be honest, I would get the MidJourney membership any time of the day. But if you want to try DALL-E 3, DALL-E 2, just click on try DALL-E 2 there in that link, and you can be able to use it. Now, as you can see, this is DALL-E 2. It actually resembles Google in a way. It's just, there's this bar, and you can write on top of it, and you can imagine anything you want. So you can imagine something such as metallic astronomer walking on the moon. And you can add blue and red lighting. And we can add something else, such as blue and red lighting, realistic. And I can hit the generate button, in which case this is going to go ahead and proceed on to generate some images. It usually generates a quadrant of images. Here's just an example of what it's capable of. This one is an image that it generated, a stained glass window depicting a hamburger. And these are the images, a metallic astronomer, and you can see that the astronomer looks metallic, and he's walking on the moon with red and blue lighting. It's not the brightest tool ever, but it's capable of generating some incredible AI art if you really know how to work with it, right? So it's capable of some good things. For example, here I have some pictures that I generated of mammoths. All right, so, and there's a lot of things you can do with it. And they also have their editor, which allows you and enables you to add more to an image. So for instance, let's say I clicked on this mammoth image right here, and I wanted to edit this. Well, first of all, you can download it by just clicking here on the download button. If you want to create variations, which means more images that look like this or different, you can click variations. But if you want to edit, you can click and it will take you to the editor, in which case you can actually make use of these tools, such as the one that I like best, which is the generation frame. When you click it, you'll be able to add a frame in a similar size, and you can type whatever it is that you want to type here. Now, I'm just going to keep the prompt the same as it is, but generally here, it's just because there is a mammoth half body. And for me, it's okay if they generate the other half of his body or the other legs, as well as a small mammoth here or some female mammoth. But what this does is it makes the image bigger than it is. It's called outpainting, and there's inpainting, which is what I'm going to show you as well. Now, for outpainting, they're going to show you some, well, let's just say they're going to show you some other variations. Now, if you don't accept this, I don't think a mammoth has horns in the back, so I'm going to cancel it. And instead of that, I'm going to actually push it just a little bit close to the mammoth's head, like this. Because the more I push it, the more it takes data, the more it knows, okay, so this is the mammoth. So this means that this is his back. So if I click generate right now, it's going to complete this part, and that looks transparent over there. It's working on it right now. You can see the percentage. And you can see that right now this looks a lot better. Now you have multiple options. If you click and toggle back and forth, you can select any option that you kind of desire. Personally, I think the first option is good, and I can click accept. Now let's say that, for example, you want to make this a little bit bigger than it is. You can actually move the needle here. You can always zoom out by clicking on there's a zoom here. There's this button. You can zoom out. And you can place this entirely over there. And if right now I go and generate, notice what's going to happen. They're going to generate another mammoth, right? And because this is the prompt, a majestic woolly mammoth standing in a snowy landscape with a backdrop of ice-covered mountains under a clear blue sky, they're going to generate another image, and this is now one big image. Now, I can move because I don't like that. I don't also like this. I don't like this one as well. This one is not bad, so I can keep it, and I'm going to accept. Now, this is outpainting, which means that you paint outside of the original picture, and all of a sudden it becomes one big picture. And if you use the pen, you can move it as one big picture right now by clicking the pen. And here, if you click on the eraser, you can actually erase some stuff. So let's say that right here, you want to add a sloth. All right, so you can say, you can basically, first of all, clean this. And then you can go, instead of a majestic woolly mammoth, you can say a majestic sloth. Right? And you can actually generate right now, in which case, what it's going to do, it's going to generate a proposition. And you can see here, because I've put the frame right here, it's going to take this area that I've emptied right now, and it's going to do what we call inpainting. Inpainting is painting inside. Outpainting is making the image bigger, is expanding it. And you can clearly see that we have a sloth. Now, the first one is actually good, but I'm going to cancel it because I think I'm going to have to add a little bit more space. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to click on the frame. I'm going to place it right here so that we can have a little bit more space. I'm also going to click right here so that we can erase a little bit more space here. And now I can click generate, in which case it's going to go ahead and in this area that is empty, is going to generate a majestic sloth. I'm not sure if sloth is called a majestic, but in any way, it was an animal that was extinct, and I generated this image back when I was watching Ice Age. I really love it. Now there's no sloth here. Okay. I think it didn't get the prompt. I'm gonna change it to a sloth in a snowy landscape, and instead of that, it's gonna snowy landscape. I'm gonna actually make it smaller and click generate. Now it might not work all the time perfectly at the beginning, but it will work eventually. And every time you use a command, you're consuming a credit. So you can see here that, to be honest, I'm not sure why the sloth is not appearing. But anyways, I'm going to cancel. And if you want to download everything, you can click download right here, in which case it's going to download this entire picture. This is it about DALL-E 2. So this is the precursor to DALL-E 3. DALL-E 3 exists inside of ChatGPT, which means that you can use it inside of GPT 4.0 or 4. And that is if you have the Plus membership. If you don't have the Plus membership, you will not be able to create images. Now, what I'm going to do is the following. I'm going to go ahead. Let's say you want to generate a logo for a brand. I'm going to say generate a logo for a coffee brand or a coffee shop called Coffee Best or Besties. Let's say Coffee Besties. Let's say it's a place for girls and they go there to drink some coffee. And you've been asked by the company owner, they have a website, they want to create a logo. They ask you because you are the expert with logo creation and AI. And they said, well, generate a very good logo for our website. And yeah, have a look at this. So this is pretty much it. Coffee Besties, a logo generated for you. Now, if you want to edit this, just click inside and you can click this editor at any time. You can select anything that you want to edit. I think this logo is perfect as it is, so why edit anything? I don't need to edit anything here. But what we can do as well, we can do a lot of other things. So I can say generate a landscape image showing a saber-toothed tiger pride hunting down a woolly mammoth. Right? Let's say that that's something you want to do. You can absolutely go ahead and do it. And when you add the keyword landscape in there, notice that right now it's going to generate a landscape size image. Now, by the way, you cannot say, well, this is the size of images that I want you to create because it's not that good as MidJourney and Leonardo AI. But you can say things like a reference, like such as landscape. These are reference styles. And you can see that this is pretty much it. So it's a picture, it looks realistic, of some saber-toothed tigers hunting down a mammoth, right? And you can see that's pretty much it. You can say generate a picture of a lion and a tiger fighting. And you can generate that. There's a lot of things you can do. A lot of things. Imagine anything you want to imagine, you can do it. For example, I can say generate a sticker of a samurai holding an ancient katana. All right, a sticker. And these can go well for stickers. And this is the picture that it generated. I didn't say landscape, so it absolutely generated a picture from its own imagination. You can see the lion and the tiger are fighting here. And now I'm going to say generate an image or a sticker, just a sticker. And these are really good for print on demand. We have a course about print on demand. We also have a course about Etsy that you can go and check here on Allison. We recommend that you highly go ahead and do that. Make the best of this, especially if you can go and invest $20 in the Plus membership of ChatGPT. Now here, let's see how this sticker is going to turn out to be. Now I can't see it. It's not there. So I'm going to have to refresh the page so that I can see it, or I can try to see it. All right, let's see if it looks or if it appears. It seems that, all right, so now this is good. You can see the sticker. Now, it generated the sticker except for there are two. I just need one. So I'm going to say generate one sticker. of one circular shape sticker, and I can generate right now. And right now it's going to go ahead and proceed on to generate one sticker. And like I said, you can do pretty much anything you want to do with this. Generate any kind of image you want to generate. And now let's try generate a coloring page showing let's just say a tiger, a coloring page for kids, a black and white illustration coloring page for kids showing a tiger. Or actually, let's say a cute tiger playing with a kitty. Anything you can imagine, and for any purpose that you want. Now, here, have a look. These designs can really go very, very well on t-shirt designs. They can go well on many applications. And if you didn't like this image, you can design another image, and you can most certainly ask it to add modifications. And have a look at these. These are what we call coloring pages. They can also do pretty well. Now you can see that it generated this coloring page as a circular page. If you don't want it to be a circular page, just say it. To be honest with you, circular pages are better. Now let's say that you want to generate an illustration, a colored illustration. Now you can say now generate a colored illustration of a tiger riding a bicycle in a farm full of cute animals. And at the end you can say it needs to look like it has been drawn by hand. Do not make it look perfect. Make it look like it was human drawn. And you can hit enter. So what I said over there, I said, well, generate an illustration, right, that shows a cute tiger riding a bicycle in a farm full of animals. But I added there, I don't want you to make it perfect. So for example here, this illustration looks perfect. It looks perfect because the lines are perfect, everything is perfect. And sometimes this cannot be appreciated, or sometimes this might not be appreciated. Now you can see here that this is what I'm talking about, a tiger riding, and these can do really well on a storybook for children. You can also say now, make it about a lion riding a bike. And now it's the turn of the lion to ride the bike. All right, so the lion is going to go ahead and ride this bike. And you can see that right now it's the turn of Mr. Lion, right? And you can see that this is amazing. Now you can imagine, for example, say generate a landscape image of a funny Tom and Jerry chasing scene. All right, let's say you want to, recall your childhood. You want to generate these types of images as well. Notice I've added in the details here that this should be landscape image. So obviously it's going to go generate a landscape image, but I really like this. I can't wait to see how this is going to turn out to be. And here it is. If this is not Tom and Jerry, I don't know what is. Now you can see that it's really amazing. Now, let's say, for example, maybe you don't want to generate a picture of Tom and Jerry. Maybe you want to generate some thumbnails, some dark thumbnails. You can say, generate an image of a dark, evil, big orangutan, ape, king, Scar image from Kong x Godzilla, and make it look horrifying or scary. So now it's going to go ahead and generate an image. Now I can pause it and I can actually go and edit, say generate a landscape image. Now I'm not sure if you know what I'm talking about here, but if I click generate, it's going to go ahead and do it. There's King Scar. And King Scar is basically that monkey orangutan in the new movie Kong x Godzilla. Here he is. Let's see. Right now it's going to go ahead and try to generate something similar. Now, if we go back here, notice I wasn't able, All right, so I'm going to say, well, do not infringe. Right, do not infringe. Do not just generate the image let's see if if I can jailbreak it right now. So yeah, I absolutely did jailbreak it. What I said over there, do not infringe, meaning don't make it exactly look like him. Because of copyright, sometimes you cannot generate these images exactly as they are. So you have to generate something a bit different. With MidJourney, it's not so much. MidJourney, they don't really do this a lot. But here, let's see how this is going to turn out. This is amazing, right? So you can see that this does look like a giant ape. It looks like an orangutan, but it's not the orangutan as like King Scar. But it's pretty much, it's good, right? So it's absolutely great. Now you can say, well, generate an image of a Hydra with 60 heads. And it's going to go and generate an image of a Hydra with 60 heads. You can also remember that DALL-E 3 is great when it comes to generating images with text on them. So, for example, when you generate logos, you can always ask it to put the text on the logo. If you want to generate t-shirt designs, you can do it with the text on the t-shirt design. When you say t-shirt design, make sure you ask it not to generate the t-shirt, but just a design. Now here, this is the Hydra. I'm not sure if these are 60 heads. It doesn't look like it's 60 heads, but it's absolutely great, right? So there's a lot you can do. I'm going to try one more image. I'm going to say generate an image of Kratos fighting Zeus. Let's see if it's going to say this is copyright. Probably going to say it, right? But if you, yeah, it says it's copyright. I'm going to actually say, well, use your imagination. Use your imagination. Remember that you can, at any point in time, go and grab an image from the web and ask it to use it as reference. So, for example, I can go ahead. I can search for King Scar. Let's say I search for King Scar. I find a couple of images about King Scar. And let's say that maybe I like this image. This is just for fun, of course. And I'm not teaching you to go ahead and do this in real life. Because, like I said, if you generate something that looks like this and put it on a t-shirt, that's copyright infringing. And that could get you into trouble. But what you can do, for instance, I can copy this image as it is. And I can go back and generate something. Now, when I said use your imagination, it went and generated an image of Zeus. Now, this is not Kratos, but obviously that looks like a warrior and they're fighting. Zeus and that guy are fighting. Now, you can do a lot of things. You can say, we'll generate a statue of Zeus in Mount Olympus or whatever it is you want to do. A picture of Zeus fighting a dragon. Imagine, use your imagination. Now here, if you want to put the image, I can just paste it, or you can click here to upload it. And I'm going to say generate a scarier ape image. Right now, it's going to take this image in. And based on this image of King Scar, it's going to generate something different. Like I said, this is all for fun. Do not use this to monetize it. Obviously, there is laws for copyright that you have to be aware of. So make sure you go ahead and take a course or lessons about copyright and stick to those lessons. And yeah, so that's pretty much it. Now, as you can see here, let's see. All right, so it did generate an image of a scarier monkey. And now let's actually say, well, it should be landscape size. And the monkey must be flame red, holding very sharp, scary daggers. And right now, it's going to go ahead and do it. So the good thing is, when you upload an image, it takes the image as a reference and it tries to generate something similar. And it gets to the level of MidJourney sometimes. One more thing is, you can upload an image and ask it to describe it as well. So this is also something this tool shares in common with MidJourney, is the ability to describe images. It's going to describe it in the most perfect way. As they say, an image is worth 1,000 words, which is absolutely true. So an image is worth 1,000 words. Now here in this case, as you can see, it has generated an image right now of a flaming red orangutan with some daggers, and that looks pretty good, right? So not as good as the first one though, but it looks good. So this is pretty much it for this particular lecture. In the next section of this, or in next lectures, you will be introduced to Adobe Firefly, which can generate images like these This tiger that you're looking at here was generated using Adobe Firefly. This tree, here's our lovely tiger with some lightning over there. You can also use the generative fill tool, which basically can fill a picture. You can see how this picture was and how it became. There is also the change backgrounds. So that image is an image of Kratos that I created in using Leonardo. And I took the same image of Kratos and I put him in another background. Here's a pirate image that I created. And I took that pirate and I actually put him in a city. This is a shark. And I added a kitty over there, looking like it's also there in the picture with the shark. And that's pretty much it. Now, there's also text effects such as these. So if you want to write the name pizza, you can write pizza with a pizza font, tiger with a tiger font, megalodon with a shark font, nature with the nature font, cobra with snake font. Generative recolor can help you take one picture and actually recolor it differently. This only works for a certain type of images. But without further ado, I think this is pretty much it for this particular video. Stay tuned for I will definitely see you in the next videos, which is going to be about this particular magnificent tool, which is Adobe Firefly. Hello there and welcome into the Adobe Firefly module. In this module, we're going to learn how you can utilize Adobe Firefly to generate AI art. And this is also one of the most powerful diffusion models out there in that it can generate incredible AI images, but it also allows a lot of features, which pretty much remind me of Photoshop, except for this is Photoshop made easy. And it's really interesting. And so without further ado, let's dive right into this course. So here, I'm going to go ahead and introduce you to some of the features of Adobe Firefly. Now, this course here will not be very long, at least about Adobe Firefly. So the first feature you can use is the text-to-image feature, which is what we're going to use right now. And the text-to-image feature basically generates images from scratch. So like MidJourney, like Leonardo, like DALL-E 2, DALL-E 3, and all of the other models, Microsoft Copilot, Gemini AI, all of them, they have this image or text-to-image feature, which enables you to generate images that look stunning. And I have to tell you that when it comes to nature, Adobe Firefly is quite powerful. And if you want it to generate a tiger for you, then it's going to generate the most realistic tiger out there. At least this is my opinion. Also the opinion of so many experts that Adobe Firefly is quite good with nature-like images. So let's go ahead and let's use our first text-to-image prompts. So basically here we have this prompt, a lone moss-covered 3 silhouette. We've already generated that one, so I'm going to go with something different. Sunlight filtering through a canopy of redwood trees, illuminating a carpet of ferns. So I'm going to copy this one, and I would like you to go to Adobe Firefly or firefly.adobe.com. You'll find the link to it in the resources of this lecture. Once you are in here, you can do the impossible. So here you have all these features. Click on the text-to-image feature. Now, at first, it will not show you all the features of the text-to-image prompt or feature because you're going to have to paste your prompt first and hit generate, and then you'll benefit from all the features. I like the images that they're showcasing here, like this burning piano, this guy here, and these types of pictures that they show you because they give you an idea about how creative and how good this tool is. And I can tell you, honestly, it is really good. So I'm going to generate the first picture here of sunlight filtering through whatever that is. And of course, once I do that, it's going to show me on the right-hand side all of the features that I need. So because we want it to be a landscape, I'm going to switch the aspect ratio to 16 by 9 inches instead of 1 by 1 inches. Also, when it comes to the model version, notice here that we have Firefly Image 2 and Firefly Image 1. Firefly Image 1 is the previous version. This that we are using by default is Firefly Image 2. It's fairly new. It's not in beta, which means that it is the default version right now, and it is great. Okay, so you can actually just look at these and you can check the differences just from these two images. So stick to Firefly Image 2 unless you want to use the other version. Now you can change the aspect ratio like I mentioned. You can also change this, so from photo to art. If you want it to be more artistic, click on art. You can also change the visual intensity percentage. And I'm going to change it. I'm going to add a little bit more intensity. If you have some reference images in your gallery that you want to use as a reference image for Adobe Firefly to base its creation on, you can paste them here by uploading them. And here you can select a specific effect. In my case, I'm going to click Hyper Realistic because I'm always into hyper realistic style. And you can select one style at a time, or actually even two, but I'm going to select only one. And here you can select the color and tone. So like Leonardo, like MidJourney, like all of these others, you can make use of the tone. Here, they make it easy for you to choose a specific tone. I'm going to go for vibrant color since this is about a forest. Lighting, we can choose maybe, well, not a studio light. Let's go ahead, for instance, and choose the golden hour, which is a type of light, the best time of day to take a picture in or at. And here, the composition is also something you can choose. So if you want this to be landscape, then select landscape, and there's many options as well. Now, there is advanced photo settings here that you can click on. And it's just if you want to exclude something. So if you don't want something to appear in here, you can exclude it. Maybe you don't want a tiger or jackal to be in the landscape. You can just place whatever it is you want to exclude here. It's the same way with Leonardo. They have the negative prompt. Here they have it this way by using this advanced feature. And that's it. And now if we generate, you're going to notice the difference. But there's also photo settings. So you can modify the photo settings. I'd not like to play with them. I'm going to leave them as they are. And I'm going to click. And also here you have an option, which is the suggestions. So here they can suggest to use some improvements for the image. But to be honest, I think that my prompt is pretty good in and by itself, so it doesn't really need much improvement. And so here we are going to wait for the image to be generated. It takes fairly a fair amount of time for them to generate an image. And once that's done, you can actually download these images or view them in full screen. So for instance, if you want to click this, it will appear, and you can also see the other images, which you can like, dislike, or edit if you want. Now, if you click edit here, you can edit with other Adobe Firefly options. You can remove the background off of the image. You can apply filters, more filters to the image. You can generate a similar one. You can add some text on top of it if you'd like. And here, if I click add text, it will take me to the editor in which we can start editing this particular picture by adding some text on top. Now, the Adobe editor of choice is Adobe Express, and it's pretty much the same as Canva, except for Canva is a little bit better. And also Canva is much cheaper because Adobe Express is $99 a year. And for me, I buy Canva for $54 a year. So that's a little cheaper. But generally speaking, now they're loading Adobe Express, which is not the subject of this course. And it just takes you there and allows you to add text on top of your image and so on and so forth. If you like this image here and you maybe want to download it, you can hover over here, click on more options, and you can click on the download button, in which case this will download to your computer as an image, high quality image that is. You can also click right here and copy the link, copy the image, and always you have the other option to edit this in Adobe Express by adding stuff on top of it, maybe if you're using it as a social media post, creative, or whatever it is that you're doing. Now we're going to go ahead and generate some more pictures. So here we have a fantasy and surreal picture. Now we're going to choose the one with the dragon. Like I said, this tool here, Adobe Firefly, is pretty good when it comes to generating images that have some creatures and nature in them. They're also pretty good at realistic style. And I'm going to click generate. Now, they're not as complex as a software like Leonardo or MidJourney yet, but they're pretty good, right? So you can think of anything that you can do inside of MidJourney, you can do here. And the best part of all is that I'm actually using this for free. So I'm not really paying anything. Now, of course, it comes with a limit, so you can't use this for 200 times a day, potentially. But you can use this as of now. As of now, they're still free, so basically you can use it. And notice that the dragon we have is not really a realistic dragon, what you would get, for instance, if you were using MidJourney version 6 as compared to this one. But it's something for free, and I can tell you that these designs actually will do incredibly well. For instance, if you manage to put them on a t-shirt and get that t-shirt viral, Now, let's go ahead and generate one more image, abstract and conceptual. Now, there is the sound of violin because the butterfly wing is better for me. So I'm going to go ahead and copy the prompt of the butterfly and double click right here on my prompt and paste it in. So here it is going to just take a second and we're going to have another image. And this is what you call the text-to-image feature inside of Adobe Firefly. Feel free to play with this and to use it for different purposes, generate designs that would be suitable for all kinds of things. Mainly, I think that the best way to monetize this is through monetizing this art as t-shirt designs and so on and so forth. Here we have some butterfly wings, which look pretty fantastic. You can see that there's an explosion of colors here, and that's what gives the butterfly its beauty. And I quite honestly like this one right here. It looks pretty good. As you can see, all of the others actually look good, so I don't have anything against anything here. Everything looks perfect. And I hope you've enjoyed this tutorial regarding Adobe Firefly. I'll see you in the next lecture in which we are going to explain about the generative fill option. Stay tuned because this is really, really interesting stuff. Passive Income Gen Z wishing you the best and signing out. Hello there, welcome in this lecture in which I'm going to show you how you can utilize the generative fill feature inside of Adobe Firefly. Without further ado, let's get right into it. So here, let me show you an example of what the generative AI feature is. This is my face swapped with Johnny Depp's face. You can recall the studio. This is the studio that we have at Passive Income Gen Z. And that is me, except for I swapped my face with Johnny Depp. Now, I took that and I actually changed the entire background by making it look like a money background. And here we have a picture generated, a picture of Kratos generated inside of Leonardo. And we changed the environment using the generative fill feature from Kratos being in Mount Olympus to Kratos being at the club. Now here we have this pirate screaming at the workers on the boat. And here we have the pirate screaming as a police officer in the city of New York. And so this is quite a fun feature. This one is a tiger, so it's a great white shark. And this is the altered feature after using Adobe Firefly. We have a cat sticking his head saying hi. So let's go ahead right now and experiment with this. So first, we need to generate some pictures. And I'm going to go ahead over here and generate a picture of a playful tabby cat perched on a weathered fence post overlooking a rolling green meadow. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this, and then we're going to basically remove the background off of it next. But first off, we need to use the text-to-image prompt and generate an image of a cat. So I'm going to start there. And I don't care how the image of the cat turns out as long as it's just an image of a cat. Now here, it is generating the image. Actually, I do care. Now we have insufficient credits. I'm going to have to go and upgrade. Okay, so right now I've upgraded to Adobe Firefly, the paid version, which means I can generate many more images. Now, it's of course, not unlimited, so you have a limit as to the number of images that you can generate. But once you run out of your credit, you're actually going to require to use this version if you need to generate more. Now, like I said, Adobe Firefly is pretty good when it comes to generating images of nature. And here, I haven't added any filter, and I don't think that's necessary because this is just an image for practical purposes. So I'm going to take an image of a cat looking at us, and I think that the cutest one is this one here. I don't know if it's me, but cats are actually really, really cute for some reason. Now, I think I'm going to apply the hyper-realistic filter here, and then go ahead and generate again another image, because I must insist that my cat should look pretty beautiful. Now, what we're going to do with the cat, we're going to remove the background, and we're going to replace it with the surface of Mars, right? So I'm going to copy this surface of Mars prompt because we're going to need it. And then here, if we go back, hopefully we have a pretty good image of a cat now looking at us. I think that this one right here looks pretty cool, so I'm going to select that. And then here, I'm going to download this image. And then let me show you how you can basically refill it. You can basically use generative refill from here directly by clicking, or you can go to landing page of Adobe Firefly, and from there you can select the option generative refill, however you want to do it. Now here, once you are here, you can go ahead and click on the background option, which is going to delete the background from here. And then we can replace that background with a prompt, the surface of Mars. And now we'll have a cat in Mars. Now it's going to suggest 3 images, and you have to choose one of them that you think is good. Now, because the cat is pretty realistic, so these images are not really the best quality, but the concept is achieved. We put a cat on the moon, and if you're done, you can click on generate. If you want to add another cat next to the cat, we can actually do that by just clicking here on the option to remove something. Now I'm going to go to the settings here. I'm going to increase the brush size, and I would like you to just delete a part. So we want to put a cat, and I want you to just delete a part. So we just want to go ahead and delete some cat space from here so that we could put a cat on top. And the cat prompt that I'm going to use is a simple one. I'm going to put maybe a Siamese cat next to this cat. Right. Let's describe what we want in that empty field. Siamese cat. And then generate. And what that is going to do is going to take that empty space and it's going to use generative AI to fill that with a cat. All right. And that's pretty fun. So let's just wait a second here for it to work. As you can see, it generated an image of a cat, except for it looks more like a alien cat. Actually, I'm going to keep it. And then here, if you're done, you can click download again, and then you have 2 images. Now, maybe this is how this cat is going to become in the future after living for 1 month in Mars. Who knows? Now, the second image on the list is this one, a lone lighthouse. So we're going to go ahead and copy this prompt here and generate a picture of it. Now, of course, I'm going to click to go back to the text to image option, go back again to the text to image option. And like I said, you can access generative fill from here directly if you want to. Also, the way generative fill is pretty useful is, as they're displaying here, you can change the color of your t-shirts, you can change a bunch of things about that. So we're actually going to give it a try. We're going to make Kratos wear something because he's not wearing any clothes. He's topless. Now we're going to click on the generate option here. And then let's go ahead and generate some pictures. Right. So this one, a lone lighthouse. So you can click on generate. And by the way, the free credits that you have are going to allow you to do all the practices that we are doing here. Maybe you're going to run out if you're using a lot. So make sure you're not using it in basically in I would say overusing. So just basically just try to keep an eye on your credits. Now here it is generating the image of the lighthouse. Quite honestly, I'm going to go ahead here and change this to square. And again, here I'm going to go to hyper realistic and generate because I want this to be a landscape image instead of square. And from here, we can take it to the editor, the generative fill editor. And what we're looking to do here is to remove the ocean and replace it with a swirling, colorful nebula from a deep space, right? So making it seem like the lighthouse appears in the cosmos. So I'm going to just go ahead here and copy this part, colorful nebula from space. You'll find all of these details in the resources of this lecture, so if you want to use them. And here, I'm going to pick one of the images. I'm going to go perhaps with this one because it has some light. So I'm going to click, and here I'm going to click Edit, Generative Fill, and let's go ahead and give this some creativity. Now, I'm going to click on the background so that it removes the background. Hopefully, it recognizes that the main character of this is the lighthouse. Now, it actually did remove everything, but only kept the lighthouse. And we can actually level this just a little bit by removing just a decent amount here, just some bit like this. And then I can paste in the prompt, which is this, and generate again. So what it will do, it will hopefully place it well in the cosmos, making it seem like a lighthouse is in the cosmos. And let's see how this turns out. Well, that didn't turn out to be exactly like I expected it to, but we tried. Now let's go ahead and try one more. Unexpected setting, Now here, I'm going to go to Majestic Elephant. I'm going to copy this one, and then we're going to move on to our own. We're going to take Kratos and make him wear some clothes. So here, first of all, let me go ahead right here, go back into the text to image feature by clicking to go back, text to image, paste in your prompt. Now, of course, they're not giving me the options at first to choose the sizes and all of those things. But I could just click on one of these images here. I think that will allow me to go there. But here, I'm going to switch off to widescreen. And then again, I'm going to generate this majestic elephant standing in a lush jungle. What we're trying to achieve here is we're trying to replace that with a bustling New York City street during rush hour. And the elephant should be there in that particular city. Now, here, let's see if the elephant is pretty good. I think those are pretty good pictures, except for I'm going to go for widescreen here. I'm going to generate the other picture because I want to show the elephant walking in the city. And that's pretty cool as an effect. So let's go ahead here, use this feature. All right. Okay, so I think the image that is decent is this one. All of them are pretty good, but this one I think is going to get the best results. And like I said, when it comes to nature images, it doesn't get any better than Adobe Firefly. Now here, I'm going to click on Edit, Generative Refill or Fill. And right here, we're going to go ahead and remove the background. And instead of that, we're going to place the city of New York. So of course, it is now calculating and removing the background. This one I think is going to turn out fantastic. I'm going to click Generate. Hopefully, they put him in a road while the cars are basically in the rush hour. And you can see that the elephant is pretty good. By the way, just a fact, the ears of the elephant are much bigger than the ears of the mammoth. The mammoth had very small ears. Now notice that our elephant here is having a good time in the city. So you can see that we have some pretty decent images. This one is not too good though. This one is pretty good, I have to admit. And so I'm going to go with this one right here. So let's just go and download this one of our pal, the elephant in the city. And this is really amazing. You can do this as well using a prompt in Leonardo or MidJourney. You just have to say that elephant walking in New York Street, and it will do that. But it will not be as realistic as this, because this is why Photoshop is so special, is that people of talent, they take these pictures, they place them in Photoshop, and they make it look so realistic. And Adobe is really amazing. So I can't say anything besides that. Now I'm going to go back here. And now let's get started. So I'm going to use the generative fill feature. I'm going to take a Kratos image that I have here. And I'm going to make Kratos wear different clothing. We're going to probably make him wear a t-shirt. So here you have the settings option. Make sure you click it. The brush size shouldn't be huge as to not eliminate important parts about the image. And here, let's get started removing, or not removing, but just basically insert. We're going to insert something here. So here, I'm going to remove this with caution because the features of Kratos are important to keep, especially the musculature. He's known for that. Here, we're going to add some kind of a sleeve t-shirt, I think. So I'm going to just eliminate all of these bits. We're probably going to keep that part here, that thing that he wears, where he puts his weapons and so on and so forth, because that is, if we take it off, it's not going to be a good look. We can probably keep the rest of the clothes, but certainly we have to, because it's cold, we have to put some clothes on top of this guy. So here, let's go and eliminate the other bits as well. So you can see I'm being a bit dexterous here, removing them, but at the same time being very careful not to eliminate certain important parts. I think I've done a pretty good job, up till now, at least. And there you go. I think that's pretty good. So I'm going to stop at this. And then here, there's just one bit. I think this part needs to get also covered. There it is. And now we can say, maybe t-shirt, right? Rock star shirt. And then let's generate, and let's see here what it's going to give us as a result. Now you can see that this is pretty good. But the thing here with these tools is that what they do is they just follow the image, the initial image that you give them. So it didn't make him wear a Rockstar t-shirt, it only made him a little bit more muscular. But I can tell you that this is not bad. I mean, we made him wear new clothes. I think that the first one is looking pretty good. And so you can download this right now. So he's obviously now has new clothes. And of course, it didn't get that we're trying to make him wear a t-shirt, but we can use a professional image. So for instance, I uploaded this image of this guy right here. And for this one, perhaps we might just go ahead and see how this is going to work this time. Now I'm going to go ahead to the settings here. I'm going to expand this feature here. So I'm going to delete the design on his t-shirt. And let's see what that does. So I'm going to just go ahead over here, eliminate some. And I would like to put a new design. Hopefully it does it well. So I covered all the parts. And here I'm going to add a rock shirt. Right, rock shirt. Let's generate and see the results. Okay, so you can see it basically changed the design of the shirt. Now it kept most of the other features, but it certainly is cooperating. So it's generating what we're asking it to. I think this one is pretty good. So I'll go with that one. And then here, download. So I hope that you liked this tool here, the generative fill feature. And I'll see you in the next lecture, in which we're going to discuss the text effects feature of Adobe Firefly. Stay tuned for it. Passive Income Gen Z wishing you the best and signing out. Hello and welcome. In this lecture, we're going to explain text effects of Adobe Firefly. And so without further ado, let me show you what I'm talking about. This is pizza written in a pizza font. How many times have you wanted to do this? Adobe Firefly right now has made the dream possible. You can write the word pizza in a social media post or an ad or whatever it is you want to do. And you can utilize Adobe Firefly to write this for you. And the good part is that you can eliminate the background off of anything you write, which makes it easy to incorporate in social media posts and advertisements and so on and so forth. Now, this is tiger written in tiger skin. This is megalodon and shark, both of whom are written separately in shark skin or shark font, should I call it. And here we have nature. As you can see, nature is sparkling. And you can see the cobra with the snake skin. And we could go on and on and on. So right now, let me go ahead and show you this feature in action. In Adobe Firefly, if you are at the generative feature fill option, make sure that you click back and back until you go to firefly.adobe.com. Here, once you're in this page, you can click on the text effects, and that will enable the text effects. Now, of course, always they show this error has occurred, even though nothing is happening. And once you are here, you can either choose from these effects, which are for free, right? Like these. So for instance, maybe if you want to select, I don't know, maybe I'm going to go perhaps for something a little bit more natural, I think. So let me just go ahead and choose. We have so many options here. So you can see that you can pick and choose anything you like, and that's a pretty good thing. Now, this one is pretty interesting. I'm going to click on it. And if you want to generate a text using this as your, I would say, font, you need to make sure you write the text that you want to generate here. So in case you want to say, I don't know, maybe lion, right, as the name, you can put it there and make sure that on the right-hand side that you notice that you have these features. So if you don't want this to be big to cover all the space, you can go for this type of poplar or copper or these types here. So you have multiple, and you can view all of them if you'd like, because there is multiple of them. You can also write in different languages. So for instance, let's say I like this one. I'm going to click it. And once you click that, go back, and then you can go ahead and also select the background color if you'd like. You can also remove the background color by selecting transparent background. And you can also choose the match a shape. So I'm going to go ahead and click generate right now. And then what it will do is very simply, it's going to generate lion right for us. It is working on it. As you can see, it is creating it in this particular font. Now, it didn't work quite well at first. Okay, so now it is good. And you can see that you have the word lion here. So if you want to download this by clicking, you can click download. And now you have lion written in a transparent font, which can be incorporated in different types of designs. But this is not the only thing you have. In case you want to use this or those existing fonts out there or styles out there, you can click on them from the get-go. But you can also come here and select what you want. So If you don't want to be this to be a bundle of colorful electric wires, maybe if you're interested in something else, maybe, I don't know, water, you can put water in here, and maybe you can put the tuna word and probably also change the font as well to this one. And then you can click on generate. Right now what it will do, it will take into consideration your keyword, which is water, in the prompt, and the text, which is what you want to write. Now, normally I should have written tuna. I written tunana, so I made a mistake there. But it's just going to show you that it's going to take this into consideration and generate a text that looks like water, right? So, and that's pretty interesting in case you want to do this. Now, maybe sometimes you want to emphasize the color of the sun. And maybe you're, I don't know, maybe you're trying to write something like the sun itself, right? So write the sun here, and then you can select a special font that you want to select. Once that's said and done, if you click generate, that will go ahead and will generate it using your prompt, which is the sun, and using your text, which is the sun. The text is what's going to be written, and the prompt is always what it's going to take into consideration to generate whatever you want it to generate. Obviously, there's a lot of styles out there that you can use, which are standard, you can choose from. You don't have to use these prompts, obviously. But in case you don't want to waste your time by looking for the perfect style for yourself, you can just simply generate one by using your own creativity and imagination. So for instance, here, this one is rendering, so it's not going to take that much time for it to appear. So let me go ahead and just wait a second here. Now, sometimes there might be some lags. So what I'm going to go ahead here, I'm going to change the prompt to sunlight instead, and let's regenerate again. Hopefully this time it works. And finally, there we have it. It's not the best result that we can get, but at least we got the S. And if you want to, like I said, go look at the other effects here, they're already ready. You can use them. You just have to type whatever it is that you want to say, and then you can use these effects that are ready for the usage, and they're perfect. So for instance, this one is a twisted driftwood. And let's say, for example, you want to generate something here that says tree or trees. You can do that, and it will generate a pretty good image for you. And as you can see here, we have trees, and you can select any one of these other options. There's multiple options out here that you can select from. And obviously, each of them is different than the other. Now, they're all tree fonts, but pretty much every one of them is different. So this is it when it comes to this feature. The next feature and the last feature of this particular Adobe Firefly crash course is the generative recolor feature. We're going to go ahead and briefly revisit this. Stay tuned. Passive Income Gen Z, wishing you the best, and sign. Hello and welcome into this lecture in which we're going to introduce you to the generative recolor feature of Adobe Firefly. So here we have a sample that we want to show you. On the left-hand side is the first initial image. Then with this particular feature, you can recolor things. Of course, the file has to be an SVG, but you can actually take that file and recolor the file by using Adobe Firefly, which is something that you might be interested with, especially if you're generating patterns, for example, and maybe you want to generate them in different colors, or maybe a t-shirt in different colors. And as long as you have the SVG, you can do this. So here, I'm going to go into Adobe Firefly, click on the generative recolor feature here. And this will be the last tutorial regarding Adobe Firefly for this particular lecture, unless, of course, there is an update which will continuously update you. Now, you can either upload your own SVG or use from the SVGs that they have here. I'm going to suppose that you don't have an SVG, so I'm going to click on one of the SVGs that they have as a sample. And here is where it starts. Now, you can choose a sample prompt. So, for instance, here, if you like any of these colors, choose it. I like this one because it reminds me of Super Mario, so I'm going to click on it. Here, you can also select the harmony type. So if you want it to be complementary or analogous or triad, whatever it is, I'm going to go for triad, and that's it. And you can click generate, in which case it's going to go ahead and generate multiple variations of the same image, except for it's going to be in different colors, which is pretty good in case you want to create more from one image, right? So it is working on it right now. As you can see, it has colored the image in multiple colors, so changing the background, changing the color of the cat, changing pretty much everything. So it just swaps the colors, and that's actually something pretty useful because this will take you some time if you want to do it yourself. Now, of course, you can do these designs and create them in design software such as Canva and so on and so forth, but the bottom line is that this is an AI smart feature. We hope that you can go ahead and make use of this. This is it, and we'll see you in our next module. Hello there and welcome. In this lecture, I'm going to introduce you to Runway ML, which is a software that can do miracles. For example, the image that we have, or the video that we have in the back, you see that particular person walking through a volcano. First of all, that volcano was generated via Runway ML, and we made that person seem like he's running directly to the volcano, which looks incredible, doesn't it? Now, in this lecture, I'm going to teach you how to do that, but you have to know that Runway ML is a very complex software. Complex does not mean it's difficult. It means it can do a lot of things. It's really the powerhouse. It can do video to video. So you can take a video, turn it into a video, right? A different one. You can take text, transform it into an image, into a video. You can take text, transform it to an image. You can take an image, transform it into a video. You can use generative audio. You can do wave to lip, which means that you can actually sync lips of a person to talk in a way to utter a specific text. Green screen is exactly what you see here in the background, this particular person walking through that. No, it's not a volcano, it's actually a storm. I'm sorry for saying volcano earlier. You can expand, you can take an image and expand it. You can use the infinite image feature, backdrop, remix, erase, and replace. We're going to try to use as many features as possible. For example, this one is the feature of lip sync and audio generation.
I am such a narcissistic person that I cannot ask for any forgiveness.
And you can see right there that we took an image and we actually animated it, kind of like DID. And here we have this particular person video, and it looks like he's walking to a volcano, to a tornado, as you can see. This is using the green screen option, which I'm going to show you. This one is an image from Leonardo, which I took and I actually expanded it. So we went from this image to this image, and this, and then this. So you can actually make the image bigger by using their tool, which is the expand tool. You can even change the entire setting. So from the hacker being looking there to the hacker ordering coffee. So these are all great features inside of this magnificent tool. Now, without further ado, let me walk you through Runway ML. The first thing, we're going to start with video to video. So I'm going to click right here on video to video, and I'm going to walk you through this. So in video to video, you need a video, right? So that's what you need. You need a video. So go ahead and then drag a video from your computer, or you can download a video from Pixabay. So for example, I can go ahead over here. Sorry for that noise over there. Go to Pixabay. Let's say I search for a dog video Pixabay. Copyright-free videos we can get from here so that we can practice. And we can also teach you about the importance of copyright. Now, these are some pretty cute dog videos. Now, I'm going to take one of these videos. So, for example, here, let's take this particular video of the dog. If I click on this video, I can go ahead over here and I can click on this download button. Click the download option here. It's going to be able to download this for us. Now, once that is downloaded, I can go back to Runway ML. I can click right here, and I can drag that particular video of a dog. There you go. Now, once you've added your video, you can then here on the right-hand side, you can either select from presets. If you want to make this dog metallic, if you want to make him look like he's in space, you can do so. Or you can actually use a prompt, or you can use an image as a style reference. For me, I'd like to use a prompt. Describe your output. You can say dog eating, or actually powerful dog eating. Now, the style strength is the more this is close, the more it's going to be close to your prompt. The less it is, the less it's going to be close to your prompt. There are other settings here as well, but I'm just going to go ahead and generate a video. So based on this particular video that we have added at first, we can create a video. There are a couple of presets. So for example, if you want to turn this dog metallic, select the metallic preset and then hit generate, in which case it's going to start a new job in queue. So the first job is in queue. Second job is also in queue. This video is 11 seconds, so it should not take more than a few seconds or minutes. And we'll just wait. All right, so here is the video, the first one. I can go ahead full screen. I'm not sure if this has any sound, but this is video to video. And you can see that it does look like a dog. Well, it's not really very beautiful, to be honest, but they took the video and they tried to basically make it look like a dog. And because I said super powerful dog, God only knows what they thought, but they generated this video. I have to say it looks horrifying, to be honest. It doesn't look good at all. Maybe near the area of the dog's mouth, they didn't quite get it right. But apart from that, it looks like a dog eating, right? So that's the first picture. Now, the second one normally is supposed to generate a video of a metallic dog. Have a look. This is our metallic dog. So it took the first video of the dog eating, and it made the dog look metallic. All right. This one is actually even better than the first one. You can download your videos by clicking over here. And now let's keep exploring other tools. Now, if I go here back, go to the dashboard. Here we have this tool, which is text or image to video. If you have an image and you want to transform that image into video, you can drag and drop it. So for instance, I can upload a file right here. And let's say, for instance, maybe I can go ahead for a image of a, let's just say a crocodile. And I can go ahead over here and I can say crocodile looking angry. Now it's going to take that picture of the crocodile. Here you have this option. If you click it, it's going to help you out increase or decrease the motion. The more motion you add, the more the picture is going to be dynamic. I'm going to keep it at 6 and I'm going to generate. You will generate 4 seconds, and this will take a couple of seconds for it to generate. Now here, obviously, they're telling me get desktop notifications later. Now it's at 11%. I just have to wait until it's 100%. All right, so here's our video. Let's see how this turned out. Hopefully it turned out great. Now you can see it tried to animate the crocodile a little bit. It does look like it's animated right now, but it's pretty good, right? I like it. Now here, let's go back to the other features. And by the way, you don't have to use an image. You can delete this image. And you can generate an image of a crocodile looking angry without a video or an image by just using a prompt. Text to video directly or image to video. That's pretty much what the tool is. If you use the text to video, right now it is going to start working on creating a video only based on text and not an image. Don't get me wrong. This video doesn't look bad. They tried to add some animation to it, make it look like the crocodile is moving as swiftly. You can see the water is moving down underneath him. It still does look good. But I think it would be better off if we generate an image using text. So let's see what this is going to look like. All right, so here is a video. This one was generated completely from scratch. You can see, and let's just see how the alligator looks like. Now, he looks like he's a still alligator. Doesn't look like the alligator is moving at all. Plus, he looks like he's got 2 eyes over here. So this is one of the times where you get horrible videos. But the image itself is pretty good. They should have just moved the alligator a bit. But you can try a couple of prompts and you can get great results. Generative audio or lip sync video. Let's try generative audio first. Generative audio can help you generate audio, right? It's as simple as that. You can go ahead and generate an audio. Now you can type in whatever it is that you want to type in, such as hello. I am so grateful to teach you about Runway ML. And I can add a dot at the end. Here, you can choose the voice. Let's say you choose Jack. You can listen to the voice before choosing it.
Okay, I'm ready to head off on an amazing adventure.
And once you select the voice, you can even select a face with the voice. And this is what we call lip sync. So because this is Jack, let's go ahead for a male character. And if you hit generate, it's going to take this text, hello, I'm grateful, to teach you about Runway ML. Obviously, I have 595 credits. I've chosen the voice of Jack, and I've basically selected this picture of Jack. So I'm going to make this picture talk. It's kind of like DID, except for this is Runway ML. We already introduced you to DID, and Runway ML, I would say, is a bit better in terms of the realism. Synthesia is the best of all of them when it comes to generating realistic characters that look like they're real characters. But Runway ML is also great. All right, so it's time right now to go ahead and listen to this voice. Remember, you can always download by clicking on the download button. Now let's just listen to this, all right? So from scratch.
Hello, I am so grateful to teach you about Runway ML.
You can see that that's quite good. And for comparison, this is Synthesia. This is the quality of presentation Synthesia can generate. Watch this.
Welcome, team. Today, we'll explore ChatGPT, an advanced language model by OpenAI, and how it can revolutionize our sales processes. ChatGPT understands natural language, answers questions, generates content, and enhances customer interactions. It's a powerful tool for engaging with customers. For our sales team, ChatGPT offers personalized customer engagement, efficient inquiry handling, automated follow-ups, and valuable data insights. Practical applications include lead generation, customer support, content creation for sales materials, and CRM integration. Real-world examples show improved satisfaction and sales. Looking ahead, AI in sales will bring trends like AI-driven personalization and predictive analytics. Let's embrace these tools for long-term success.
What do you think about that? Because I think that's just mind-blowing. Just at this stage, it's still evolving. It's still going to be better, right? So all of these tools that you're learning right now, and by the way, this is the final lecture of the course, just so you know. But all of these lectures, all of these tools that you're learning about, you're mastering, they're going to become better in the future. Can you imagine? Now that we've discussed multiple features, let me go ahead and show you one feature in particular, which I really like. It's called the remove background, otherwise known as the green screen. For example, movies in studios such as The Lord of the Rings, Kong, Godzilla. If you search for green screen, just search for green screen. It's a green screen that you put in the back when you're shooting a video, and that enables you to actually put any background you want, right? Any background you desire in your back. Now, you can either do this by having a real green screen, just like this lady over here in this particular picture, or you can basically create a digital green screen by using a tool like Runway ML. Let me show you how that works. First of all, we need a video, right? So first and foremost, let's go ahead to google.com. Let's go and try to find a video. Let's just say video of, I don't know, maybe person walking in an alley way, Pixabay video. I want a person that's walking on a road, and I want to show you some fun stuff that you can do with this green screen. Now here, let's just try to find an image. Okay, so there is none. Okay, let me go back, try to find person walking alone. Walking alone. Pixabay video. All right, let's try to find some high quality image of a person walking alone. It doesn't matter if she's walking sideways or he's walking sideways or whatever. Yeah, this is perfect. These videos are what I'm looking for. These are really perfect. Now let me go ahead and take one of these videos. For example, I'm going to take this video here. So I'd like to go ahead and click. I'd like to download this. This is a video that was taken by using phone, most certainly. And you can see that this is a pretty good video. Now, after I take this video, of course, let me close. I can go right back over here to Runway ML. I can drag this video here. So I'm going to actually drag the video and drop it directly right there. And it's going to be placed. And now, watch the magic. You can give a title to your project. First of all, wait for the video to upload. It's still uploading. Once the video is uploaded, drag and drop that particular video in the editor. Immediately, they're going to show you that you can start masking. What does masking mean? It means you need to select the person that you want to keep in the picture, and you can mask the rest. So start masking right now by just putting points on the person that you want to select. And with its AI is going to know what you're doing. It's going to know that you're trying to select this person. As you can see, it's covering him bit by bit, and it covered him perfectly now. Now here, there are a couple of glitches which you can actually solve. For example, I'm not sure if you can see this, but for example here, if I were to go ahead, now this is the playback speed. Obviously, I cannot zoom from there, but I can zoom from here. If I actually zoom to, let's say, 200%, notice that here we have these little things here where it doesn't look perfect. It didn't select him. It selected these empty parts, which we should remove. So you can click on the pan here, and you can move this video however you want. And then I want you to go here to the this place here. There's the include and exclude. Obviously, we want to exclude these little things. So I'm going to exclude, click exclude, then click here on the brush. And the brush is this. So the brush basically helps you out to exclude certain things. So I can exclude this. But obviously the brush is big, so you can make it smaller, making it at about, let's say, 6 in terms of the size. And now what I can do is I can just start to exclude things around. I can exclude a couple of things that I think are not going to be good. I can also scroll to the top here, just exclude a bit more from here. I can also do the same process here on this side. And videos can be quite complex. I'm going to be honest, because sometimes you might not get the best green screen selection, but obviously you just try your best. Now here in between the hands, obviously this is the blue sky, or the gray sky actually. We should make sure that we remove those extra edges. Here from this side as well, because this is going to look off on a video. It's not going to look good if you keep them. This as well needs to go. Just try your best to trim as much as possible, as much unnecessary stuff as possible. Obviously here in the back or in the bottom, his legs as well. So try to trim. And once you're satisfied, you can click Done Masking, in which case that is going to take you to the next step, which is obviously they're going to extract that person from the video, and they're going to extract him, which means that you can place any background. So to place the background, well, think about a background that you want. Now, Runway ML is great. It's great at generating backgrounds, actually. So what we can do, we can generate a video using Runway ML, but I prefer not to. So what I'm going to do is very fun. I'm going to actually go ahead right now, and you know what I'm going to do. I'm going to go and look for a storm video Pixabay. And I'm going to make it seem like this person is walking through to a storm. But first, we need a storm. So we need to go and find a video of a storm. Now, let's just see. All right, so we have a bunch of these videos. Okay. I'm not sure which one to choose. Or we can actually make it seem like he's walking on top of the sea. Why not? That would be quite fun. Now, let's actually do this. So here I'm going to take this particular sea video. I'm going to click right over here on this download button so that I can download this video. And this is what this green screen is all about. It's really about taking a person or taking something, putting it in another environment that's completely foreign to the previous first environment. You can see that we particularly extracted him. Now, it does look good. If you want to see if it's good all the way through, move the needle aside. And now obviously it's loading slow now, but you just need to move the needle. Here, click on upload so that you can upload another video on top of this. Now the video obviously needs to be the video of the sea. There it is. It's going to start loading as well, so it takes a couple of minutes or seconds for it to load. All right, once it loads, you'll have it here, and you can actually go ahead and drag this and drop it. Obviously, you can see that we dragged it here, so it doesn't add anything here. But what you can do, you can take this, the layer below, and you can drag it to the top, right on top of that. Now, not here, on top of it, right on top of it, precisely right here. And you can see that right now, this looks like he's on top, so he's inside. But what we need to do, we need to take the sea, and we need to expand the image of the sea all across the frame. Right, all across the frame to make it look like he's walking on top of the sea, which doesn't really look that fantastic, but just to show you. And you can actually move your video right here, whatever you want. Now also here on the sides, we can crop the sides that we don't need to match the video. And we can watch this right now. So let's actually go ahead and watch this. And when you're done with this, you can actually click on export. You can choose the video size. You can also name it. So for instance, I can name it Man Walking on Water. And I can go ahead and click on export video, in which case this is going to take some time eventually, but you'll be able to find it in your assets. If you click view the assets here, it will take you to all of the assets that you have created before. And when it's done, you'll find it here somewhere and you can download it. Now let's go back to Runway. By the way, there's a lot of tutorials about Runway inside of Runway itself. Now there is this tool that I wanted to share with you, which is the expand image. This can take an image and expand it. So for instance, if I go to upload, I can take any image. For example, I can take the croc image. I'm not sure if I can still remember it. All right, there it is, the croc. I'm going to take that image of the croc, and what I want to do, I want to scale this by 1x, which means I want to zoom by 0.75. Aspect ratio, I'm going to keep it the same. You can add a prompt, but it's pretty much optional. Now, what it's going to do right now is going to go ahead and start expanding this image. It's going to make it bigger, all right? So, and sure it did. So for instance, here we have this image of the croc. I can expand it some more. So by doing this, first of all, download one image, download the expanded image, go back to the tool itself, the expand image tool, click on upload, expand it one more time so that you can now expand it twice. So 1 + 1, 2, or not 2, it's 1.5 because it's 0.75. Now I've taken the already expanded image and I'm going to expand it one more time by 0.75. And we're going to do a quick comparison right now. Right, so this is the first image and you can see how that looks. And this is the rendered image or the expanded image. Now I'm going to go with the one that I think looks the best. Obviously, I think this one looks better. So I can expand upon, I can download that. And now let's compare both of them. Let's compare the first and the second. This is obviously the Pixabay image. And this is our image, expanded completely. And you can see the difference between them. So we've taken it from here, expanded it obviously, and it does look incredible, right? So I actually think that Runway ML is one of the best inventions ever made. Now let's go back and click here. It's so underrated. There's not many people talking about it, but it's really amazing. It's great. Now here, one last thing, image to image. If I click here on this image, you can go and upload an image. We're going to stay with the example of the croc. So I'm going to take the croc, our friend. I'm going to go for the croc. Once you upload the croc image, based on this image, you can generate another image. But obviously, you'll have to prompt. So here I'm going to say crocodile. Just simple crocodile. Now I can generate 4 images at a time. The prompt way, I can just add a little bit more and hit generate. It's going to be downloaded or created in HD resolution. And this pretty much sums up our tutorial regarding Runway ML. I really sure do hope that you've enjoyed it because I did. I really like Runway ML a lot. Right now, it is rendering our last final image for this course, which was not easy to make. But for you, we've made the exception. And here, based on that image, notice what happened. We generated a couple of more images. And you can decide to go with whichever one of them you like. So I just so happen to like the last one best. These are the ones they have multiple eyes. And crocodiles, they don't have multiple eyes. And you can see right here for a second that this does look amazing. The image-to-image feature works. And yeah, it looks great, right? So hopefully you've enjoyed the course so far. Make sure that you go and check out our other courses as well. Make sure you stay focused until you get your certification that you can use later as a proof of your skill. Wishing you the best as always, Passive Income Gen Z signing out.